right, ladies and gentlemen, today is September 13th, 7:09 p.m. We are going to bring this commission meeting into order. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Mayor Danziger,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Present.
Commissioner Landsman,
Present.
Commissioner Mashain,
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Interim Captain, if you can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Moving on to item 1D, which is the Mayor and Commission remarks. I'll open up the meeting by welcoming everybody here today. We have quite a group. I'm very excited to have everybody here. Today, because of this large group and because of the items on the agenda, we're going to bring the speaker time down to 2 minutes, with good and welfare staying at 3, we have a very large agenda, a lot of ordinances and a lot of things to get through that the town actually needs to get done. So we're going to try to do that. Before the meeting begins, I want to talk a little bit about my role as the chair, because some people don't seem to understand really why, what difference, what the role of the mayor is, right? The mayor has 2 jobs in this town by charter. One is to be the master of ceremonies during events, and the other is to run a meeting. That means that I have to be educated on Robert's rules, on the town charter, and on the town code of ordinances about how meetings are supposed to be conducted, and there are very strict rules on that. It's not something I enjoy doing. I don't like having to stop speakers when they're going off topic. I don't like to have to cut people off and keep this going. It's aggravating for me, but this is what we have to do. This town, unfortunately, if anybody paid attention the last 2 years, we had commissioners that would flip off the mayor in public, on TV, in this very chambers. We've had commissioners yelling at the public and at each other, and I think we're all very dedicated up here to make sure that we don't have a repeat of that in the last 2 years. With that comes rules. These rules have been in place forever, they just weren't followed. Unfortunately, as a chair, I can't control a room of 75 people. If all of you get up now and start losing it, there's nothing I can do. I'm one person. So if I see somebody going off topic or starting to break these rules that could further excite everybody in this room, I need to stop it before it becomes something I can't. So there are going to be rules that we're going to be following, and I'll read it to everybody here so everybody is aware of them. And this is section 2.206, rule 7.04. These rules pertain to everybody who speaks, so that includes the members of the public and the commission. All remarks should be addressed to the town commission as a body and not to any member thereof. No person other than the mayor, members of the town commission, and other persons having the floor shall be permitted to enter into any discussion either directly or through members of the commission without permission of the presiding officer. So there's a lot of times you'll hear me tell people that they're not recognized to speak. And what that does, we're here to listen to the public, to listen to each other. And that means listening means not talking. Because if you're talking over somebody else, you're not listening to what they have to say. Hopefully you're here to listen to differences of opinion, and come up with a decision at the end. You are entitled to that opinion, but at the very least, you owe your fellow commissioners the opportunity to listen to what they're bringing to the table. So that goes to obviously the members of the public. If you're going to call out and scream and yell and disrupt this meeting, you'll be asked to leave. And the same holds true for the commission. No question shall be asked of any member of the town commission except through the presiding officer. Again, what we saw the last couple of years is these meetings got very personal, very aggravated. A lot of finger pointing, and that's happened at a couple of our meetings in the beginning. So I'm going to ask everybody, when you're up here, you either address the commission as a whole, or make your remarks towards me. If you've been to any of these meetings, I've been called all sorts of names and things, and that's okay, because I'm the chair. So please address your comments to me or the commission. Don't start singling out and calling out any commission by name. Section 2-206, Rule 705, any person making impertinence or slanderous remarks or will become boisterous while addressing the town commission shall be barred from further appearance before the town commission by the presiding officer. That is, again, one of my roles I have to do is ensure that these rules are being followed and enforce them. We have the sergeant at arms that helps me with this. These rules, again, are printed at the first page of every agenda. So this has been publicized. I've tried to repeat this every meeting, and we're going to do it again because obviously there are some people that have difficulty understanding them, so I'm going to keep repeating them until we have a very productive, quiet meeting. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support of or opposition to a speaker on his or her remarks shall be permitted. So I'm going to ask everybody, and I've said this before, if you have something, if you want to support a speaker, do the silent wave, do whatever it is, but please don't disrupt this meeting. It's not conducive to our business, and if I start finding the person that's going to be clapping and starting it, they'll be asked to leave as well. Section 2-202, Rule 201, town boards and committees shall be governed by Robert's Rules of Order. So Robert's Rules of Order is Assembly and Commission guidelines. That is one of the three items that we are governed by. Debate must be limited to the merits of immediate pending question. That is the last question stated by the chair that is still pending. So there are some commissioners and some members of the public, this also goes when you're speaking, you'd be asked to stay on topic and to the point. And good and welfare, as stated, is for all items that are not on the agenda. And again, it is my role to keep this meeting flowing and moving forward. So if we have a commissioner that wants to bring up something else while we're in discussion, it's not something that I like to do, but we plan on being here very late, unfortunately. But it's my role and it's my job for the rest of the commission up here is to keep this meeting going. So if somebody is going to go off topic, it is my job to gently remind them to stay back on topic, please, and keep the conversation flowing in a smooth line so we're not going in circles. Not something I like doing, but it's something that I have to. Speakers must address the remark to the presiding officer, be courteous in their language and department, and avoid all personalities, never alluding to the officers or other members by name where possible to avoid it. There's one other thing I'd like to share before we continue, if I can find it. I don't have it in front of me, but essentially, like I mentioned, it was the rule that pertaining to what there's a few officers in the town, and there's specific description on what they do. And like I said, the mayor has a very specific job, and that is to keep this meeting going and to keep these rules that I just said enforced. It's not a lot of rules, it's easy to read through, but it's my job to do that. So I can be called a tyrant or whatever it is, but again, we don't want to be reliving what we did in the last couple of years. And I'm going to continue to do my job to ensure that that doesn't happen. So, you know, with the rest of my commission, I appreciate that. Again, I want to welcome everybody here today. We're here to listen to what you have to say. We see the emails, we're coming in. We hope that you all listen to what we have to say because, like I said, this is a two-way conversation. There are differences of opinion on everything. So if everybody is here to listen, we can have a good meeting. I appreciate it. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. We're going to listen to you. Hopefully you guys listen to us. You actually listen to the facts that come from this commission, what's in the agenda, what's printed, what is coming from the town attorneys, not what you saw on a flyer or on Nextdoor. So, like I said, please listen to the facts, the truthful information, not misinformation. Everything will go line by line tonight, so we should be answered every question. So we are going to listen to you, but please listen to us and listen to what the facts actually are, what's actually happening on every item versus what you just heard and is hearsay or misinformation. Thank you.
Also want to welcome everyone here. I appreciate your participation in town government. I wish every meeting had this kind of turnout, but perhaps this one's special because of some of the topics we have on the agenda. But again, appreciate you being here. Appreciate the young ones who can learn all about civics firsthand. And as others have said, I will be here to listen and appreciate your comments for what they are. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you had the chance to watch our well-attended forum on the new Florida laws impacting condos. Our legislative panelists, Senators Jason Pizzo and Jennifer Bradley, were instrumental in writing and initiating the important legislation on July 1st, 2022. They were joined by Jim McGinnis, Alan Kelsheimer, and our own Surfside resident, Clara Diaz-Riel. These new laws will affect the majority of our Surfside residents, and we need to stay on top of the ongoing changes with vigilance so that this can never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everyone who came to this meeting tonight. I appreciate the output of many residents coming to voice your concerns about the things that we're going to be discussing here tonight. I hope that this commission does listen to all the residents that are going to come up here to speak, because it's very important what we're here to do. I think it's important to listen to our residents, as we're not just condos or hotels. Our residents that live in the single-family district is also part of this town, and we also deserve our chance to enjoy our beach, enjoy the amenities that our town has. So I want to thank everyone for being here, and just hope we have a great meeting and that we can get things accomplished that benefit all our residents, not just the financial benefits of a few. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 1E, agenda and order of business. Does anybody have any modifications to the agenda as it is? All right, seeing none, I'm going to come in. I'm going to ask if we can pull item 3D and 3F from the consent agenda and put it at the end for discussion. Pass the gavel and make a motion to pass item 3D and 3F.
At the end where?
At the end of 3 for individual discussion.
3 is consent agenda.
So let's move it into resolutions and proclamations,
Okay.
please.
3 and 3F?
Is there a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, so I make a motion to move 3D and 3F to the end of resolutions after 5D.
Second?
Madam Clerk, can we call roll?
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to community notes, I get to make another speech. Have a quick conversation with the community. I want to talk today about misinformation and Nextdoor. We keep hearing this word. Specifically, we see this on Nextdoor. Sometimes we have some of the members of the public that want to know how come we're not responding. I get that. You know, it's not easy for us. I would say about, especially looking at the flyer that went out over the last couple of weeks, maybe 85% of this complete falsehood. Some of the facts that are written there are completely untrue, with probably about 15% are altered information that were modified and are actually, again, not true. So that's why we appreciate everybody here today to hear it firsthand. But why don't we engage in Nextdoor, right? It seems very popular. There's about 1,800, 2,000 people on there. A lot of conversations are going on, and if you've noticed, they're kind of one-sided. So first of all, I'm going to say the reason why the majority of this commission, and I guess I could speak for the new ones up here, is because we didn't want a repeat of the last 2 years. What we saw was those fightings that were taken out into the public. It didn't just end in this room. It would go through the media. It was used through Nextdoor, through the Town Gazette, through emails, and we were trying to stay away from that. That is something that we vowed to clean up. And that's one of the main reasons why you're not going to see us on there responding to any of this, because we may have a difference of opinion. We're going to have that up here on the dais, and we're going to walk away shaking hands. The other item is plain and simple that even if there is something legally, we can't respond. Those that are not aware did not attend the ethical committee. There's a very big issue with sunshine. We're told not to talk on social media because if any of us get on the same platform and have a conversation, we're now having a conversation that hasn't been notified, that's not taking place in the public eye camera, and we're now in violation of the sunshine. It happens to be there is specifically one commissioner that likes to go on Nextdoor and leave her comments on items that we're still discussing or that are on the agenda, which again is her right to do. However, if any of us were to respond on any of these items right now, we would both be in violation of the sunshine. So you will never see us on Nextdoor responding to any of those comments. What I would suggest is if you have any questions, if you have any concerns, something you've read, is reach out to us. You have our emails are public, our phone numbers are public. I know that myself and many of us have continuous conversations, in-person meetings with some of the residents. If you have any concerns, please reach out. Like I said, this is misinformation. What you're hearing, as you noticed, is one-sided story. If you're actually interested in getting the other side or maybe filling in some of those dots, please reach out to us. Anybody here on this commission would be happy to have that conversation. That is my community note. So thank you, everybody, again for coming. Moving on to item 1G, board and committee appointments. We have one speaker for that, George Kuslos. Again, just to reiterate, we're bringing speaker time down to 2 minutes.
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I'd like to speak about the appointment for Planning Board. When I heard that Judith Frankel was taking on a new opportunity, it was both great for her and great for the town, the new position she's taking, but obviously she's leaving a vacancy, and she served the Planning Board during a very difficult 2 years. But it creates a great new opportunity, and I understand that the appointee being recommended is Lindsay LaCour, and I couldn't think of anybody better for the position. She brings incredible experience. Her resume speaks for itself, but what's even more important than that is the kind of the talent and the temperament she brought to meetings over the years in guiding discussions, in getting to the heart of projects. And her background also brings in just, you look at job descriptions, and when you think of what you need to know about design, putting a project together, building a project, just kind of making projects happen, it's kind of encapsulated in that resume, in kind of the bland words of that resume. So I urge you to support her appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Salzauer?
Eliana Salazar, 9317 Bay Drive. I've been going to the P&Z meetings for a long time, watch them all the time. I think what we're missing is some balance on the P&Z board right now. What we've seen is a very lopsided casting of pro-development members, some that do it professionally, a lot that do it professionally, and I would wish there would be some more balance. I also, it's a tremendous loss to lose Judith Frankel. She did a great job. It's good that she's going to be working for the town, but as a town employee, I think her hands are a little bit more tied. So I don't know, the vice chair position is something that's usually just sort of handed out. I don't think we've ever had a situation where the chair's actually left in the middle of a term. So I would urge you to maybe encourage the P&Z board to recast those votes to figure out who should be the chair. Because I don't think the chair should be someone who has very little experience, who is new to the town. I think the chair should be somebody who brings a lot of professional experience and a lot of long-time resident experience, 10+ years. And there are plenty of candidates that can do that. I also think it's shameful that the P&Z board will vote on an item and they will make recommendations and the commission will disregard it completely. I think the P&Z board's not even aware that their recommendations are being disregarded. So to that extent, who's on the P&Z board sometimes doesn't even matter because you guys are sort of plowing ahead with what you want to do anyway. I also think that P&Z board members that have conflicts of interest with sitting commissioners should not be on the P&Z board. If they're clients of, if they are paying any of the commissioners for business on the side, that is something that should be something they should recuse themselves from doing that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, I'm going to close public comment on this section. Before we move on to, I guess, the appointee, I would like to bring something up. There are certain requirements to be on a P&Z board by the town. There are various requirements for people to be on certain, to have certain professions. Some of those are professions are architect, interior designer, attorneys, and so on and so forth. The previous commission added on sustainability. It doesn't seem to be relevant to me as far as who should be reviewing plans if that's a professional experience. So I'm going to pass the gavel and make a motion to remove the sustainability portion as a requirement for one of our zoning board appointees.
I'll second that.
I will open the item for discussion.
All right, so again, bringing it forward, there are specific requirements through the chair. There are specific requirements to be on this zoning. I went through those with the attorney today. They are all related to building and specifically. And there was one that was added by this last commission for sustainability. I don't see how that's relevant to reviewing plans, reviewing codes, ensuring that they fit within the town code, the ordinances, the space, and it makes it difficult to put people on this committee when they have to fit a certain mold. Moving forward, I'd like to take that away from one of the requirements.
Commissioner Marshall, and I'll keep going.
I agree with the amount of people and their expertise right now. I don't find it necessary. I think it probably fits in with some of the members, but I don't think it should be a requirement since it's getting harder and harder to fulfill these professional slots. Thank you.
Commissioner Landsman?
I guess a question through the chair. Does that, there were certain requirements for certain positions on the P and Z boards. One of these, maybe two of these. Does the removal of this element, sustainability, enable perhaps a nominee to better fit with what were expectations for the board, or is that just something completely off topic?
Question for me? Through the chair?
Through the chair.
Oh, I guess.
I don't have the gavel right now.
Yes.
It will definitely make it easier to fill that, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you recall when we were trying to appoint it in the first place, it was a big discussion because we had to ensure that a few of those members fit those bills. Even though we have people that, again, are supposed to represent individual values, our individual values, because that's what a board is, right? You put someone who represents your values to represent you on that board. It was difficult for us to find people that fit that because of a lot of these restrictions. And again, this was never a restriction in this town. It was put in the last 2 years. It just seems over restrictive, and that was my thought process on that.
Commissioner?
Thank you. The reason why that sustainability was put on there was more of a compromise to eliminate another committee that was the Sustainability Committee, which honestly I thought that was unnecessary. I do agree that sustainability should be something that cannot be a requirement. I'm okay with either way. But I do think that if you're trying to move our town into a more sustainable, that there's some kind of discussion. I mean, you guys are always talking about, you know, the understories, how to better the new buildings, the new houses, and all that. So, I mean, I'm okay with either way. I think it's fine. It's something that really was not completely necessary, but whatever.
Thank you, Commissioner Velasquez. So she said it perfectly. So the history of it is there was a sustainability board that was removed by the previous commission as a compromise. They did put on a requirement that one of the 3 board members have sustainability background. One of our board members now still does have that, which is Ruben Bravo. I'm okay with this. I get where you're coming from, and I'd also like to potentially put it as an agenda item to discuss what are the other requirements so we can get more people involved with town, because I know some of the things were removed by the previous commission, and I'd like to see that there are some other requirements added on there, like there could be a realtor or developers or whatever it is, people that have the background and understand what's going on. We have the town planner, so I'd like to maybe put that on as a discussion item so we could open it back up to see what else we could add that is relevant to reviewing plans. So that's all. I don't know if anyone wants to go around again or call the vote.
So the vote is to bring an ordinance removing the sustainability requirement from the PNC board.
Yep, and to further look at, well, that's up to the man.
That will be an amendment
Just
to.
sustainability just right now, yes.
All right, just to respond again, the role of the P and Z board is to assess a plan that comes in and ensure it fits within the town code, similar to the town planner. You know, they help with that process. There's really no, sustainability could be its own thing, but it's not relevant to approving a plan that comes in that day, so.
And just to add, it's also design review as well. There's that strong element of design review.
May I call a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
No.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes,
Mayor, the motion carries.
I'm taking this back. Commissioner Maishai, I apologize for the delay. We are on Planning and Zoning Board. We've had an opening. It was your appointee that is no longer on
Yes.
there. I will let you take it.
So my appointee was Judith Frankel, and I'm so happy that she's got the promotion. But I'm also pleased and honored to appoint Lindsay LaCour. She brings 10 years' previous experience on P&Z, and has always been very progressive and thoughtful and professional, and where she also sat as chairman for several years. She's seen the town go through ups and downs, thick and thin, and she has always maintained a very steady hand in it. And I think there's no one better to complement the rest of the board, and in lieu of filling Judith Frankel's position. So I therefore appoint Lindsay LaCour.
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
Commissioner, in which professional category will Ms. LaCour fit?
She fits in with the number one, construction management professional with at least 3 years professional experience as construction project manager, construction superintendent, or construction estimator.
We already have a member in the Planning and Zoning Board serving under that category. So I'm not sure if there's any other category that Ms. LaCour might fit in.
Well, as also I have looked at the ordinance 2020-1712, and in the whereas clause number 58, line 58, it clearly states at least 3 of the members or alternates must be one of the following. And I interpret that as one of the following. So I just want to make that clear.
Mayor, if I may, maybe this is something that the board should discuss. Previously and in the past, practice has been that each member, 3 of those members are different categories. I did some research back to 2016, and since 2016 we have had 3 different categories, not any members in the same category.
And this is 2022.
Madam Attorney, you have anything to say on this?
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. We are referring to the language in 90-15-1 subsection A that reads at least 3 of the members or alternates must be one of the following. I think there are 2 possible interpretations of that language. One is that all 3 members must meet a different category, but I think it can also be interpreted to mean that as long as the 3 members meet one of those categories, it's acceptable. However, as Sandra mentioned, past practice has been to appoint 3 different categories. I think you can make that interpretation, Commissioner, of the reading of the ordinance.
Thank you.
All right, so it sounds like an interpretation thing, so go for it.
So,
Comments?
do I, is there discussion or?
It's your appointee, that was it. No, we don't, it's her item.
It is definitely her appointment. I just wanted to bring to the board that it hasn't been past practice that you have 2 members in one same category. That's all.
So as long as moving forward, as long as the commissioner understands that there was that, item as far as
Thank you.
interpretation, if you feel confident, then that is your item. What? You want comments? Yeah. All right, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Marside, excellent pick. I've had a lot of past experience with her when she was on the board, very thorough and knowledgeable of our code. And we are, as I think the public may know, we're going through a zoning code, zoning ambiguity fix, right? We've had many conversations over the years about some of these things in the code, so she will be very knowledgeable and helpful as these items start coming forward to the P&Z board and the commission. She's experienced it when she was the chair and had seen them, and we've had discussions during P&Z meetings, so I think she'll be very helpful and a great pick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I agree.
Just briefly, again, I appreciate the nomination. We're a small town, 6,800 people, so to try to find professionals in all these different categories can be onerous and practically impossible. So we need to have some flexibility. We need to understand that And the other part of it is even those that might qualify, they have to want to do this. They have to volunteer to do this. And that's also a challenge for our town to get people to step up and do these boards and committees and participate. So I appreciate the fact that Ms. LaCour is interested to come back to do this again after 10 years. Okay. Again, I thank former Chair Frankel for doing what she did for so many years. But yes, I think she has the experience to add to this board. And if we have that flexibility, I think it's a very good choice.
Commissioner? No? All right, so yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know Ms. LaCour very well, but I've heard good things, so I appreciate you stepping up because it's not easy to find that and fill that, so thank you very much. Moving on to Personal Appeals Board. This is on the agenda, but I'm not aware, does anybody have anybody that they want to be recommending? It's the commissioner's pick, yeah. It's not a voting item. We all have one person on there. Personal Appeals Board, so does anybody have a pick? Last we checked, this is a board that hasn't met in 15 years. With the implementation of with the implementation of the union, it doesn't seem like it will be necessary, but has anybody had a change of mind and want to present somebody to vote on?
Could we ask Ms. LaCour to do 2?
All right, so seeing that there's none, let's move on to item 1H, which is CTS update. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Mr. Alan Kilsheimer is here to give you a brief update on progress and where he stands with the investigation.
Yes, I'll speak in the microphone, and yes, I have my hearing aids in. First of all, just an early good yontif to Jewish folks, okay?
Which yontif?
I said an early good yontif, like a week and a half. Say again, please? I'm speaking in the microphone.
Name and address. Where are they?
Right here. I can, what? I'll say like I say to my wife, I think she talks quietly on purpose so I can't hear her. The last month has been very helpful in things that we were able to accomplish. We had, up until a week and a half ago, we had 7 men, 1 woman working pretty much 20 hours a day for 15 days straight at the site, thanks to George and his folks allowing us to do the testing we had to do. And what we have found out is good information that helps us understand the capacity of the piles on the south building, which helps us understand that on some other buildings at the same time. We are now going through to make sure we have enough of each one of those piles underneath each one of the columns in the south building, and that's the last part of that step. So while we were going to do this a different way 2 months ago, and that was jettisoned, we were able to get the work done. We are now working in the 2 more issues that we have to try and resolve, and Tony is helping us do that. He's doing it, having conversations with some federal government agencies on giving us the right to test some things and sample some things. And we should have one of those things. Tony felt we might have it worked out in the next couple weeks. And the third one, there are a lot of other players involved, so we're not sure where we're going to be on that. So for the first time in a long time, we actually have positive information, and we're moving forward. We just can only move forward so fast, given some of the restrictions we have. In addition to that, Sandra has helped a great deal, besides reminding me about my hearing aids. She is, when we've asked for information from the Miami-Dade County, she has some people there and was able to get information for us very quickly. It's been very helpful to us. Anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, do you want to go?
Really quick.
Sure.
Your last 2.5 weeks, they have been located on the ground at 88th Street?
At the site, that's
At
correct.
the site, not at the other any
No,
outside
that's the two
locations?
things that Tony is working with other folks on to try and get those accomplished, right?
Okay, great, thank you.
I just have a quick question. When can we expect a ballpark of that report?
Well, remember what I said a year and a half ago, or a year and 3 months ago, is a year after I had all the information. I still don't have all the information. But what we're doing is, the report right now is probably 40% done. And with this information for the last couple of days, it'll probably get to be 60% done. But then we're gonna be in a spot within a month where we can't move forward any further without this additional information we need. You certainly don't want to issue a report that says, and we can't tell you why this happened because we don't have this information. And I know one of the things that people are worried about is how much this all costs and how long it takes. We're doing what we can to cut whatever costs we possibly can. You know, I to save money if we want, I won't come down to these meetings unless it's something specific. It'll save a few dollars here or there, and we can do that. But I think the most critical thing is one of the two things that Tony is working on for us that involves both the federal government and the Miami-Dade County government. And we don't know where that's how long that's gonna take. Anything else?
Can I just add one other thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for volunteering for the forum for the new Florida condominium laws. You gratefully volunteered all your time for that. Thank you.
Now, what I thought was funny was when you told me I was a big presence in the room, I didn't realize it was on that big screen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley Carlsheimer. All right, moving on to item 1I. Downtown walkability and design study update. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, we have a presentation by Walter Keller tonight. He's going to go over what he has learned and some options and some information that he will have on his presentation. Walter?
Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Walter Keller, the consultant town planner. Happy to be here tonight to present the results of our study on the downtown. We have done a walkability and design study, looking to see what options are possible in the downtown to make the downtown more walkable and more enjoyable to be there. With me tonight, I have Christina Furman. She's a planning manager at Marlin. She's also worked a lot on our activities as far as development review here and has a lot of experience doing studies for different cities around this state of Florida. She's worked on this also, and she's going to be talking a little bit tonight about the questionnaire survey that we did where we got results from 162 residents and 18 of the businesses in the downtown. Because you have such a big crowd tonight, I'm going to sort of skip through some of the slower slides and try to emphasize the more important ones. The project that we've been working on has 5 tasks that we've done, including project management, data collection, existing conditions analysis, stakeholder outreach, and then coming up with study findings and recommendations. The study area for the downtown walkability study reaches 96th Street on the north, Collins Avenue on the east, Abbott Avenue on the west, and extends south of 94th Street to pick up the 94th Street lot. While the area includes the area along Collins Avenue, Our main emphasis of the study has been to really look at the Harding Avenue corridor and the sidewalks along Harding Avenue. One of the things that's published in the Town Gazette is a good listing of the businesses that are in the downtown. And we've utilized this information to look at what the different land uses are in the downtown, along with looking at information from the Miami-Dade property appraiser. This shows the parking areas in the downtown. The yellow figures represent the public spaces. And the three major areas for downtown parking that we looked at was the Abbott Street lot, which has 205 spaces approximately, the 72 on-street parking spaces on Harding, and then there's 4 drop-off spaces, and the 94th Street lot, which has 96 spaces. Those 3 locations provide the greatest parking area for public parking in the downtown, and those were areas that we looked at specifically. Additionally, there's some other private parking. For example, Publix has a large parking area underneath the building on the first floor, and also some outside lots. And there's some other parking areas in the area. But as far as the major emphasis for parking, those 3 areas were the areas we looked at most. The downtown has certain characteristics. One is there's parallel parking along Harding Avenue. There's 3 travel lanes. On the west side of the road, there's a 7-foot bike lane. Then on the side of the street, there's a minimum 10-foot painted sidewalks. Then depending upon whether there's parking or there's landscaping, a sidewalk could actually stretch out to be another 7.5 feet, or it might be a parking space. In addition to that, there's signalized intersections at 96th, 95th, and 94th Street. All those have pedestrian crossings. And then there's 2 mid-block crossings, one on the north side between 96th and 95th, and one on the south side between 95th and 94th Street. There's 1 bus stop on Harding Avenue, and there's textured crosswalks at the intersections. This is the existing typical section of the roadway, and this would be looking northward on Harding Avenue. So you see the bike lane on the left side. You see the parking spaces on both the left and right side of the roadway. The parking spaces are basically considered to be 8.5 feet in width. In reality, there's a 7-foot pavement and then a 1.5 foot gutter that's included as far as the parking space. Then the sidewalk, as I said, is a minimum 10 feet, but that can vary depending upon if there's more sidewalk or more landscaping and not a parking space. As part of this study, we looked at a lot of the previous studies that had been done in the town. There were several parking studies we looked at, which had a lot of good information, and also a charrette that was done for the town, and some other documents. We did a parking occupancy study both on a Sunday and on a Monday. In our parking study that we did, the Abbott lot had a 80% occupancy between 2 and 3 o'clock with an average stay of 2.5 hours. We also looked at the parking data in detail, and it sort of indicated that there wasn't a whole lot of turnover in the lot, and I think that's because the residents use the Abbott lot quite a bit and stay there a little longer. The average stay, as this shows, is 2.5 hours. On Harding Street, the parking spaces, they become very occupied and stay occupied for long periods of the day. 90% occupancy between 12:30 and 2:30. Generally in parking studies, when occupancy of a parking lot gets over 85%, we then consider that lot basically fully occupied because vehicles are traveling in the parking lot to find spaces.
Can I ask a question? Given that the residents have parking permits on the windshield, were we able to differentiate between residents parking there and non-residents?
We did not differentiate between the parking and of the residents and non-residents.
Thank you.
You know, at the time we did the parking study, I didn't realize that the residents could stay without paying for parking. But once we looked at the data, so we said there's something wrong here because the parking's not changing over. But the 94th Street lot, that lot has a different use, say like on a weekday versus a weekend. There's a lot of beach parking that occurs in that lot. But it also, on the weekend in the peak times, was over 80% occupied also. And again, the stays were fairly long there. Some of that because of the beach parking. We use video cameras to measure the activities at all three signalized intersections and at the northern pedestrian crossing. And from that, we were able to ascertain the pedestrian activity for 4 days, the bicycle use, and the peak hours that occurred in the area. And there was like over 4,000, almost 5,000 pedestrians were measured in the video cameras. Harding Avenue, as far as its traffic carrying capacity right now, carries about 24,500 vehicles per day on the three travel lanes. The posted speed is 30 miles an hour. And as we mentioned previously in the presentation, there's 3 signalized intersections in the downtown and 2 signalized pedestrian mid-block crossings. One of the other things we did, as I mentioned, was this public outreach. And so I'm going to ask Christina Furman from Marlin, our planning manager, to come up and talk about the citizens outreach.
Thank you, Walter. So we had a pop-up event at the farmers market. We went on June 26th, and we stayed there for the duration of the farmers market. We set up a tent, had a table with tablets, and we had some ices to give away to entice residents to not only come and talk to us, but to kind of kick off the residential survey that we created. The survey, which I'll get into more detail, had about 12 or 15 questions, and that didn't include the demographic questions we asked. But we also had a business survey that was distributed mostly via email, but we also handed out flyers to the businesses to have them participate in the survey as well. Like I said, we created flyers, we did an email blast, we coordinated with the town social media to push this information out, and Walter did a presentation to the DBAC committee at the end of August. So as Walter had stated, the resident survey had 162. The vast majority of folks that participated live in Surfside. We found that the majority of these folks visit Surfside at least once a week or more. Their primary purpose for visiting downtown was typically food shopping. 57% said they walk, bike, or scooter to downtown, and 48% said they drive. Some of the things I wanted to highlight here is 40% said that they don't walk or bike to downtown Surfside because of safety or infrastructure. Infrastructure meaning lack of sidewalks or even the condition of the sidewalk. The other answer that folks gave was that it was too hot or there was a lack of shade for the reason that they didn't walk or bike. That was about 30% of the respondents. We also asked folks how they felt about widening the sidewalks. 72% disagreed with widening sidewalks. We asked folks if they were happy with the existing painted condition of the sidewalk, and 69% said that they are satisfied with the current condition of the painted sidewalk. Again, we asked them if they would support reducing either parallel parking or repurposing a travel lane to make the sidewalks wider, and over 60% said that they did not support this. Some of the items we identified throughout the survey, we asked folks, what were their priorities? The top 3 answers was preserving historic buildings, and they wanted more dining options, shopping options, entertainment options. We also asked folks what type of amenities they wanted to see downtown. Folks said overwhelmingly that they wanted more trees and landscaping. And then followed by public art and bicycle parking. And then we also asked folks what type of businesses they would support in downtown Surfside. 67% said restaurants and cafes. A lot of them made some comments related to wanting diversity in the type of restaurant or cafes provided. And then 30 to 36% said retail or specialty retail, and 30% said they'd like to see bars, nightlife, or entertainment. As Walter stated, we also pushed out the business survey. We got a total of 18 responses. Of the businesses that did respond and provide their input, 72% said that they leased their space. We asked folks if they were interested in maybe investing in their facades for beautification purposes. 56% said maybe. We asked if they would support some type of facade rehabilitation programs, as some other municipalities have. 50% said that they would, 50% said they wouldn't. When we asked the businesses if they would support widening sidewalks, 50% said that they would support sidewalk widening, and 50% said that they would also support either parklets, reducing parallel parking, or repurposing a travel lane for wider sidewalks. We also asked businesses if they were satisfied with the existing painted condition of the sidewalks, and only 35% said that they were. And now I'm going to hand it back over to Walter to discuss the findings.
Thank you. So some of our findings were that the sidewalks, because they're painted, one is the condition of the sidewalks really does not really present a very uniform view. In many places in the downtown, the sidewalk paint is worn, but also they can be slippery when it's wet. The sidewalk cafes at times block pedestrian travel. I mean, we always would want to have at least an ADA width space available at all times, and that doesn't happen sometimes under the existing condition. The residents indicated us they didn't favor sidewalk widening. The businesses, however, were more open to that. We also did a landscape inspection of the downtown, and one of the things that was noticed was the silver date palms have outgrown many of their landscape grates, and in a lot of instances, the palms themselves are hanging on the canopies, and so there's some restrictions there. The green ficus is overgrown in many places. In the parking lots, the gumbo limbos in the parking lots are sort of stressed. They don't have enough room. The sidewalks on 96th, 95th, and 94th are very narrow, and with the infrastructure that's on the sidewalks, there's very little room to maneuver on the sidewalks because of signage or different type of infrastructure equipment. Now, some of that will be addressed when the undergrounding will occur, because the undergrounding will occur on the side streets. And so hopefully a lot of that stuff will be removed from the sidewalks, and they'll get better conditions. The architecture is inconsistent in the downtown. There's an awful lot of vehicles that tend to double park in the downtown in the travel lane. I don't know if they're working the drive-through lane that doesn't exist, or if they're just waiting for a fresh cup of coffee. But that does cause a lot of issues, both for the police department and for the travelers. There's an awful lot of bike and pedestrian traffic. In the 96th Street intersection, which is the north town limits, there is no pedestrian facility on the south crossing. However, there's a lot of people that use it. And so we think maybe that's one of the things maybe needs to be opened again. So I'm going to run quickly through some pictures. This picture on the left shows that, a street light and the date palms. On the left side, right side of the picture, this is people crossing the street at the, on the south pedestrian, non-existent pedestrian crossing. Here you see the waste receptacles on the right, and then you can see the date palms and the street lights real close to the canopy in this case. And of course, if you look down the way on the street on the left, you see a lot of almost, it looks congested. In the downtown, there's 4 drop-off, pick-off spaces, and this is an example of one on the left side. And then on the right photo is one of the mid-block pedestrian crossings. Again, this is in the Publix, and you can see the only bus stop in the downtown area for Harding, and you can see some waste receptacles. On the right is a seating area, and I guess possibly a smoking area. This is the alley on the east side of the commercial, looking north from 95th Street. And this is looking east on 95th Street. And you can see the condition of the sidewalk on the right. Again, here's an example showing the date palms hugging the canopy on the above, and the condition of the tree grates with the date palms. And any improvements that you do, you may have to look at repositioning the date palms. Now, our landscaper told us that, you know, there's irrigation watering the date palms, and they say once the date palms are established, you don't need to water them. This is the Abbott lot, and you can see the gumbo limbos, and they're in the parking planters, and they just are sort of stressed because they don't have enough room. This is places where the landscaping is overgrown and blocking some of the signage. And so one of the features that we saw in the corridor is that the landscaping along Harding and on the parking lots, you know, is sort of stale and needs refreshment. So let's look at our alternatives. We have 3 alternatives. I'm going to skip this and come back to this and just go into the alternates and then come back and use that as a summary. Our first alternative is an alternative of somewhat minimal improvement. And what we do in this case is we introduce a concept called parklets. And in this instance, what we would do, and let's see, a parklet is a place where you take a parking space, an existing parking space, and you build a public space or a sidewalk cafe space that can use that parking space. And on this picture, you see some examples of parklets that have been done in other places. And the whole purpose of doing a parklet, it's a way to get more public and, say, sidewalk cafe spaces in the corridor without having to do, you know, physical improvements. Here's a picture of some more parklets. And one of these are 4 concepts of parklets. They got my Ford GT here up on the upper screen that I've always wanted to have in the driveway. But George Kouslis did come up with some concepts which we were happy to receive, and he graciously provided these. He actually did some more that we just didn't have room to add. But the whole concept of the parklet is get more public space in the corridor. And so these can be moved around or put in different places, but they don't, you know, they don't take a major expense. So that's alternate 1. And then in addition to that, in alternate 1, we're proposing that the intersections of 94th, 95th, and 96, and the 2 mid-block crossings be aesthetically improved for color. And it doesn't have to be this type of, this is just a concept design, but the idea of actually redoing the sidewalks in these areas and the pedestrian crossings to make them a more aesthetically pleasing crossing. And then this would be the section from 95th to 96th Street. So in this instance, we do parklets on, say, 6 to 8 parking spaces. The rest of the parking spaces stay in the corridor. And there's no other changes on the sidewalks except at the intersections to make them more aesthetically pleasing. Okay, let me go back to this one. So alternate 2, in this instance, we have a concept where we eliminate parking on one side of the street. So by eliminating parking on one side of the street, we capture 7 feet. What we do is we restripe the roadway and we slide the roadway to go towards where the parking was removed. And then each side of the street gets an extra 3.5 feet of sidewalk. Now, this option keeps the 3 travel lanes, keeps the bike lane. And so the only difference is the sidewalk then would go from 10 feet to 13.5 feet on each side. So if we look at the concept, it's a little hard to see here. In this case, this alternate shows the parking being removed on the east side. Now, this could vary, say, between 95th and 96th, we could put the sidewalk, take the parking from one side, we could do a different side on the other street, or it could change a little bit in the corridor. So it could be done 3 different ways, but it saves half the parking, but then widens the sidewalk 3.5 feet on each side. Alternate 3 is a more expansion, and in this case, we're getting rid of the parking on the street. We're leaving 4 spaces for passenger drop-off and pickup. And the sidewalk is widened to be 17 feet on each side. So we would have new colored textured sidewalks on both sides of the street. The intersections would be done similar to what was in alternate 1. In some instances, because of the widening of the sidewalk, the date palms might have to be repositioned a little bit to make best use of them. And then the other concept that we go on this is suggest that a sidewalk, colored textured sidewalk, be put in the Abbott parking lot. And then another option would be to use 95th Street and extend the pavement type treatment that's at 95th Street east of Collins Avenue, and extend that all the way to Abbott, so that that whole corridor would be done, to make it more aesthetically pleasing. And then the other thing that could be done is that the farmers market parking lot, which is there on the west side of Collins, that would also possibly be done. And because that's the sort of public space for the town, and that's where you hold some of your events. So let me go back to the summary. This is a lot easier than how I did it at DVAC. You people missed a lot. So alternate 1 is no major sidewalk improvements except at the intersections and the pedestrian crossings. And essentially, it's just bringing color to those sidewalks and treatments in those areas, sort of like almost like a gateway. Introducing 6 to 8 parklet pilot projects to provide more public open space in the corridor. The approximate cost for this would be $560,000. Alternate 2 is removing the parking from one side of the street, increasing both sidewalks on each side of the street from 10 to 13 feet. They would be all new colored treated sidewalks. We would also bring in some new landscape material. Approximate cost for this would be about $1,177,000. Alternate 3 removes all the parking except for the 4 drop-off spaces. Sidewalks would be increased from 10 to 17 feet. We would retain the 4 drop-off spaces. All the sidewalks would be color treatment, and there'd be landscape upgrades and improvements to 95th Street. The cost for this would be about $1.3 million. So those are our findings and our suggestions. You know, the town has a exciting downtown, and we think that the downtown's ripe to have some improvements to make it even better.
All right, thank you, Mr. Keller. We have 8:15 is good and welfare, so I'll reserve questions from the commission and further discussion
Okay.
until after that. Appreciate it. All right, for those that would like to speak on good and welfare, I'm going to ask that you fill out a speaker card. I'm going to remind you, it is for items that are not being discussed here on the agenda, so if you would like to speak on an item, you'd have to fill out a separate card for that. Again, I'm going to ask you to refrain from directing your comments towards the commissioner or to a member of the public, and please keep your comments directed towards the chair. Mrs. Salzauer, if you don't mind, I'm trying to conduct a meeting, thank you. Excuse me. If you guys want to have a conversation, I'm going to ask you to take it outside, all right? Thank you. Again, good and welfare are for items that are not on the agenda here tonight. I'm going to ask everybody to please keep their comments directed towards the chair or to the commission as a whole. Please don't call out anybody by name, unless you want to call me out, so that's okay. We are moving that time back to 3 minutes. Marcio Uchis. It is my understanding that there may be people in the police training room still? Yes, sir. So I'm going to call out your name. If you're not here, please come forward. I'll move on to the next speaker and just let somebody know that you're here. All right, thank you.
Just 1 second, Mayor, please.
All right, sir, your time is starting.
Okay, so Marcio Lucchesi, 9200 Bay Drive. I would like to remind just everyone here, Code of Ethics, Honor Code for elected and appointed town officials and town employees. Each elected and appointed public official and employee of the town hall, when acting in their official capacity, should comply with the following: serve and protect the public interest above any personal or institutional interest and loyalty. Seems I don't think anyone was paying attention. I'd like you please to ask you to pass the code of ethics for your...
To the clerk, please.
The clerk, and if they can please pass what they can. So also the code of ethics states that, sorry I can have it verbatim, haven't memorized, but something about business interests going against the public interest. And I just want to remind everyone here that you have a very important job here, and your personal and business interests cannot go above the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Salzauer?
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I originally planned on talking about something else, but given what I just witnessed and the complete disregard for the role that sustainability needs to play in this town, I feel I need to address that. We are living in a very fragile environment. Global warming is a real thing. Sea level rise is a real thing. And to have a commission sit here and say that it's a hassle to have to find someone with sustainability experience when that's not the case, because we already have a sitting member on the P&Z board with sustainability experience. Having selected people for the board personally in the past, we get an overwhelming number of people interested in P&Z, more than any other board, mainly because it's also good for their business interests. It's sort of a powerful position. You can say yes or no to projects, and that's why people are drawn to it. Expanding that to include realtors, and anyone else who's got skin in the game would be a huge mistake. Of course, it is entirely predictable, so I'm not sure why I was surprised by it, but I didn't think that anyone, there's some things that you say sort of with an inside voice, and there are some things that you say outside, and I didn't think that anyone would have the chutzpah to say outside, sustainability is a pain in the butt, so we don't want to have to do it. It is the only reason why we're able to be here, and none of us will be here unless we start showing some deference and respect for Mother Nature in every single ordinance that we pass, and everything that we do. I don't know, are we gonna have an opportunity to talk about that sidewalk presentation? Is that a separate item, or do I address it now?
That's on the agenda. We'll be talking about that when this is done.
Okay, so we can talk about that afterwards. I also want to say that I want to thank everybody and all the residents that have really come out and participated in our rally today. I want to point out that we have 2,000 supporters out there. I'm really thankful that we have residents that have given their time and energy to stand up for the environment, and we will continue to do so, because even though this commission does not prioritize the environment, the residents here do. And the residents here will speak, and they will speak at these meetings, and they will speak with their vote, and they may speak sooner. I also want to thank you for having the Ethics Committee come here. That was great. I think we all learned a lot, and I think that everyone took away from that we know what we need to do and how we need to be reporting those things in the future. So we're all watching, and I hope that you are all on your best behavior, and I hope that you consider the environment and our long-term goals here, not short-term profits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Salzauer. Julio Rombart.
I'm about 8855 Collins Avenue. To follow up on a statement you made, Ms. Salzhauser, the Ethics Commission wasn't brought here, they came here.
Mr. Rombart, if you can please direct your comments to the chair of the commission.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about conflicts of interest. One commissioner in this dais, I think last meeting, didn't recuse himself from a variance vote with a homeowner who owned a home that was his company's client. The variance passed. Another commissioner did not recuse herself from a variance crafted and argued in front of the commission by a very close friend of hers. The variance passed. Another commissioner proposed an ordinance reinstating gasoline leaf blowers, knowing that they're harmful to the environment. But he gave the reason basically, and it's on tape, that he uses one, and therefore it's a good idea. Miami Beach phased them out. This commission started them anew, a full 2-year phase out. That makes no sense. It's like saying, I'm gonna smoke because lung cancer will be cured in 2 years. It's a very sad action. Just as sad and insensitive is a commissioner who vehemently opposed flying the gay pride flag in the month of June, first for religious and personal beliefs. Then the narrative was switched to controversial satanic groups flying the flag when you can have a threshold of, for example, Al-Qaeda, who wouldn't fly their flag. And then ended up relying on an analogous, supposedly, erroneously recommended Supreme Court decision, was the Boston case, that had nothing to do with the facts here. So no wonder Miami-Dade Ethics Commission came. They got so many complaints from residents who are either communist, as people say in next door, or crazy, but they got a lot. And I think we've seen some of those conflicts. I think we'll see more in a short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rombart. Gerardo Villasquezi.
Gerardo Vildostegui, 9148 Froud Avenue. Just a couple of...
Apologize.
Just a couple of disjointed comments. I want to ask the commission to please try to, and I don't have an answer here, but try to come up with some better method for us to comment on the items in section 9 of the agenda. I'm looking over my notes for what I want to say later, and it's so disjointed because I have to hop from topic to topic, and we're only going to have 3 minutes to do that. I understand the desire to get through the agenda, but there really isn't a way to comment meaningfully on a lot of these topics, and a lot of us who care about more than one thing have to choose strategically what to talk about. The mayor we've talked about this before, so it's nothing new. The mayor has said, well, these items do come back when they become ordinances, and so you could talk about them then. But the truth is, not everything that we discuss in item 9 actually does come back as an ordinance. Some things do get decided in the moment, and we have no opportunity for input. Some of the commissioners are more responsive to emails than others. The mayor is really exemplary in this regard in writing back to emails, and I appreciate that. But some people, like Commissioner Landsman, say they don't respond to emails. We have very limited public opportunity to comment on a lot of these things, and it's just not enough with what we have right now in Section 9. I wish we could go back to the item-by-item comments we had before. It takes longer, but it's worth it. I also wanted to comment on a topic that came up, kind of a general matter at the last meeting. I'm concerned about the way enforcement is talked about when we talk about some of these issues, and I want to give 2 examples. I proposed during Good and Welfare last time that we have a smoking ban on the beach because Miami Beach is doing the same thing, and I don't want us to be like the more permissive that therefore gets all the smokers. Commissioner Landsman responded in saying, well, there's no way to enforce that, so we can't do it. Well, how do we enforce anything on the beach? Like Commissioner Maischeit is concerned about dogs. It's the same issue. How do we enforce bikes on the walking path? How do we enforce any of the regulations we have on the beach? I don't know, but smoking is no different from any of those. And this kind of dismissal of the issue based on enforcement was way too quick. With gas leaf blowers, I thought this was really disingenuous. The reason why we haven't been enforcing it seems to be some kind of policy decision. It was not a shortage of staff on the part of the code enforcement office. Gas leaf blowers were the easiest thing in the world to enforce because they're so loud. That's the whole reason for banning them. They make a low frequency noise at 100 decibels that is audible from blocks away. All that the enforcement officers would have had to do is drive around with their windows open, and they could hear where the leaf blowers were. So the idea that there was some difficulty in enforcing it is really nonsense. There was a lack of will to enforce it, and we need to be honest about that. The overall comment I want to make here is that when this topic of enforcement or the impossibility of enforcement is coming up, it looks to be a kind of a way of avoiding saying what you really want to say, which is that you don't want to have these ordinances. But I think the commissioners should be honest about what their real motivations are here. Lack of enforcement is being used as a kind of specious argument. I ask you not to do that.
Thank you, Gerardo. Jennifer Rotker.
Jennifer Rotker, 9016 Collins Avenue. Good evening. I have been listening to prior commission meetings, and I hear some misinformation about marine turtles. Marine turtles, there's 3 different species of marine turtles that nest on the beaches here in Surfside and Miami-Dade County, and they're absolutely active sometimes during the day. Even so, we have had people who are misinformed about sea turtles coming on the beach during the day, freaked out and pushing them back in the water, causing harm and causing that mother turtle not to hatch. So if a sea turtle, baby sea turtle, is in the ground, in the sand, it can't see if it's light or dark. It knows by the temperature to come out. So to say that there's no activity during the day, there's definitely activity at dawn, dusk, at night, and at day. So we can't send them a memo telling them like we need to do something else. That being said, we are the turtle town. We have a marine turtle lighting ordinance. I would just like to see the town follow through on its part to make sure that the town lighting is marine turtle friendly and that new fixtures being put in are marine turtle friendly, and that the current spray paint that has been put on some lights needs to be put on all of the lights that are facing the beach, and then that there's a lot of properties that aren't abiding by the marine turtle lighting ordinance. I see that a light of light bulbs have been changed, and they're not amber. They're not shielded, and they're not low profile. So I just want to have the Sea Turtle Town that uses the sea turtle as its mascot for marketing, for advertising dollars. It's not a prop, and respect the actually federally endangered, protected marine turtle species, and don't use them as a cash cow and a mascot in vain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rutger. Tricia Fowley.
Hi, Tricia Fowley, 9325 Harding Avenue. I wasn't going to speak about this either, but it came up, sustainability. So this is a definition I quickly pulled up on the internet, the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level, avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance, the pursuit of global environmental sustainability. So I realize that Surfside is a tiny microcosm in a very big world that we live in. But sustainability is talked about everywhere. It's talked about in construction everywhere, and there's so many people here who are talking about construction. I don't understand why we're just going to ignore it. Sustainability is important. Everybody talks about it. There's websites all over the place where contractors have to go in order to register for themselves and pre-qualify, and you have to have a sustainability plan. So I don't understand why we can't have a sustainability plan. What I wanted to talk about was safety. I wrote an email to some of the commissioners, and Marianne responded to me, thank you, and she said that Mr. Hyatt was going to contact me. I haven't heard from him, but I was on the beach very early for the last 6 days, 5 days, and I witnessed the raking. I've sent you all, and commissions before you, emails about how bad beach raking is. We'll just go on beyond that. I watched the man in the tractor come within 3 feet of people practicing yoga, and there was a child in the circle. That same tractor came within 3 feet of a man named Freddie who teaches surfing, who I've just met. He's absolutely lovely. It was entirely too close. And fortunately, unfortunately, because I have been working from home, and I haven't had a chance to reach out to the DEP, the Florida DEP, or OSHA, but I gotta say that there has to be something against tractor drivers and rakes and big metal machines coming within 3 feet of humans who are laying down on the beach. Please, somebody's gotta look into this. The other thing I wanted to talk about is code enforcement. I think that it's really like, it pits community people against one another when a place, an HOA, a town, a community says that people gotta tell on other people. And I think that that's what I see a lot of here, this see, click, fix, and you got people telling on one another all the time. I think you need to expand the hours for code enforcement, or I think that the people who want to serve should sometimes serve, like, you know, I was on the PTA for my son's entire elementary and junior high school. So I would follow the bus when somebody decided they needed to reroute the bus, even though it wasn't my job, even though I wasn't being paid. But that's gotta stop. It's just nasty. You know, I have a home in an HOA, and people tell on one another all the time. They're always looking behind their backs. They're always going, oh, is that the person who told on me? And it creates really like a nasty environment. Surfside should be better than that. We shouldn't be nasty to one another. We're neighbors. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Platt.
Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. It's very nice that you put the blue cards all in order, that the people who are against your desires go first, and the people who are in favor of your desires always go last. Nice how you do that. Jewish tradition teaches us to care for our planet in order to preserve that which God has created. Psalm 24 notes, "The earth is the Eternal's and the fullness thereof," a dramatic assertion of God's ownership of the land. It follows then that any act that damages our earth is an offense against the property of God. The Jewish concept of Bal Tashit, do not destroy, forbids needless destruction. And I think that's what you guys are trying to do to this town. I really do. Your agenda is nonsense. One of you says that we should not listen to next door because it's lies and deceit and truth and untruths and misinformation, when it's the exact opposite. It is the truth. You see all of these people here? All of these people. They're here against what you're trying to do. They're not here in favor of what you're trying to do. So why don't you just open your eyes to what the community wants instead of only opening your eyes to special interests? like widening the sidewalks. That's for special interests, don't you know? It's not for walkability, it's for outdoor dining. And we know who's in favor of outdoor dining, don't we? It was supposed to be only for the pandemic. That was it. Outdoor dining was for the pandemic only. It was an emergency measure. It was not meant to change Surfside forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Arlene Weiss. Oh, it's not her? Oh, thank you. Adam Pash? I saw somebody get up, so I don't know. Adam Dash.
I am Adam Dash, 9025 Hawthorne Avenue. I wanted to say first, on a good note, I am so appreciative to have the privilege to live in this town. I hear all this, negativity, but we forget. I moved from Miami Beach, and this place is paradise. The people that work here, my neighbors, code. I have code calling me and saying, we need to fix this. It's an incredible experience here. Except I have one issue, of course. To my detriment, on many different levels, I'm gonna have to state this. I've been a victim of multiple burglaries and a lot of thefts. I have reported most of them, but for the reason that I didn't report all of them was because I get no follow-up from the police department or the detective. I have literally gone in a half a dozen times, called in a dozen times. I've had appointments canceled on me multiple times during the middle of the day without even the courtesy of a phone call. All of this is connected, these thefts and burglaries. We have them on surveillance on 2 different places. I've never had fingerprints. So far, we haven't ran any of my watch that was stolen from my home. There's been nothing been done. With that being said, I left Miami Beach because I was having the same issue there. I have a stalker/gang. It's gotten to a point now that the governor's office is overseeing an FDLE investigation into the Miami Beach Police Department and Internal Affairs, as well as 2 agents in FDLE. So there's an investigation now. And I haven't obviously got Surfside involved yet because I don't think there's anything going on negatively, but it's definitely all going to come back together. And I would like to ask the commission if you guys could please give a word in or please help me have my cases followed up so I don't have any more issues. We have witnesses, we have perps, we have suspects, and not one thing has been followed up. So if you could please put a good word in to the police department and to the chief, because I did call the chief and the chief is nice enough to refer me to a person, and then that person calls me frustrated because it seems like they've been called out, and then they say, I'll call you back in 2 days, and they never call me back. And then I call for the following Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday saying, where's my call? And I don't get anything, and then I write a beautiful email, and I still don't get any replies. I spoke to Andrew Hyatt. He was very nice to speak to me over the phone in regards to this issue. And for some reason, he had spoken to the chief, and the chief had said that he was going to get in touch with me, and I believe that. But for some reason, there's no follow-up after the chief requests help for me. So if you guys could please, I'm documenting this right now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker.
And yay, Surfside.
Marisol Krasner.
Good evening, residents. Good evening. Marisol Krasner, 8840 Garland Avenue. Well, this is the welfare, and I just want to say it in a very strong way. This is the 3rd time that I am here And you see that we talk, and we maybe will arrive to the topic of the chairs, or maybe we'll arrive to the topic of this. And my question, as always, is, when are you going to put your ears? I mean, you are there, you have been elected, but we are not here in a democracy. You have set a dictatorship dividing our community. When are you going to stop? We cannot keep going in this, and you be there sitting down, being in the pictures, in the racetrack, or in this other event. But why we are here? When the ethic will really come up. You have a tremendous conflict of interest. Every single street, Rose. And when are you gonna really pay attention at this community? You are destroying our community. You are destroying the reason for why we are here. We are residents, not a touristic area. I don't know if your pockets will be bigger once that you finish 2 years, but we cannot keep on in this pattern. You need to stop, and you need to stop soon. And if you don't have any interest, if you don't have any pocket interest, act. Don't be silent. We cannot keep going over and every single month being here for see you smile at us. We are the residents, and we claim the respect that the power of your finger timing, because you just stop us at that timing. But you are not going to stop us as a residents, as a unity. We are here to defend our residential area, not your touristic, not your business. This is a residential area, and it should be like that. You are just going to be here, if you're lucky, maybe 2 years. Stop, because in time, you will be here like us, and you too. We cannot keep going like this. You need to unify. We were a united community. And why you said that the hotels were providing residency for the family victims? Of course they got a tax deduction. They were not just Mother Teresa. They were victims, and you should not be using them and manipulating. That happened in my street. That happened with people that I knew. Stop playing with that.
Thank you. Excuse me. I already asked everybody, please. It's against our code to sit here and clap, so please, again, do this, do whatever it is you want to do, but please follow the rules. Martha? Is there a Martha here?
Good evening, I'm Marta Amieva. I live at 389th Street. I want to thank everybody that's here, and I also want to thank you for the work that you do. I believe in the goodness of people, and I believe that sometimes when we do things that are not right, or most people think is not right, we may not be realizing it. And we love this town. We all came to this town, I think all of you did, because of its beauty, because of its unity, because it's a beach town, because it looked like a place, and it is a place, that was frozen in time. When neighbors were neighbors, people loved each other. You walked to the beach with your family, and you had a beautiful beach. And you have beautiful homes. And you fixed them. If they were small, you added a room. I did that in my homes. And I made them bigger. And I fixed everything. And I got the permits. I have a neighbor that's in another street. He's a doctor in Dickens. He's the neighbor of my friend here, Becky. And he's tore the old house down, and he's doing a new house. But he's doing it in the style of Surfside. We now have these huge boxes that look like a storage place painted white. We now have this issue that will come up later with the beach. We beg you to please listen to the residents. We are not happy. I don't think anybody wants to insult anybody. I'm not for that. I don't think you want to insult us. We don't want to insult you. You are giving your time. We appreciate it. But one of the problems we have also is that these are very important matters. This is our life. I have had this house since '84. This is our life. Many of us have aged here. I have gray hair now. I want to die here, but I want to die in a happy home, in a happy neighborhood, in a good neighborhood. I want to have a beach where I can walk and not think that I'm in one of the islands in the Caribbean where you cannot even move because the chairs are on top of each other. I don't want to see Surfside changing, that it looks like a warehouse painted white with nice, maybe a piece of wood or something so that it looks nice. I don't think most of us do. So we need to figure out how to come together, and we need to figure out how to do an agenda that will allow us the time. This is so long, we're all leaving. By the time the issues we want to talk about come up, we won't be here. So please, let's see if we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Camilo Pino?
Camilo Pino, 9157 Abbott Avenue. It's good to see you neighbors. It's kind of fun, no? It's becoming so interesting. Listen, the agenda, the board agenda. I think that in the referendum, there was a popular item, which was the undergrounding of the utilities. Has anything done about it, been done? I mean, I might be misinformed or anything, but I see you really focus on other stuff. I won't mention it, don't worry. And I'm wondering about what we want. I mean, what about the stuff we all want? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilo.
Cheers.
Ben Jacobson?
Ben Jacobson, 9455 Collins, apartment 309, Surfside, Florida, also known as the Town Fixer. So speaking on a couple items here, I know there's been a lot of talk about resiliency and straws. You know, we've got all these paper straws going out there. They don't degrade, they kill trees, and it'd really be nice if there was an alternative that was much less expensive to create and was easier to drink from and didn't melt in your mouth. Plastic straws would actually bring better resiliency to this town and this commission. And anyone who does the research and doesn't just go for the virtue signaling will find that. So just have to bring that back up. Beach cleaners. I'm a big supporter of keeping the beach clean. I would love to go to the beach more often, but unfortunately I have to work. And it would be great if we had one or two people in the town who are dedicated to just walking from the north.
That item is on the agenda.
It's on the agenda? Apologies. Moving on to smart parking. So smart parking is a very important thing. I'm on the Tourism Commission, and it passed 5-0 that to recommend that the town take care of this. All of these issues that we're having with the parking, and is it a resident, is it a person, what's going on, can all be resolved if we actually have a system that can track it. We know who are the people who are coming to use the beach, we know who people coming to use the stores, we know who the residents are, and with you have that process, you know how many spaces you need, what's going on, and you're able to set the prices accordingly. Right now, we can't go more than $4 an hour because it's cheaper to take the ticket. So you're limited to what you're doing, and it's a really simple process. Not only that, you're coming to your favorite restaurant, you pull up the app and it tells you, go to the Abbott lot, or go to the 94th Street lot, or go to the Collins lot, because you'll see how many spaces are left. It'll make everything run smoother, it'll make everything run easier. It's done in every airport around the world, it's done in all the places in Miami Beach, because Miami Beach is the leader on everything in the world. So if they can do it, it should be easy enough for us to be able to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. I'm going to ask again if the public would like to have a conversation. Mrs. Salzauer, please take it out into the hallway. Appreciate it. Yes, there's a whole thing going on here, so feel free. Okay, well, we're trying to have a meeting, so please do that outside. Mr. Ginsburg?
Good evening. Ellie Ginsburg, 9424 Byron Avenue. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and taking on this crazy task. So there are a few things I'd like to try to run through in this three-minute clock. Hopefully we get it through. So tonight, during everything I've heard, there's just a lot of things that really stood out to me. There was a complaint about removing the sustainability, citing sea level rise. But yet, let's not put an understory because that might actually make the house sustainable and be able to survive a flood. Interesting. So, ethics committee, just to educate everybody on the ethics committee, they actually came to the public to educate the public, not the commission, because they have their own. And it was really just to try to slow down our town from flooding them with complaints that are actually not genuine ethical complaints and ethic-related issues, because they have so many other things to do that are genuinely really a problem. And I know that our residents in this town, if we really thought we really had a genuine ethic issue that was black and white, we would want the ethic committee to have the time and the resources to truly delve into it and resolve it, and not be caught up taking out some trash somewhere else because they got to go through 1,000 emails that are completely not ethical issues, but they still have to follow the same process. Inclusivity regarding the flag and the cheeseburger was always been an issue here. Just a question, will the town allow the landscapers to actually leave the palm fronds for Sukkot, which was removed by the prior commission and stopped from being allowed to happen at no cost to the town, but yet helped the entire Orthodox Jewish community? I'm just wondering, it's a question, if that's going to be restored by those that continue to claim inclusivity, but yet took that away from us. The next thing I'd like to address, which is really, I guess, expected, quoting the Chumash, the Torah, the Bible, just to attack an Orthodox sitting manager is at the core of this entire anti-Orthodox movement. I've called it what it was. I will continue to call it what it is. It's an anti-Orthodox movement. It's not about progress. It's not about sustainability. It's not about inclusivity. It's not about any of that. So let's just call it what it is. Now, the pre-3 is actually what started the divide of this community. When it was brought up and it was targeted and it was presented as though the Orthodox vice mayor and his developer best friend had some cahoots, but yet there were no ethical issues, there was no code of ethics violations, it never saw the daylight, and it was simply presented and fought and divided this community. Thank you for trying to reunite this community.
All right, as there's no other public comments, I'm going to close public comment portion of this, of the meeting and allow the don't have any more cards for public input. So, Ms. Gloria, if you come up and say your name. Again, I'm going to ask people not to clap or cheer and let this meeting go on.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Rivera. I live in... Okay. Good evening. My name is Gloria Rivera. I live in 8855 Collins Avenue. My husband and me live here for 25 years. We know that our city all time protects the turtles. All years there are 70,000 nest turtles in Florida, but our town has a big number nests all years. During the season, the 6 months, the May to October. Surfside always has protection the turtles. We don't know at the stamp because changed the idea with the new projects. Don't act beach chairs, save the beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else we forgot? All right. So at this time, I'm going the second time close public comment. Allow the commission to respond. We have 3 minutes. Who'd like to go first? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll open it up. So, beach raking, well, we'll talk about that later. but that was passed by this commission to clean up the seaweed. Code actually has expanded hours, and they've also hired a new person. I know, that was just so you know, we have, I believe now, 3 full-time people plus a 4th person that also works part-time on the weekends, and they have expanded hours, alternating hours. We will look into the police, and I'm fully supportive of the sukkahs, the extra palm fronds being left out for the community to be used. And the rest of the items I think we'll be talking about later. Thank you everybody for coming tonight, and we'll talk about the widening of the sidewalks next, but I think, you know, by everyone being here, it opened up your eyes to topics you guys may not usually just pay attention to. You just, and I really appreciate everyone coming tonight, because I think you got to hear about the widening of the sidewalks. You're gonna hear more about it. You're gonna hear more about things on the agenda, so thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you. Anybody else want to respond? Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two, I was called out twice by one resident, so I wanted to kind of respond to those two from my personal perspective, but also appreciate, yes, the overall general comments, and I appreciate most of you addressing the entirety of the commission, hopefully knowing that we're, again, not a monolith, that we actually do have different opinions perhaps at times. But this one resident called me out for not responding to emails or not preferring to respond to emails, and I wanted to share that in my experience, many years in business, trying to communicate with someone who has a different opinion than you have through email or text, for example, becomes an exercise in futility. It's almost like two lawyers trying to debate an issue without interacting with each other voice to voice. So what I'd say to that particular resident and anyone else, call me. You have my number, it's listed everywhere. I will call you back if I don't pick up. I have other things going on, like a full-time job, but I would rather talk to you about an issue so that we can have a conversation, and it's not simply one way when they don't intersect, because that becomes an inefficient way to communicate. So for that resident, anyone else, call me and we'll have a conversation. The other piece that the same resident mentioned was dismissiveness about issues. You know, I guess you can interpret it the way you want to. I like to think of myself as a realist, and I sometimes share my comments and thoughts from a realistic perspective, not necessarily an idealistic perspective. Some of the comments from the audience today were about trying to take our little microcosm and solve the world's issues, and I think perhaps that may be a bit too much of a bite of the apple or the elephant, whichever analogy you'd like to utilize. I'm realistic, but at the same time, maybe we should come back to that one issue, smoking on the beach, and maybe have a conversation. So we listen, I listen, appreciate your comments, and appreciate the fact that we try to do everything we can whenever we can. Thanks.
Hi, thank you for your comments. I would like to just address a couple that I can. Number one, the town manager will be giving a report on undergrounding. And regarding sustainability, we did have a sustainability committee, as was mentioned, but it was so hard to get a quorum, people to show up again, and the same thing we may be having with other boards. So I think that was basically a problem. Code times, yes, I think we need to increase the hours and people. If not, if we don't have enforcement, then we shouldn't have the laws or rules. Burglary, I'm really sorry to hear about that. I think I will follow up on that. And lastly, I think respect goes two ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you to everyone who came here tonight. There's several comments that were made here about different issues, and I think it's important to address all of them. Like one of our residents mentioned about burglary, I think that's something that we need to take up with the police and make sure that they're looking into that, and that these type of situations are not happening. I've seen on Nextdoor several residents talk about bicycles being stolen and other items. These are, you know, we live in a small town, and so we have a very good police force that we'll go out there and make sure that these things don't continue to happen. And I'm sorry that right now this resident doesn't feel that they're getting that attention, and I'm sure that that will change after tonight. In terms of the leaves for the Jewish holiday, I remember last year there was the ex-vice mayor had sent in an email, and unfortunately we didn't know about it, and immediately Randy made sure that those leaves were put out there so residents that needed them could use them for their holiday sukkah. And in terms of the other items that residents spoke about, I think that we will listen to you and take them under consideration. And I thank again everybody for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, I forgot about the underground. Yes, and the underground is on its way. It was approved by voters the last time, so it's approved for funding. Our town manager is diligently working on that. I think that next year we're going to see a lot of work being done on that as well. So that's very important. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to try to go through these as quick as I can. Ethics Forum that came to the city, we're glad they came. We as a commission, we've gone through our mandated training. They were here to teach the residents what differentiates an ethical complaint versus you not liking policy, because like they said, they're inundated with emails. I happened to be watching while I was in LA for the week for my brother's wedding. I did watch it live. Thankfully, I'm happy to say I didn't learn a thing because I picked up everything the first time they taught it to me. So I didn't learn anything new, but apparently people here did, which is evident by some of these emails. You are no longer being told to CC ethics, so obviously what they did worked. Not enough time to speak. One of the speakers mentioned we have a large agenda to go through. It's obviously important for us to get through that. We've added special meetings to our agenda to try to tackle discussion items separately so we can encourage more communication. It's some of the things we can do, but there's only so much we can do without having meetings every day. This is not a full-time job. As far as leaf blowers, I hope there's nobody from PETA in this room because there's a lot of residents here beating a dead horse. Ignoring sustainability. So real sustainability is a 20 to 40 year plan. We're here for 2 years. However, this commission started on the right path by passing understories. Understories was, as we can tell by what happens in the Keys, that this is a proven method for sustainability, which eventually 20, 40 years from now will allow us to raise the streets to that level, but it starts with a certain action. See quick fix, residents telling on each other's and neighbors, creating a bad environment. I completely agree with that. For the resident that came here to give me some Jewish teachings, it happens to be the #1 item, the elevator pitch of the Torah is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. But I thank you for your lessons here in Judaic Studies here today. For the residents that said, if we were good, we will vote on X. I think what you're doing is setting a bad precedent. You're creating labels, you're creating sides. Sometimes people just have a difference of opinion. It's not about good or bad. I myself, I'm a resident. I've been here 12 years. I plan on living here until this town floods over. And I want, obviously, what's best for this town. There's no special interest. There's no money going to my pocket. And it's just what we want for best for the town. We may have a difference of opinion, but I think we all want to get to the same place. And if we were to understand that there is no good and bad, there's no evil intentions, I think we can have a better city. And I hope to get there at some point. So thank you, everybody, for your input. This ends public comment, and we are going to return back to item 1I. Before we continue, I'm going to remind the public, it is very, when we sit up here, we hear every noise, every crackling of the paper, every whispering. The opening of plastic bags is very distracting for us. So when you're going to sit here and have a side conversation, I'm going to ask you again to please take it outside. We hear it as if you're sitting next to us. So it may not be picked up at home on the mics, but it's very distracting for the rest of us up here. So if, for the third time, Mrs. Salzar, if you would like to have a conversation, please take it into the hallway. Mrs. Rutger as well, thank you. Moving on to item 1I, Downtown Walkability and Study Update. Mr. Keller, I believe you are done with your presentation. Is he still here?
He's right.
Perfect. We are open to Q&A from the commission. Before we bring public comment on that item, I want to know if there's any commissioners that have any questions for Mr. Keller, Vice Mayor Rose.
Well, first, thank you and Christina for putting this all together, and George for providing the slides. I'm gonna have some more comments later, but I guess the direct question is, did you just do the surveys at the downtown area? Because I know originally the survey was sent out. I tried to send it to a few people, but when they did it, they said it didn't work. I know you guys were trying to fix it. Was it just the farmer's market? Were there other surveys done for the residents, or what was the main survey focus?
So the survey was distributed mostly via email, social media.
Okay.
We got notice right away that the link wasn't working, so we fixed it right away.
Yeah.
So we found that, you know, residents live all over Surfside.
Correct.
And I think it was like 35% live in downtown, and then the remaining were mostly Surfside residents, and I think it was like less than 20% were visitors, people who work here, and tourists.
And I'm gonna ask my other comments later, but for you guys, the 18 respondents you received from the I guess the stores, retails downtown, was it a mix of restaurants, retail, or what was it mainly? And what was their, I saw it was 50-50 on feedback, whiting or not. I've had some conversations with them previously, so I just didn't know if you know what the mix was.
It was a mix of, I don't recall
Yeah.
the exact mix at this moment, but it was a mix of restaurants, professional services,
And retail.
and retail.
Okay.
And farmers market
Yeah.
businesses as well.
Perfect. And I guess this one is maybe, this will be a bigger question, but this is probably a Walter one. Taking it out, not saying I'm ready to go to alternate 3, but taking out all the lanes, is that something FDOT's gonna have to approve, or is that okay because it's our sidewalks, we can just go forward with it? You know how that would work?
I didn't understand your question. You said the
Alternate
taking out
3
the lanes.
basically widens gets rid of all the parallel parking. I guess is our decision, we can just do what we want, or do we have to go through FDOT
We
for
would
that?
have to, because this is a state road,
Right.
we would have to go to the state with what the town would like to do. So
Okay.
if you get to a point where you have a preference on what the town would like to do,
Right.
you might have some more public input.
Okay.
And then the town would pass a resolution, and we try to take that to the DOT.
And I just want to give one bit of information before you go around, so all residents know this.
Close enough?
This parking downtown study, everything was implemented by the previous commission and voted on a year ago. Commissioner Marshall, when she was on DVAC, was head of it. This was approved by the previous DVAC committee, this was approved by the previous tourism board, and this was brought forward by the previous commission. It's not like it just happens overnight, we decided to do the study. This has been over a year and change in the works, and this is where we got to this point now. So this isn't something that this commission brought forward, it's something we wanted to move forward with, that the previous commission brought forward, and that's what you're seeing today. So this isn't something just that happened in the last 6 months. This has been in the works from the previous budget, almost probably 12 to 16 months, if not longer.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, regarding the FDOT question, I know they wouldn't have an issue with removing the parallel parking. They don't like parallel parking, so if you guys wanted to remove it, they would gladly.
Thank you, I'm gonna make the rest of the comments later.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask if we could just keep this part to Q&A from the commission. We're gonna have public input, and then we can have a conversation. So, yes.
Through the mayor, so 1, 2, 3 options. If I remember correctly, taking out all the parking spaces on Harding is 73 parking spaces. Is that the correct number?
It's,
Ballpark?
we get all different numbers. I think there's 72, plus there's
72.
4 parking spaces that are like pickup, drop-offs.
Okay. So option 3, we lose 72 parking spaces. Option 1, we lose how many? Do you know offhand?
Option 1, we don't lose any. What we do, we're suggesting that you go with some temporary parklets.
Right.
And they would take up between 6 and 8 parking spaces.
So the parklets, we'll lose 6 to 8 parking spaces if we have this pilot. In option 2, we lose parking on 1/2, so in essence, half of 72, 36.
Yes.
Okay. I asked the questions because, as we all know, in Surfside, there's some parking challenges at times,
Commissioner,
and
let's just
there are
leave
times
it
when
to
there's not
Q&A
enough.
right now.
I'm editorializing here, but I want you all to know the potential impacts as well as people here on the commission. Yes. Thank you.
We will have discussion after this. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Keller and Christina?
Well, I also had the question about the DOT, so that was answered. My other question was, if we were to eliminate all the parking on both sides, do you think that that would completely eliminate the part where people just double park and drop off people all over the place? Because that's a big issue here. And we have, especially during like high season, there's a lot of people that just come, drop off people, and they just sit there and do the double parking or even park on top of the bike lanes and stuff. So that's,
I think they might try it still to do that, but it'd be easier to enforce it. But it would need to be, you need to issue violations to people that do that and make it serious enough that they stop doing it.
so now, if we were to eliminate all the parking, then you would have, what, 2 or 3 lanes?
Still be 3
It would
lanes.
still be 3 lanes. And the bike lane as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I
The,
wanted to
one other comment that we were suggesting is that the speed limit out there right now is 30 miles an hour, and we're suggesting you reduced it to 25.
Is that up to the commission or the county? Or the
Well,
state, actually, it's a state
up-
road.
It's up to the state, but I don't think the state would have a big problem with it. But it would be safer with all the pedestrian activity and the bicycle activity.
I could say that they want to raise our residential speed limit to 25, so they may have, the state may have a problem.
But
No, the county wants to raise it, yeah. Right, sorry, Commissioner.
on that issue, obviously I attended the DVAC meeting and saw your presentation, but regarding the miles per hour, currently Bal Harbor is already putting that into action, the 25, lowering it to 25 miles per hour. Can you speak on that?
I don't have any information on that. We can check it out. It was just something that we thought that if you were going to go to have more public uses on the corridor, reducing the speed would go along with that, make it safer.
Just something I recognized on this, on the feedback that you had gotten, that a lot of people said that there's no room on the sidewalks, but at the same time, they don't support widening the sidewalks. I'm wondering if they actually had any suggestions that would fix that?
That, well, you recognize what we got as far as the results.
All right.
It appeared that maybe there was some preference of people to be against the sidewalk widening, that maybe they were comfortable with the way it was, or they just didn't want changes. I don't know.
My other thing is just the survey, because it seems like you didn't get a lot of response town-wide. It was isolated to the farmer's market, which already is a specific demographic.
No, let me correct that.
Right.
We started initially at the farmer's market, and we really didn't get that many surveys at the farmer's market. We got some. But what we did is we opened it up on the email, social media. And also, Frank helped us to publicize the survey, and that got us more things. So I think it was pretty well town-wide.
Do you know how many people responded to that?
We had 162 residents respond, or 162 in our resident survey, and most of those people lived in Surfside.
It's not even 10% of the neighborhood.
Well, I mean, to me, we went in with the goals of maybe getting like 50. So we were pretty excited about the 162. We were sort of surprised that.
Yeah, I could say, I mean, speaking for myself as a resident, I don't recall seeing one of those surveys. I'm not saying it didn't go out. Guys, I can't hear myself think. I know it's not Yudori, but there's just a lot of talking here. I'm going to ask if everybody can please. I hadn't seen the survey myself, so I'm just speaking for one resident that didn't get to participate. But
the survey was open for about a month, and
no, I'm not blaming anyone. It's just it wasn't there. But yeah, 2% is not a very high response.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we've done a lot of these surveys, and we find that typically in communities, there's not a lot of participation when it comes to public outreach. Surveys have been one of the better tools to get participation and educating the public as well. And in my experience, 162 responses is pretty good. I know it doesn't measure up percentage-wise in terms of how many people live in Surfside versus how many people participated and took the survey. But for survey purposes and outreach purposes, it's a snapshot in time, and it allows us to plan forward and also get some input as we move forward into the planning process.
I guess I ask because as a commission, we may vote on items that do not fit this response, and people will say we're not listening to the public again. So if we can understand that it's 2%, if everybody here can understand this is a fraction of the community, people at home understand that these surveys represent a fraction of the community, and hopefully we're representing the people we've spoken to. A lot of people have had these conversations. There's been DVAC conversations, so not everything is necessarily going to follow some of these requests or feedback.
One other thing we did in the survey was a little bit on the long side, and but we also got a demographic component as part of the survey. So we can go back in the survey and give you a picture who actually took the survey.
I appreciate that, thanks. Yep.
When was this survey performed?
We were out in the field, fielding folks on the 26th of June and the 27th as well. And then we worked with the town in pushing this out via email communication and social media.
Okay.
So.
And everything that you guys did for this presentation, when did you guys gather all this information?
We started, I guess, I want to say maybe February.
That was like March or April.
Well, we started before some of that. We started.
Okay.
We collected the video cameras, I think, first, and that was done in the peak of season. And we also collected parking data from the parking division for that same time frame.
Okay, so it was during a peak season, so you got.
The video cameras were all done peak season, yes.
Okay, and then my other question was about the 25 miles, because I've always heard, oh, you have to go to the county, I understand that this is a state road, but do we have to do a survey or a traffic study or something like what we're doing for the rest of the town to be able to lower that speed to 25? Because I think that's great. Or it's just simply going to the state and say, listen, I want to lower my speed limit, and
There's
that's
a
it.
process you have to go through to do it with the Department of Transportation. They have established process.
Mhm.
I apologize, I didn't look into it before I came tonight, so I can't really address it, but.
But it has nothing to do with the county.
Yeah. We did informally talk to the DOT early on to see whether if the town wanted to, say, enlarge the sidewalks and stuff, what would be the DOT's position on certain things. And what the DOT suggested is, as long as the town got public participation, and the town passed a resolution, then that would be very helpful in them making decisions. If we did not do that, they weren't really interested in talking to us.
Yeah, something like this is why it's important for us to have good relationships with our state senators. I know we were supposed to have a visit by our upcoming state senator tomorrow, but that got pushed off due to the open school night. But that's something I work on, is building these relationships so we can ask for things like that and have them push it through for us. So, do you have questions or?
One more question. Walter, alternate 3, did that include, I know it was include the full widening, did it also include the covered terrace as well?
Does not include, well, I don't know what you mean by the covered
Well,
terrace.
the covered parklet or whatever you want to call it, any covered shaded area, or was it just the widening part?
It didn't include any parklets.
Okay.
And there might be some additional landscaping costs in that aren't included.
So you'll honor that price, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Well, no. I take that back.
All right, just to understand, what are you looking for direction from the commission tonight on one of these 3 options?
Well, I mean, if there's a preference of a way to go, that would be helpful.
All right, so I think we need to start with a motion, and then we're going to open it up for discussion. Yeah.
I forgot about this earlier. In your presentation, and I've been saying this for a long time, when you mention over there by the Sun Trust, people have to walk over to the Bal Harbor side. then walk over to get to the other side. I don't understand why they would have, yeah, but there's a traffic light there. Why would anybody take that crosswalk off instead of just putting well, there is a light there.
If I put my traffic engineering hat on, there probably were some pedestrian issues that occurred there that caused them to remove that sidewalk there. That would be my thought. We did not investigate it, but in looking at it, since people are doing it, it would be a lot safer if we did it under control rather than people sort of jaywalking across.
Is that something that can be addressed, like, quicker than even taking out the sidewalks and all that?
Well, that could be if that's something the town wanted to do. That
And
could be
do you
done
need
separately.
a permit from like or
You'd
to
have
talk
go
to
through-
DOT also?
You'd have to go through the DOT to do that.
Thank you.
Mayor. FDOT is about to resurface that part of the road all the way down into Miami-Dade County sometime in 2023. We can address it with them if this commission, wants to support putting that back in. I do know it was because of the right turns. It backed traffic up on 96, so it might be an uphill battle, but we could still, approach it.
Yeah, the assumption is correct. There's a lot of traffic that comes to that street, and I think they were just trying to keep traffic flowing eastbound. Not even, it's just moving traffic, but yeah, I agree with you. Because we're not in a motion, I think we can quickly put something in just to get that. Can I get a motion to have the town manager request FDOT put that crossing back in?
I'll make a motion to have the town manager.
I'll second that.
Have FDOT put the crossing back in.
All right, we have a second?
I got it.
All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Vice Mayor, can you repeat that motion again?
To have
Sorry,
the town
Andy, we got more
manager
work for you.
contact FDOT to put the crossing back in.
I'm sorry, it's not public comment right now.
Is there any public comment on this subject?
We're not on public comment right now, sir.
Will we have it?
I'm not going to respond to you because then I'm gratifying it and doing something, so please don't call out.
Thanks a lot for your information.
You're very welcome.
All right. I have a motion by Vice Mayor Rose, seconded by Commissioner
I'm sorry.
Velasquez, right?
Yes, I second that.
May I call the roll?
Yep.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right, thanks. So can we get a motion to move on the item as far as walkability in town? And then
Can I
we
make a
open it up
motion?
to discussion.
I'll make a motion, and then we'll see where it goes, but I'd like a motion to move forward with option 1 to review greater detail about the design, about the cost, to refine that, and not to move forward with option 2 or 3.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I like that. I think the parklets, I like the idea about the parklets. And I would like to have some kind of parking on 96th Street. On Harding Avenue. I don't think completely taking it out is a good idea.
There is option B that keeps half the parking, by the way.
I know, but this one has more parking than the other one.
You said some, so I don't know if you thought that 2 and 3 eliminated all of it.
Well, it's more than the second one, that's for sure.
All right, just want to make sure the information's there. All right, at this time, we'll open it up to public comment, and we'll continue the commission discussion on the item. We have Eliana Salzhauer.
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I think a lot of things have become clear during this presentation, mostly the disappointment of the commission in the data. This is what we call inconvenient data, like an inconvenient truth. It doesn't back up the preconceived notion that you came into this position thinking that everybody wants big wide sidewalks so that the restaurants can have more free dining space and the residents can maneuver around more tables. This attempt at walkability, this talking about walkability, I wish it was sincere. Unfortunately, I think people recognize a wolf in sheep's clothing, and they recognize that this is just driving a parking garage. Eliminating 76 parking spots along Harding Avenue is just trying to get. This is like a maze, you know? And this is, the goal is a parking garage. It's been a parking garage for years. Why? Because some facilities in town were able to build without any parking, and now they need parking. And so there's been this drive for a parking garage that has been an undercurrent of so many different projects in town. We don't want a parking garage, as we had from the P3. Nobody wants a parking garage. Eliminating these spots under the guise of walkability, under the guise of whatever you want, it won't stop people from double parking. You see it now with the parking. People are in the parking lanes. Imagine if that's just a sidewalk. They're still gonna, people don't want to have to go around the corner. They are so inconsiderate that they don't care, and they will still double park, and they will still have problems. I want to say that the numbers for someone who won by 25 votes, I think 162 is a lot. So we have 2,000 people signed a change.org petition, and you sit here and say, doesn't matter. So 162, when the professionals are saying that that's a lot of people to respond. I took this survey. I remember when we got it in an email. It's just because the data doesn't back up your preconceived agenda doesn't mean you disregard the data.
Thank you, Mrs. Salzauer. Joel?
I'm going to teach you how to pronounce my last name.
I'm scared.
It's
I don't know.
Timmy. It's only 6 letters. You did Jerry now. Anyway, Joel Timmy, 9289 Abbott Avenue. I just kind of feel like some of these discussions are getting a little reckless. So I did participate in the survey also. I remember when it came out. If I remember it correctly, it was kind of weird because it started out with what is your name, which if you want like a survey, that's not how you start a survey. And I too kind of went through it and realized this is really long, and realized I don't even know if I finished it, quite frankly. So because I kind of got fed up after a while, there was just too many weird questions. I just felt it was going on and on and on. Anyway, so I just wanted to say that about the survey. The parklets. I don't like those parklets at all. I feel like it's what happened in New York City during COVID, where they put up all these sheds all over the town. And they really became ugly, and now the city is trying to tear them down and get people back into the restaurants again because it was a COVID thing. The parklets seem very temporary to me, not a solution you want to make for our downtown, which needs more than what looks like, I think, a temporary solution. So I would actually kind of vote against that. And I think that your conversation about the crosswalk at 96th Street is again just reckless, that how you just like jumped on that so quickly and said, oh, let's create a crosswalk. Well, you didn't think about all the cars that are trying to turn south. It's going to stop the traffic. The same thing has really happened up on 163rd Street, where they put on a sign to try to get pedestrians across that crossway safely. A better solution is really just to make that button work in the mid-block walk. When you press that button, make it turn the signal. Like you press that button and quite frankly, nothing works. But if I could get across mid-block, I'd be happy with that. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Rodrigo Vittori.
Rodrigo Butori, 9517 Carlisle Avenue. So, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor, please listen to your constituents. Please listen to your survey that your team conducted. Don't try to manipulate it. 72% of the surveyed residents disagree with sidewalk widening. That's a huge number. More than 60% of the survey residents do not support reducing parallel parking or repurposing a travel lane for wider sidewalks. That's wording from that document. Then please listen to the world out there. Sustainability was one of the words of the year on Google in 2021. Over 80% of the people said that sustainability is more top of mind now than ever before the pandemic. Sustainability consists of fulfilling the needs of current generations without compromising the needs of future generations, while ensuring a balance between economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. Again, ensuring a balance between economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. So commissioners, supporting a sustainable agenda these days means adding value to our town. Why? Let's talk about scarcity. Anything that's scarce has value. Gold, diamond, Bitcoin, in a way, not so much. And unique towns like ours with a unique location, ecosystem, and a rich wildlife. You see manatees swimming by in the canals. You see stingrays waving to our students on the way to school. That's only here. That's only in Surfside. So what makes our town great is that it's not Miami Beach. It's not Golden Isles, or it's not Aventura. And we must preserve that. Not only because it's good for the environment, but because it's good for business. It raises the valuation of our homes. It fills up our hotels and local business with tourists that not only share this mindset, but help promote these values in our town. People want to buy in Surfside not because of huge boxes with tiny backyards. They want to do that because they want everything that's outside those huge boxes with tiny backyards. Lastly, sustainability is not resiliency, my friend. Raising houses is a Band-Aid, not the solution to the problem.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to ask the public. We're here to talk about item 1I, which is the downtown improvement project. So I'm going to ask everybody to please stay on topic. Mr. Rumbard.
Lee Rumbard, 8855 Collins Avenue. To the mayor and through the mayor. Mr. Mayor, I will go to topic, but frankly, your comments regarding PETA and
And Mr. Rumbard, I just mentioned, please stay on topic.
A resident mentioning the Old Testament, and you putting it down sarcastically.
Mr. Rumbard, please stay on items as far as walkability and downtown walkability. You are not above the rules.
I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
So the gentleman said 72% of residents and 50% of businesses. I hope you do the math. 2% of results in a study are non-significant. Studies are projections of the universe. When you see 2,000 people comment on next door against the beach, you dismiss it. 2% is not to be dismissed. It's actually a number. But my question is, what's going to happen with parking? You eliminate parking. Where's the next step? I don't see it there. Is it a parking garage? Is it a parking garage to serve a special interest or a business with taxpayer money? I think you need to include a solution to the parking before you decide to eliminate parking in any one of those three scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Fowley.
Tricia Fowley, 9325 Harding Avenue. So I guess prior to you guys being in commission, I did a lot of work trying to find businesses to come to Surfside. I reached out to people that I know in Florida and in other states, restaurant owners and operators, people who own restaurants in our town here, to see if we could draw more people. I counted 12 empty storefronts. I could have like double counted, like maybe there's 2 doors and I counted them as one. But we still have a lot of unoccupied places. What I would like to see for Surfside, the town that I grew up in, almost 59 years, is our place is filled and the sidewalks clean. I think the sidewalks are dirty. I don't think I'm the only one who shares in that. Maybe the existing restaurants that we have could use the empty spaces so that their people can wait inside them. I mean, I don't know. But there's other things that can be done. I don't have any, unfortunately, elderly parents with me anymore. They're all gone. But I see people being dropped off at these restaurants here. You're going to consider taking away parking spaces so that mom and dad and grandma and grandpa can't be dropped off. Where are they going to be dropped off? And it's going to be the same thing. They're going to be in the bike path. This is ridiculous. The parklets. The other gentleman was talking about New York. Yeah, so I live there too. They're disgusting. They're dirty. They're collectors of garbage on the inside. I wouldn't do it. I would see why, after all of these years, we can't get more businesses in downtown. I've been told tons of things, but why can't we drive that? Then we can talk about taking out parking spaces. We're going to talk about taking out parking spaces so we can go back to the garage thing and no one wants a garage next to their house, or maybe the commissioners are going to talk about eminent domaining my house and Pam O'Hagan's. We're going to go back to this. Years ago, I came to the commission with a whole bunch of stuff about electric vehicles. We should investigate that. Thank you.
Camilo Pino.
Camilo Pino, 9157 Abbott Avenue. About surveys and the numbers and the 2%, you know that a national survey accepted by the AAP, the press agency, only needs 1,500 answers? That's less than 0.001%. What I mean is that the 2% is actually very high. I'm not saying that the survey was well done, but I assume that you hire consultants that know what they're doing. In that sense, I mean, the 72% number really struck me. I mean, and made me ask a question is, I mean, 72% of people are against widening the sidewalks, right? And yet it seems that the three proposals all start by widening the sidewalks. And I'm assuming things, I might be wrong, but it looks like you don't like that 72% number for one reason, no? So my question is very simple. Is it on purpose that you look for popular items, for what people like, in order not to do it and to do the opposite? Or is just that you hire people that you don't trust? Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Platt?
Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. Here's another nice ploy your town is trying to pull over our eyes. We talk about that we have a parking problem, and your answer is to remove parking. That makes a lot of sense. Walkability. This is not about walkability. This is about increasing dining room space for the kosher restaurants. That's what this is about. And this is a personal favor to your guys. We know that too. It's crazy. Oh, and the crosswalk at 96th Street is for a very good reason. There's major traffic on 96th Street that makes a right turn to go south on Harding Avenue. You can't have pedestrians crossing there at every green light because there's no turn on red and the cars will back up to Bay Harbor Islands trying to make a right turn. You can't have people crossing there. The same way you can't have people crossing at the south side of 94th Street where Big Daddy's Liquor is. You can't have that either because it backs up cars turning. I've seen red light turns green. People are crossing. One car makes the right turn at a light. There's 10 cars waiting to make a right turn, but only one can make it because people are crossing. Oh, and they're dragging 12 kids and their ancient parents and their carriages and their things, and they cross. It takes them 20 minutes to cross. Terrible.
We have children, sorry. The next generation.
Mr. Ginsburg,
You have
please.
too many children.
Mr. Platt, please direct your comments. Thank you. Thank you. Gerardo?
Gerardo Valdastegui, 9148 Froud Avenue. You know, I'm interested in these issues just for their own sake. I don't think this has anything to do necessarily with a parking garage or with a lot of other things. I just want to talk about street design. I love that topic. I applaud you for trying to restore the 96th Street crosswalk. I think that's really important. This is a walkability study, and one item on the survey that I want to draw your attention to is that there's a lot of people who say they don't walk or bike to the downtown because they don't feel safe doing it. The infrastructure isn't there. And unfortunately, when you make things more walkable, that has to come at the expense of some other modes of transportation, and I'm okay with that. Like, if drivers have to wait a little longer, that's the price you pay for walkability. And I think these are hard questions, and they don't have easy answers, right? And I do think the 96th Street crosswalk is a step in the right direction. The planner mentioned that they looked at the charrette document from 2006. When we looked at that, I was part of that, a big part of that back then. The recommendation we wanted to take to FDOT was to restore the historical two-way traffic pattern on both Collins and Harding because that promotes walkability. And a lot of the problems we're having here are because Harding is a 3-lane arterial strode, as people call it, that is built for speed. The reason why the state is happy to get rid of parallel parking, and I'm dubious about it, is because they use this metric called level of service. They want to push cars through on A1A as much as possible. That doesn't give you a walkable downtown. So the problem is the street design encourages speeding. Even if you lower the speed limit to 25, if you have 3 lanes with no parallel parking and a clear shot through, people are going to go 50 miles an hour because that's what they do in Miami. Because whatever the sign says, the street design of the one-way arterial tells you to speed. So I really think what we need to be doing here, especially if, as the mayor said, we have the ear of our state senator, is try to restore the 2-way traffic pattern on A1A. It slows people down in cars, but it makes it walkable and it makes it easier for people to come from the town. So I think we need to think a little bigger on this issue, and I think it'd be nice to go back to that recommendation from the charrette. I encourage, that's a wonderful document. It doesn't get nearly enough attention. It didn't at the time. Please look at it.
Thank you, Gerardo. George Kouslis.
George Kouslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I'd like to echo some of the comments you heard from the very last speaker. A lot of what he says is true. We may all be long gone before we get to two-way streets again. But here's the thing. First of all, about the study. I think what it proves is that Homo sapiens is terribly bad at taking surveys. That we could have sidewalks that shouldn't be widened but are too cramped, and we want to fill them up with more trees. What's a designer or a planner or a commission supposed to do with that information? Well, you have to deal with it somehow. So there are limitations to the survey, and the limitation isn't the amount of people. It's a very good study, and to push the boundaries with options 2 and 3 is important so you can see what that looks like. Because if you don't, you really don't know if option 1 is the right one or not. I like option 1. It's scalable. I would change option 1, though, in one important way. I would make them real. I wouldn't make these Hoovervilles that they put up in New York, these, plywood and treated lumber things. Do the real thing. Real pavement, a real curb. If it's going to have a pergola, do it out of nice construction. Maybe it's aluminum, maybe it's wood, probably aluminum for maintenance, but do the real thing. And you could do 6 of them. You could do 8 of them. You could do 36 of them in the end. They're scalable. So you preserve parking, you preserve as much parking as you want, and you do as much of these parklets as you need, and you don't need to do them all. You may find out that having done 6 or 8, people will say, why aren't we doing more of these? This is fantastic. If you look at the cross-section you have now, you have a 10-foot wide sidewalk, and 5 foot of it is taken up by the planter of the date palms, and the chairs and people, they scooch their chairs, they dine. Harding Avenue has never been as thriving at night as it has been in the past few years. It used to be a ghost town after 5. So we should cherish the fact that people actually want to be out and use our community in the evening. But we got to find a way to make it better. The problem isn't that the sidewalks are too small or that we should drive away the commerce that's there. We should find another solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kouslis. Ben Jacobson.
Ben Jacobson, 9455 Collins, apartment 309, The Fixer. So sustainability is, the people who want that are against walkability, is from what I've heard tonight. Kind of strange. But I will agree with them that the parklet concept is terrible. I think it'll become more of a homeless shelter than anything else. In theory, if you were to have a permit with the restaurant and they were to pay some sort of usage fee to use it, and they were kind of using it for a specific purpose, it would probably be better. But it's really just not a great look on it. The right turn coming from 96th onto Harding, I see people there all the time. They're weaving it. Anyone who tries to walk that is weaving it out of traffic. That backs all the way up. It's 100% going to be a disaster if that goes up there. What in theory they could do is something like on 163rd, where maybe if you press the walking button, the big red light comes up. It's still going to slow down traffic, but maybe during certain hours, but rush hour, it's really, really bad. Smart parking will solve a lot of these parking issues. We keep going back to the same thing. Our beaches are being used by people who park there all day long, The stores aren't getting the shops they need. If you do go with the option of the 3 lanes and getting rid of it both sides, which will give a lot more to the town, you'll have a lot more shops, stores, outdoor areas. It'll be amazing. And the solution to that with elderly is to put 4 spots on each side in the center of both streets, so that there's 4 loading zones. People can pull in. There's plenty of room. There'll always be room there because there'll be 4 spots on each side. You drop off your elderly parents, you drop off any kids, and you go and you park in your nice smart parking spot, which you see on your app. Really simple. I should go into the business of smart parking, but I think that'll solve a lot of issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fixer. Ellie Ginsberg?
Ellie Ginsberg, 9424 Byron Avenue, Surfside, Florida. Not the best friend, but apparently somebody with too many kids. Is 4 too many? So with the sustainability, the planters, like George mentioned, really does take up too wide of a spot on the crosswalks and on the sidewalks. I know walking on the sidewalks at any given point in time, whether it's past Flanagan's, past backyard, or even on the other side, it's where those trees are. There's really no place to walk. If there's just one person walking down, you can't really pass them comfortably. So I don't know landscaping, and I don't want to get rid of the trees. Just if we can somehow manage to make them narrower of that space instead of occupying half of the sidewalk. Right turn, I don't know. I know in Israel, with the concerns of walking and turning, and I remember that they had green lights for the cars, and then there was the walking signal, where everybody walked during the walking signal. There was no cars movement at all from a safety perspective. I don't know how that would work, but I do know 167th and Collins Avenue coming over the bridge, they installed this massive LED light with the big sign with the right turn, no right turn, blinking when you can't, when you could. So it changed. I drive that route. I've seen it. The other thing I noticed in this study was that apparently there's a very high percentage of limited parking. We're occupying that many spots, 70, 80, 90% at different times of the day. Removing spots, as much as I'm all for added nice, creating a Lincoln Road concept, taking away spots without replacing them, that makes no sense. Smart parking sounds great. Doesn't necessarily solve every single problem, and I'd like to see a solution for that part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ginsberg. Marisol Krasner?
Marisol Krasner, 8840 Garland Avenue. Well, one more time, no? Right? We have another situation and another topic that affect everybody. The sustainability or the crossing. I'm going to tell you, we are residents of Surfside. We have walked the street, I assume. I have been with my family walking in 96, and I have present a big crash right in front of us. So there is a real reason why that light was removed, or that crossing pass, crossing pass. Sadly, yes, you need to walk like in a U, but it was a healthier thing, because also, if we don't do it, the traffic is not gonna be in 86. It's gonna be even over the bridge. So it's something that we should keep it like that. If you have been walking or you have gone to Root Bay Harbor, this is like that. It's a fact. If there are one street like Collins one direction and Harding one direction, it also makes sense. We have experienced that if we have walked in our community. We just need one small accident to block everything if we have a double, and it will be both. We don't need too much. It's working and has been working like that, and we have seen it. Even though when the building collapsed, because Collins was just going north, we still have the other one, Harding, to leave. And we are just 2 ways to get out of here, of Surfside. It's Collins Harding or Byron in one side, Byron, and in the other side, Byron as well. Oh, this goes so fast, so you're so lucky. And this
you.
is not about Jewish Orthodox. This is
All right,
our community.
Mrs. Kasner, please have a seat. Thank you.
No, I'm just giving the extra time that you have given to everybody.
Mr. Kasner, please. Thank you. Seeing no other public comments on this item, we're going to close public comment and move to commission discussion on it. Senator Landsman, this was your item if you want to start the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, for everyone here, this is our first chance to have any conversation about this, so don't make any assumptions that we've made a foregone conclusion about any of these options. We saw this presentation for the first time just now, as you all did. We're trying to process it and look at it. I frankly did jump and try to get the first motion in because I personally don't favor number 2 or 3, and I'll be frank. I think of the 3, number 1 is the most logical step in the right direction. 2 and 3 take away way too many parking spots, and again, keep me to whatever time. Number 3, I agree. We can make it 5 miles an hour. People will go 60. It's a highway now. It'll be a worse highway if there's no parking and no perception of blockage of any kind. The traffic will flow faster towards South Beach. I predict it. Option 1 gives us some enhancements to our downtown. One of our residents mentioned that we have 12 storefronts that are empty. We as a commission can't force people to go put a business in a location. That's not our job, nor is it our responsibility. We can encourage it by doing things for our town to make people want to open businesses in our downtown, in our community. This is one step in that direction. If we have more options, more movability, different ways to look at our downtown that enhance it or change it, we might get more people to open businesses, more restaurants, salons, bars, whatever it might be. So I think number 1 is a good move in the right direction. I would agree we make it more permanent, not some plywood shack that would look not to our standards, and that's why we need to have more discussion about it. But again, our first chance to talk about this, please understand that we want to have further conversations and do what we can to improve our downtown so we all can enjoy it, plus people that come here to visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Downtown is part of the town of Surfside and has been overlooked, and it is drab and ugly and old. I work there. I walk the street Monday through Friday, and very often Saturday and Sunday. And I think this is what leads to the unoccupied stores. When given the original presentation, I felt that option 1 was a good start. It doesn't take away too many parking spaces because one side says we don't need parking, the other side says we do need parking, and operating a store on Harding is very difficult. There's very little parking, but I don't think that taking away 6 to 8 spaces would harm anything to try to make a better look for the downtown area. The sidewalks are ugly, they're broken. Being on DVAC, I walk the 2 blocks constantly, talking to all the store owners, and they want an update. They want something that people will come to. Also, the red sidewalk, it just makes it very hot in the summer, and people don't want to come. So if we can get different light landscaping, if we can distribute the things on the sidewalk, like where the trees are located, the garbage cans, the lights, everything is so out of order. I don't know sometimes how people, if they're in a wheelchair, can make it down there. It's like crazy. And I think it would help the restaurants have a better better spacing. I don't think they want to be all out in the sidewalks either. So I think it's a good start. Option one might be a good start, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, in terms of the crossing at 96th Street, there was some comments that were made, and I agree with some of them. And I assume that our town manager, when he engages in this, is going to do it in the most safe way and thinking about the pedestrians that are going to be crossing these streets. And I do agree with a no right turn sign at 96th Street as we have on 95th Street. There should also be a green light arrow on 96th Street, and there should be another one on 95th Street. So this way, the cars that are gonna turn right, they're gonna know when they have their chance to turn, and this way so we don't have any accidents with the pedestrians. There should also be that button, just in case there's nobody there, and we can continuously have, I'm sure there's sensors and all this stuff. I mean, if we can find parking spaces with an app, I'm sure we can find ways to have sensors there so that this way the traffic continues to flow if there's nobody wanting to cross the street. So the way that it would be done in a very safe manner, not just going over there, okay, yeah, let's put a line here and a crossing and let people get killed with their children as they're crossing the street. That's not the idea of this. It's the idea is to create other spaces, as there are all over the place. There's streets in every corner that people can walk on both ways. This is the only one in our town that people can't cross the street, and there's people crossing there in an unsafe manner. So I think that should be something that is addressed, and like we did tonight, and I hope, Mr. Manager, you take under consideration my comments here too, and I'm sure that that's the way you will do it. In terms of the parklets, I would assume that these parklets are beautiful and elegant to what our town should be, full of trees and greenery, and not some piece of wood that they put together in a restaurant like they do in New York or in other parts of the world to create outdoor seating for restaurants. I don't think that that's the actual idea here, to do something like that. It's more of a beautification of this street. And I think that that's something that it's a good way to start. So, and I agree that let's start with the small scale and let's see how that goes. And then we'll figure out if there needs to be more or whatever. But that's my comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at my campaign flyer, and I literally wrote this out. If elected, my goal as commissioner would be to make the most of my term. And I put on there one of my highlighted items of my 6 things: expand downtown sidewalks and outdoor seating. This is something the previous commission started. This is something I would like to see through. I personally am good with alternative 3. I really would like to see the downtown change. I would like to see wider sidewalks. There's more areas for people to walk, to bike ride, more of the outdoor seating, really increase that pedestrian feel. We're trying to talk later on single-family walkability, and there's going to be some projects going on with redoing 90th between Harding, and for me, I would really like to see alternative 3, the full-blown downtown with removing the parking and the expanded sidewalks. I think what one of the residents said, Ben Jacobson said, increase, maybe do 4 or 8 drop-off spots for some elderly, people with strollers, whatever it is, but I would like to see really our downtown transform. I like the graphics you did where it showed it with the pavers and really just promotes a more walkable feel for residents. You can't talk about sustainability and then be like, oh, we're against increasing walking presence. I mean, Geraldo and I have talked about this before. I know there's more things in the single family he would like to see. But I think alternate 3, the big full-blown support, I'm fully supportive of. Hopefully there would be 2 others. So if this alternative 1 fails, I'd like to see personally the full-blown downtown, because I think would really change the landscape. We're going to reduce the speed and create what we talk about. We talk about getting to know your neighbors, your residents, promote the walking from from your house, from your condo to downtown, increase the business presence, and for me, this is truly what I would like to see. I think it would be just a nice change. And just for the record, because I'm sure someone's gonna probably make an ethics complaint, no restaurant or downtown handed me an envelope of cash. So I'll state that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. To address some of the comments and concerns, obviously we went ahead and we pushed that item on the crosswalk. Our first priority and our only priority is really residential safety, and that's always been a priority for us here. I know all of us walked in, whether that meant construction, demolition, anything that was going on in town, and I think the crosswalk is another push in that direction. We've seen on 163rd and Collins, if those are not familiar that come east, that is a road that is much more highly trafficked than 96th Street. They've come up with a solution, which is a light that stops the cars temporarily from turning right. It creates that time for the pedestrians to go, and then it opens it back up. So I'm sure the state has solutions that we can look into, but again, our focus is on the residential safety, and will continue to be that way. With this discussion, the parklets, to me, they sound a little dangerous. I've been through New York, I've seen them. They have them down in the 80s and the 70s. I think they still have a few of them down like the 70 area. You have little parklets mixed with parking and people pulling in and out. It seems very dangerous to me. I'm a little worried about that. It seems to be putting people at risk. It also just, not only are we talking about additional space for the restaurant that already is occupying the sidewalk, are we moving them over? How are we, addressing walkability for the residents downtown? Obviously, this doesn't stop, no solutions that we come up with the sidewalk is going to stop the cars that are dropping people off. That's something that, we need enforcement on from our parking department, our police. But I think that whatever we decide here tonight, as far as, if it's option 1, 2, or 3, we need to make sure that we incorporate, like the fixer and many of the commissioners up here said, is some drop-off points, loading and unloading. And I think our town has some of them. I don't think people are really adhering to it.
People are parking in them.
Yeah. So there needs to, bright yellow spots, painting on the sidewalk, real enforcement for a while. But it definitely, if we are going to be moving by eliminating some of the parking spots, we need to ensure that people have that ability to load and unload some of the elderly, some of the people that can't walk, pick up packages, etc. But definitely the downtown needs to be improved. The sidewalks, I've been saying as a resident for years, every time it rains, it becomes an ice skating ring. I've almost broken my neck many times. I believe there's a resident suing the town right now for falling and almost breaking their neck. It definitely has to be improved, but I know there are, Public Works has already some solutions in place for that, that can be done on a quicker path. As far as looking at this project, like the Vice Mayor said, he did run on this platform. It was out in the open. He did get the most amount of votes in this town in history. I think it's something that we want. This is not for restaurants. I happen to be Jewish, but I don't know anybody who owns a restaurant. That's my only connection to them. What we're seeing in town is amazing. All the restaurants are full at night. That's revenue for the town that, again, allows us to have these programming. But it is important to increase the walkability, I think, here in town. It is tight there, especially with the chairs and the tables that are outside. Not that I would want to stop that. That's a beautiful thing to see. So I'm hearing, 1 and 4 or 3, was it? I don't know. It went on. If I let you cut me off, then I gotta let everybody, so. Wait your turn. Look, I'd like to see some walkability. I think this item came up in the last previous administration. I think the tourist board was something, Mr. Hyatt can speak to that, our town manager, because you met with the DVAC, correct? There's been a lot of input over the years about increasing that, and it's not necessarily about putting money in the pockets of the restaurants. It's about, invigorating our town. It's grown, and we need to make sure we fit that. So I guess I get to wait and see where the vote goes, but I'd be in favor of, maybe even option 2, which still keeps some of the parking but expands on it a little more. Mr. Town Manager, can I just ask you what sort of feedback did you get from our DVAC committee?
I think one of the main things that they did talk about was the sidewalks and the way, the shape that the sidewalk's in, so it directly correlates with the walkability. I think there's some things that the Public Works Director and I have talked about, as well as the Assistant Town Manager, about, you know, the paint, and we put gridded in the past to make it not be so slick, and things to help resolve some of that. But it seems that you know, parking is an issue. I'm not sure if we will ever solve a parking problem, but you know, the good news is our friends to the north just built a parking garage, so you know, we don't have to build one. There's one across the street, 96th. All we do is direct people there, but I don't know if there is ever an answer. Excuse me, there's always an answer. It might not be the answer. It's never going to be 100% supportive. It seems like what DVAC and Commissioner Maishai can speak to it as well, because I know she tried for the whole time I was here, and it was hard to get a quorum, hard to get support. So I think we'll get more feedback now that we've kind of started the ball rolling than we did, because even us trying to get some participation, the last meeting we had was difficult. So I think we've got a great opportunity with this now. It's something that's got some discussion from this level is going to drive that a little more, I believe.
All right, just to close off again, the parklets are a concern to me as far as safety. As the manager stated, there's a huge parking lot going up on 96th Street.
If I could, the parklets need to be designed to be very attractive and not, you know, what you see in New York is not what we're talking about. In New York, they were done because it gets cold and the snow, and they had to have a different type of thing. We're not talking about anything like that. But the advantage of the parklet is temporary, is that it can be changed or it can be moved, but it's a starting point. And the idea is it's public space, whether it's just seating area or if it's just a sidewalk cafe, and it's flexible. So that was the advantage, but the concept has to be attractive and not be, you know, it's got to fit Surfside.
Well, if I may, it also has to be useful, right? The concept is to move the restaurants off the sidewalk to allow more people to walk through. If it's only going to be 6 or 7 parklets throughout that block, it doesn't really solve that problem. So to me, again, I think the goal is to see how this program works and how it's accepted by the town. I think option 2, which doesn't take away all the parking, while we still have a huge parking lot about to open on 96th Street. So I think that will resolve a lot of problems in town, as the town has suggested in the past meetings. I think that's a good starting point, because, you know, like, as attractive as it is, it's still on the street level. And you don't have to go very far as New York to see them implemented right now. Like I said, it's in the 70s, and it's not very safe, in my opinion. Nor does it resolve the issue of walkability on the sidewalks, because as soon as they pass that restaurant, they're back to a restaurant that has seating on the sidewalk that's taking space.
Well, in the second alternative, it adds 3.5 feet to each side of the sidewalk. The other thing that needs to be looked at is whether or not the date palms need to be moved or adjusted, because they do cause, while they're very attractive, and especially at night, they do take up a lot of space, and they have to be set at a certain point adjacent to the sidewalk for a clear recovery area. However, if you had something like a wider sidewalk, you can have more room to work with.
That'd be nice.
Mr. Mayor, point of information. About 18 months ago, Commissioner Maishai and I were on a Zoom call with the previous police chief, Chief Euro, previous public works director, and they said the #1 thing from their mouth was, if we could eliminate all the parallel parking, that would be positive from the policing. They said one of the things they hear is the double parking all the time is the biggest complaint. And I don't know if Captain Healy wants to talk about that, but everyone here, you know, the #1 thing I heard was double parking is a huge, huge issue, and #2, there's not enough room on the sidewalks. And alternative 2 and 3, 2 halfway takes care of it, 3 fully takes care of it. So that's just my point of information.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the commission before we move forward with a vote? No. All right, so we have a motion on the table to move forward with option A, which is to put parklets, a couple of them sporadically throughout the block, I think it was. You want to clarify the motion before we call it off? Do you want to pull it and go with
Sandra, keep me honest here. Motion to continue more discussion, more evaluation, more work to present a more formalized plan to go with option 1.
I have that, and it was seconded by Commissioner Velasquez. May I call the roll, Mayor?
Yep.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mashine?
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Maybe we can start getting to our agenda. You know, for those that say that they're not given enough time to talk, I'm just going to bring to your attention, we haven't even begun the business of the town yet. Item number 2, all right, item number 2 at 10 o'clock at night. Quasi judicial hearings, I don't think we have any. We're going to move on to item 3, consent agenda. I'm going to remind the commissioners item 3D and 3F went to resolutions and proclamations, so we're now having a vote. Do we have any public comment? No, public comment is closed. All right. Madam Clerk, you want to?
I just need a motion, Mayor, and a second
Move
to
to
accept
approve
the
consent.
consent agenda.
Second.
Commissioner Mashine?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. There's
To
a
approve
lot
the
of talk
consent
going
agenda
on.
minus the pulled items.
Can you say that again?
To move the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have to read each one in individually, or we're good?
No, we're good.
All right. Ordinance second reading. Here's what the meat and potatoes. Beachford ordinance, item 4A1. Madam Clerk, if you can read it into the record, please.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending Article 2, Public Beaches of Chapter 86, Waterways of the Town's Code of Ordinances relating to beach furniture and public beaches, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date. Item 4A1.
All right, can I get a motion for discussion to move forward on the item?
Motion for discussion.
Or it's just, I mean, we're at the second reading, so a motion to approve.
Motion to approve the ordinance as written.
Is there a second? We will still have a discussion.
Second.
We're at the third reading, so we want to approve it, and then that can be modified.
Aren't we supposed to modify it here and then?
If you can, but the motion maker can modify it as discussed, and then we can, we're still here tonight to pass something. So the motion will be to try to pass something, and then hopefully we pass something, as modified as it gets tonight. Commissioner Rose, you want to present the item before we open it up to public comment?
This is something that was modified by the previous commission. There were some minor tweaks that we are here to discuss tonight. We're going to listen to you. You listen to us. You can listen to the town, the attorney, the experts. Just listen. That's all I ask. We're going to listen. Please listen. Like the mayor said, respect goes both ways. Maybe it was Commissioner Marshine. So please, everyone listen to the facts. Tonight, everybody is watching. Thank you for staying on. It's 10:15 and we're finally getting to, like the mayor said, the meat and potatoes.
All right, this time we'll open up the public comment. This is for item 4A1, beach chairs, so let's again, please keep it on to that item. Marcio Lucis, I'm sorry. He presents the item, we're gonna have a public comment, and then we're gonna have a discussion.
So we don't get to say like, try to.
We will, after the public comment. All right, sorry. You have a few seconds to quickly hurry up.
No, I'm good.
Usually I let you say your name before
Marcio
we start.
Lucchesi, 9200 Bay Drive. As I exposed it earlier, the code of code of honor here. You guys represent the public interest. And the public has been very, very crystal clear on this issue. On the last meeting, there was only one resident that showed up. I repeat, one resident show up here in favor of this. The entire public, which you guys serve in the interest of the public, are telling you, don't do this. Okay, so I mean, we're being crystal clear, 10 o'clock at night. I'll please ask you to take a thermometer, what's the public is saying about this, and it's your duty by the code of ethics that you have to listen to the public, and you have to work in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Camilo Pino.
Camilo Pino, 9157 Abbott Avenue. Here we are again talking about the beach destruction ordinance. And I'm sorry, I think that we're all sorry, you know, this has been tiresome somehow. And I appreciate the Vice Mayor that is starting by saying that we should listen. We should listen. I mean, that's the one thing that I haven't seen. I saw that you consulted people about the walkability. It's a big issue. Obviously, we all care, and at least, I mean, regardless of the survey being right or wrong, there was a consultation that was kind of nice, no? In this case, we haven't even had a try. I haven't seen you even trying to persuade us on your position. It's been from the beginning just the will to impose something without any context, and that's bad. That doesn't make any sense. That's not good for anybody. Most people here don't want that, are against that. That's pretty clear, that's transparent, that's so obvious that you will never count it. You'll never ask us. Or at least that's what I think now. That's what I've got to believe, that you don't really care about it and you want to impose it, because otherwise there would be a consultation, a real one. A real one. Is a difficult issue. It's not that simple, but it would be nice to see something. A referendum, a survey, a conversation. I mean, we are adults, no? We care about the beach. It would be nice to see that, but that's not going to happen. And let me tell you why I think it's not going to happen, because I just saw it with the walkability thing. I hope I'm wrong, guys, but it would be so nice to see somebody trying to ask us what we want and to persuade us on why it's good to do what you are trying to do. It's being more than argued that it's unsafe, it's bad for the environment. It's even cheap and ugly. I mean, if you want to go, it's bad for property value. I mean, why? It is. Well, that's my, that's an aesthetic judgment. You're probably right, but it is bad for the environment. And, well, I hope we could really have a conversation about this and not have this divided audience. It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, Mr. Pino. Fernanda Matach. Sorry for the pronunciation in advance.
Hi, I'm Fernanda Matach, 8859 Emerson Avenue. This is my first time here. I have come to a couple of meetings. I don't like to speak in public, but this issue today takes me deeply. I have lived here for 12 years. We love Surfside, we love the beach. I have 3 kids who are very sporty, and they use the beach to play soccer, volleyball, football. They're teenagers, they hang out there with friends, and I hate the idea to go to the beach and start fight with other people to find a square just to lay down there, or my kids not being able to play there with their friends. I don't think you're listening to residents. I don't think you have the right to pass this without a referendum, as Camilo proposed. I think you should put this on a better thinking before doing something about it, and invite the public to take a vote on this, and not just pass something that most of the people are here against. And many are not here because it's 10 p.m. and we have families. But don't think this is a popular idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Retta Logan, still here? Left. Aurora Del Rosa.
Hello, good evening. Aurora de la Rosa, 9455 Collins Avenue, apartment 806. I am the secretary for the Waves Condominium Association, and we support the changes in the ordinance. We do enjoy the beach like everybody else, and I think most of the residents in the condominiums, they might not be here to show actual support like the rest of the people, but I believe that most of the condominium residents are going to be benefiting from these changes, especially the one that allows the people to stay on the beach longer in the evening during different times of the year. So I appreciate the board taking the time to do this, and good night.
Thank you. Yana Salzauer?
Eliana Salzheimer, 9317 Bay Drive. What's been really frustrating about this is that we post pictures on Nextdoor of Surfside just a few years ago, 2018, 2019, and the terrible beach clutter that was there. The wall-to-wall chairs, the piles, stacks, the big storage sheds. And you know what people comment? Why are we posting pictures of another town? That's so misleading. It's not misleading, it was Surfside. People don't remember. We have a lot of new residents that don't know how hard people fought to get that stuff off the beach. Commissioner Karukin, Commissioner Paul, and Mayor Deitch worked really hard. And two other commissioners fought for overnight storage. They fought for more chairs on the beach. And thankfully for residents, we had 3 sane people sitting where you are now, and we got rid of it, and we worked really, really hard. A lot of people worked really, really hard. And now we're looking at Groundhog Day repeating itself. You're unraveling the sweater that we worked so hard. Our beach is gorgeous. We have the most spectacular beach in all of Miami-Dade County, and you guys are going to SHIT all over it, okay? That's what this ordinance is. These pictures, they're real. These pictures of the clutter, if you could see it at home, these pictures, this was Surfside just 2-3 years ago, and that's what it will look like again. Do you know why? We have a box to keep the buildings, to keep their chairs in one little area. But we don't need to set a number because we only had a limited number of chairs in there. You're only allowed 40 chairs. We have 5 preset chairs allowed now. This ordinance is going to give the smallest property 40 preset chairs and the largest over 100. Unlimited number of chairs is wall-to-wall chairs like in the crappiest European towns or on a cruise ship. And that's what we will see. 4.5-foot high stacks of chairs on the beach, that is a safety hazard. That is not something we should be allowing. And food on the beach, my God, how anyone can defend serving food on the beach and sit here and talk about sustainability or the environment. Shame on all of you.
Thank you, Mrs. Salazar. Point of information, the actual ordinance would only allow for 20, not 40 on most properties.
20 every 100 feet.
Julio Rumbart.
20 every 100 feet.
We were run by the 855 Collins Avenue, a condominium. You've talked about misinformation and wrong impressions. So let me ask some questions to the mayor. How many maximum seats, chairs will the Four Seasons be able to preset? Mr. Mayor?
This is not a Q&A. We don't respond right now.
Well, if I
We're here
could
to
ask,
listen.
if I
This
ask
is
the
not a
questions, I would
conversation.
ask the following questions since I can't. You're a lot, it's being taped, can't ask the questions. I would ask, how many chairs will the Four Seasons get the preset? How many total in the box? The same with the Surf Club, the same with the Grand Beach. How big is the box? What happens to the size of the box when on a given day there's seaweed along the shoreline? What will happen to the box when there's a beach erosion or shoreline so steep that it doesn't allow for people to sit there? Are any of you exchanging anything of value, which is very clear you haven't, of course, with the Four Seasons of the Grand Beach, their lobbyists, their attorneys, their advisors? Are you helping any business partner, any family member? What's the point of more chairs and food service catering to a few hotels, or is it to cater to the entire community? You represent the entire community, not 4 hotels. So, you know, it's a lawsuit you've blamed it on. You can't run a town based on a lawsuit. You can't run anything based on lawsuits. There are 100 million lawsuits filed in circuit courts in the United States. Don't be afraid of a lawsuit. You're confused about being misinformed. There are more than 2,000 people that have signed a petition to not change the beach. You say they're from Juno Beach or wherever you say they're from. Doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Gerardo?
So Gerardo Valdastegui, 9148 Froud Avenue. I do oppose this ordinance. I don't oppose it as strongly as I don't feel as strongly about it as I feel about other issues we've talked about over the months, but I just want to say to the commission, for what it's worth, from my point of view, people feel really strongly about this in the community. I think there is extremely strong opposition out there, and I'm just reporting that to you. I feel it needs to be said. Specifically, though, I wanted to make some arguments on my own behalf against this. There are a couple things that I asked you. I am willing to listen on this and all issues. If there is specific misinformation in the flyer or in the discussion tonight, please let's get those facts clarified in your discussion. I would like to know, rather than just a general claim of misinformation. What I do know is that it seems like this ordinance is going to dramatically increase the number of beach chairs, and that's the problem. That's the reason why I oppose it. I've said before, I think the beach chair restrictions are one of the main things we do in this town to sort of make good on our symbolic commitment to the nesting sea turtles. And I'm kind of appalled at what the consequences might be if this passes. I don't think that the providers of the beach chair service have any incentive whatsoever to care about turtle nests. Just at the last meeting, we awarded this young boy who found a nest and did something about it. I have zero faith that any beach chair operator would do something similar. They have no financial incentive. I think that's a serious problem. Here's an amendment that I would propose. Could we have different regulations? I don't think you should pass this at all. I think you should leave the ordinance as is. If you really do want to change it, how about changing it only for the non-nesting season of the turtles and leave it in place, leave the bigger restrictions in place from whatever it is, May till September. That could be a compromise that you could consider. I hope you'll consider that. The last thing I want to say is that I think there's some legal nonsense out here that's been popped up in earlier discussions. I don't like the idea that this is a kind of preemptive surrender to the Grand Beach lawsuit. I hope others will take up that point, but I don't want people to be swayed by that.
Thank you. Is there a Mitchell? Can't read the first name. 9300 East Bay Harbor Drive, Bay Harbor Islands. No. Jeff Platt.
Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. I'm going to start by saying there's nobody in this town that spends more time on the beach than me, except maybe a lifeguard. Maybe. This is our most pristine natural resource in our town. It is the only reason people come to this town. The only reason. They don't come here for anything else. There's nothing else here worth coming to as a tourist, as a visitor. There's nothing else here. We have the most beautiful beach. To destroy it the way you people are trying to destroy it will hurt business on Harding Avenue. People won't come here to go to the beach because it's too cluttered. Now you say 20 chairs preset, 100 feet. Do you know that the 20 chairs will take up that entire 100 feet? So what you're allowing to do in this new ordinance is to allow beach furniture operators to take up the entire front row of the beach, where residents will have to sit in the seaweed, or Commissioner Maishai will know this because she's the only one here who goes to the beach. The front of the beach has a hill down to the water, then it flattens out for seaweed. Nobody can really sit on that hill except people on a towel. You can't put a chair there. You can't, it's too steep. And right at the top of that hill where it flattens out.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Next speaker, Jennifer Rocker.
What an asshole.
Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer Rocker.
Jennifer Rotker, 9016 Collins Avenue. The proposed changes to the beach chair ordinance are reckless commercialization and monopolization of public space. Don't allow any vehicles other than code compliance, police, and fire rescue on the beach. The Four Seasons had a vehicle, and it was used recklessly, and as staff used it to do donuts and entertain themselves and almost run people over that were going to the beach. Don't increase the current preset chairs. The stage box is just a joke. The commission's is going to have bulldozers to move the sand around and control the size of the beach due to weather and tide and conditions. We have king tides right now. We're losing beach rapidly. We haven't had a hurricane this season, but the next hurricane, we're going to lose more frontage of the beach. And we only got the beach renourishment that we got, that was $20 million to prevent buildings from collapsing. So does the town of Surfside have $20 million to keep the beach wide enough so we can have these boxes? Please just don't change the current ordinance at all. Don't sell Surfside Beach to be dirty and commercialized. We're gonna have crime. We're gonna have crime that spills into the residential neighborhood. I know that I can send my teenage boys to the beach safely, and with this proposed ordinance, I wouldn't feel comfortable sending them on their own. Please demand enforcement of the current marine turtle lighting ordinance. We have something inside of the community center that is an example of what the lighting should be and how the beach lighting and beach should be treated to preserve the marine turtle beach as a marine turtle nesting habitat, but then we don't even observe the ordinance that we have on the books. It's hypocrisy, the practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs to which one's own behavior does not conform.
Thank you. Lisa Cotta. Here. Tricia Fowley.
Tricia Fowley, 9325 Harding Avenue. I'm a little disappointed that we don't have the graphics and stuff that were accompanied the agenda with this. This was the diagram that was on the agenda, so I was hoping that it would be up on the screen, because the way I read this, and my eyes aren't so great here, but it looks like there's a 15-foot corridor that would be left for residents. I don't agree with that. A 15-foot corridor for residents. There was a woman here, I see her every morning on the beach at like 7 o'clock. She's teaching her children, she's homeschooling her 4 children. They take up more than 15 feet when they sit in a circle. Plenty of people do. You're gonna leave 15 feet for residents? What? This is a public beach. It's a public beach. That means it's for the co-op people, it means it's for the hotel people, it means it's for the residents, and you're gonna leave 15 feet for the residents? That's what this graphic says. I'm like shocked. Shocked. I opened this when you guys sent it out, or whoever sent it out. It's 15 feet. Wait, let me blow that up. 15 feet. The other thing I got to tell you, I completely disagree with is the carts. You're going to put governors on them.
5 miles an hour. I've been watching carts on the beach for the last week go faster than, no, 5 miles an hour, I'm sorry, 5 miles an hour. Who's gonna regulate that? Again, where's code compliance? Where's enforcement? Is that supposed to be me, Trisha Fowley, on the beach with my C-click fix going, oh, they must be doing more than 5 miles an hour? What, who's gonna monitor that? And the other thing about this food stuff on the beach, I watched on Friday evening when I went over after work, I watched a woman and her 2 daughters being harassed by 8 or 9 screeching seagulls. You might as well be in Coney Island, you might as well be in Ocean Beach, Maryland, you might as well be someplace where there's just packed people wall to wall and there's food everywhere.
Jonathan Fletcher.
Jonathan Frechter, 9011 Collins Avenue. I'm here to speak on behalf of the previous meeting and the ordinance, and I'm in favor of it. I work on the beach. My days start at 7 a.m. every single day. When we're talking about a preset, we're talking about 5 chairs. Imagine 5 chairs being set up on a holiday weekend when you're accommodating residents with 200 residents. How is it possible when, and you're talking, another gentleman was in here speaking about how we don't have monetary reasons to protect the sea turtles. I'm on the beach every single day picking up, today I picked up 39 pieces of plastic on the beach. We care about this.
If he can talk to us and look at us, why aren't you saying
I'm sorry.
I haven't spoken to anyone in particular. I'm just speaking aloud. I may look wherever I please. I'm sorry. But I find it completely disrespectful that someone will say that we don't care about the environment as well. We are in favor in protecting the environment, but the job is very strenuous. You're out in the sun from 7 to sunset. Every single person here is allowed to enjoy the beach. Why isn't a resident allowed to enjoy the beach until the sun goes down? It's the most beautiful time of the day. It's appalling to me on how some people see this as a bad thing. People are allowed to enjoy the beach. It's your right. It's mind-blowing to me, and I really appreciate this opportunity to speak, and really just thank you all for hearing me out. And everyone's entitled to their own opinion. And frankly, the amount of respect that I see in this room, it really should be addressed, because we're all adults. We all live in a society, and we should be communicating accordingly and have a mutual level of respect for one another. The mayor said, we can have a difference in opinion, but we should have respect for each other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gloria Rivera. Rolando Epstein.
Good evening. Rolando Epstein, 1101 99th Street. As you can imagine, that's Bay Harbor. And I'm glad I stayed that late to bring the opinion of somebody else. This is not the issue about Surfside residents. I understand that everybody knows that this beach doesn't belong to Surfside. You regulate it. I lived here for 20 years in Bay Harbor, and as this sweet lady before said, I'm planning to die here. And I go to the beach very often. Lately, unfortunately, because I'm retired. And I see more and more that when I get to the beach, the whole width of the beach is occupied by chairs and umbrellas, mostly unoccupied. So I understand the mayor said at the beginning that he has 2 major functions, I understand, like conducting this meeting and making sure that the rules are obeyed. I'm sure he knows, and he didn't mention this because it's obvious, his major and your most important thing is the welfare of your residents. And the public should be the first thing considered here. I don't think that you have to punish the hotels, nor the condominiums, but there's an order, there's a priority, and the priority is us. And then the buildings and the hotels. And I have the solution for that. What prevents from bringing each chair and umbrella when the people need it? It's money, right? It's more costly to have more employees, more people like him that needs to do that. But you can solve that with money. And the hotels charge, I forgot the name, a resort fee. Raise them. Instead of charging $20, charge 40, 50. And the condominiums,
Thank you. Eva Kamen?
listen, sir, I've been waiting 4 hours here. I bring the opinion of people you should consider.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have to treat everybody the same here. Eva Kamen?
You don't.
Okay. Alicia Bomelgreen or Eva Kamen? Thank you.
Yes, I'm back here again with the same thing to say. Yes, you might listen. Excuse me.
I'm listening.
No, you weren't. You're very rude. You were last time, too. Okay? I'm here. I'm totally against changing the ordinance. People work very hard to get the beach the way it is now. And I find it very ironic. I sent an email to the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners regarding this, my stance. And I included a link that the Grand Beach Hotel puts out advertising Surfside. And it's a video of the pristine beaches. No, have you seen it? Did you happen to look, any of you? I know the mayor did, because I appreciate him replying. He's the only one that did. But I think that's rather ironic that the Grand Beach is advertising the pristine Surfside beach with no chairs on it, and here you are wanting to change that. I mean, I just don't get it. Anyway, there has to be some kind of special interests we're catering and favoring to, but you're not listening to the residents. We filled the building last time. It was overpouring with people against changing the ordinance. And you listened, yes, you listened. And as soon as you closed the meeting, you voted. And here we are again. You're listening, listening, listening. And I guarantee you, as soon as this public meeting is over, you'll vote again. And not for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Bomelgreen?
Alicia Boymelgreen, 9173 Carlisle Avenue. So I think this ordinance fails in balancing between residents' public interest and commercial interest, and the appropriation of public property. I think that it has been disingenuous of the commission to discard comments on next door and to discard the public that showed up here as outliers. At this point, it's not outliers, okay? You have a lot of residents that are coming here against the ordinance, and I haven't heard anyone, I've heard one person speak for it. And recognizing that I'm not going to change the ordinance and probably agree with the previous speaker that much of it is going to remain the same, I'll say that I think the worst part of it is the preset chairs. I see the preset chairs as, you know, going to a movie theater and reserving space for 18 of your friends that didn't show up on time, and so no one else can sit there, and you're holding the space, and this is worse because maybe you bought the tickets at the theater. Here, it's public space. And essentially, the commercial interests are holding it and reserving it, and the residents can't come in and use it. And I understand that the pre-setting is for efficiency, and so people don't have to wait, but there's got to be a balance somewhere. There can't be a case where every time 20 people are showing up at a time, 100 people, how many people, again, depending on the property size, the likelihood that 20 people all show up at one time to take all the preset chairs is pretty low. And I've also heard the argument that allowing this commercialization fulfills an election promise for allowing commercial chair setting outside the community center. I'm pretty good at reading comprehension. I understood that promise as we're going to buy chairs or provide chairs at the community center for residents to check in, check out, and use at the beach, which for me is preferable because I would like my kids to have space to play.
Thank you. Marta Lamisva. Ben Jacobson. Mr. Fixer.
Ben Jacobson, 9455 Collins Avenue. The fixer. Well, what this ordinance is a fix to an existing ordinance. The previous commission created an ordinance out of the air. They decided it based on how they felt at that time. There was no surveys done, there was no studies done, and what this commission is trying to do is to make some small modifications to that. They're not throwing out the whole regulation, even though there's a massive lawsuit against it. And if the town loses that regulation, then there's no permitting, there's no protection, there's no corridors, all that goes away. So what the town's trying to do here, or the commission's trying to do here, is to find a happy medium that the hotels don't sue, that things all come together. I'm in the Waves condominium. Most days we've got 10, 15 people use the beach. Just because we have the ability to set up 25 pre-chairs, our guys are not going to do that. They don't want to do that. It doesn't make sense for them to do that. So what are they going to do? On a busy holiday weekend, they're going to set up the 20 chairs. Every other day of the week, they're going to set up 5 chairs, 7 chairs, 10 chairs, depending on what it is, because they don't want to have to lift things twice. This is about equality and fairness here. What happens is with these, I watch outside my window every single day. People come with their large tents. They set up unlimited food, unlimited drinks. They take up all the space they want, and that's okay because they set it up themselves. But the second, myself as a condo who's on the beach, who purchased into that area which has riparian rights to the water, tries to pay someone to set up a chair, that's bad. But if I brought my own, entire gazebo and did anything I wanted, we're going to all look at it a different way. It's not fair, it's not right, and what this does is addresses the equality and fairness, allows everyone to have the same space, and you know what? The town needs to provide chairs to the residents. They've got to get those chairs up behind the community center. Every single person in this town, we've got a lot of money. We deserve to have chairs for every resident, and that doesn't just include chairs, water, and also towels. Everybody should be doing well here.
Mr. Platt. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Again, I'm going to remind the public and the commission to please respect the speakers. You're not respecting the speakers. Okay, I've called you out at least 3-4 times at this meeting. You've said the F word at the meeting, so if you're not going to behave yourself, I'm going to have you removed, okay? And they can film it on Twitter or whatever they want, but you're becoming disruptive at this point.
Well, then listen to the people that are speaking.
This is not a conversation. Please, thank you. George Kouslos.
George Kouslos, 9225 Collins Avenue. Once again, the opposition to the changes is propelled by emotion and not one shred of reason. In post after post, the claim is made that the beaches will be irreparably changed without one thread of reasoning built upon fact or correlation. Instead, there are false claims and images that are intended to inflame, not illuminate. These codes, current and proposed, are remarkably similar. Both versions prohibit the west side. Both versions restrict permits to 1 year. Both versions start operations at 8 a.m. Both versions prohibit vehicles on the beach. Both versions allow one staging area per property. Minor differences. One ends at 6 p.m. The new proposed one would end at sunset. The proposed one will allow battery-powered hand dollies on the hard pack only. And staging areas are increased from 8 by 8 to 12 by 12 on the widest properties, but the count doesn't change. Where do they really differ? Setup is increased from 5 per property to a ratio based on frontage. Congestion is the issue, so the number should be proportional to the property. Setup is a moment in time, a few dozen minutes at the start of operations. The beach residents encounter at 11 a.m. has no relationship to the setup that takes place at 8 a.m. A graphic has been floating around showing that shows a series of beige rectangles on the beach. It's these boxes limited by setbacks that operators must stay inside. These same rectangles are on the current code as well. It's the same graphic. The boxes are the most powerful restriction in the current code because they prevent operator chairs from spilling out north and south as they once did. It is said that operator chairs will fill the beach under the proposed code. This is a fiction. If they did, then they already could, and the current code is no protection at all. Those boxes are there, but they haven't spilled out. They don't, they haven't, and they won't. Few properties choose to become operators. Of those that do, the chairs they place are a few dozen. Only one comes close to approaching 100. On a typical summer weekend afternoon, chairs of residents and visitors outnumber chairs of the operators 7-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Velasquez, I don't need help running the meeting. I appreciate your input, but I'm okay.
I didn't say a word.
You were asking the speaker to step down.
I didn't say, I don't know what you're hearing now, you're really bad.
Must
I didn't say a single word.
Eli Ginsburg?
Ellie Ginsburg, 9424 Byron Avenue, Surfside, Florida. So this whole preset seems like everybody's concerned, oh my God, I'm gonna show up to the beach at 1 o'clock. I won't be able to bring my beach chair that I carried from my house. I haven't carried a beach chair to the beach in a long time. I don't go to the beach because I don't have a chair there to sit at. So I understand the concerns of people that do go to the beach. So my question is, because in the ordinance, it's about, possibly the hotels, the condos, having all of these chairs, as what I would think is a lot of the residents south of 92nd all the way to 88th, because from what I understand, part of this is also included from what the vice mayor said about the community center providing chairs for residents. Those that are south, do they have an option, or is there something to be able to work out with these hotels and with these operators that would accommodate the residents of the south? There are only about 1,287 residential homes. There are 2691 condo units, 68% to 32%, just facts. People don't want to stay, we talk about people coming and visiting Surfside, people don't want to stay at a hotel that can't give them a chair at the beach. Also, I noticed on 2B, and within this, is the removal of garbage. The hotel operators, whoever's providing the services, has to provide receptacles and has to be able to remove the garbage at the end of the day. Ironically, really interesting, we're talking about the big tents. I'm going to try to go to this real fast. But in the prior ordinance, it says picnicking, and this was removed. No person shall picnic or eat or consume food on the beaches coming under this division. Strangely enough, I don't know if there's anybody ever been cited for this in Surfside history for eating something on a beach with their family, regardless of what they drink. It also says no people should have alcohol, drink alcohol on the beach. Strangely, the town has an event serving alcohol on the Fridays.
Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. Commissioner, I want to apologize for jumping down your throat.
Didn't say anything again.
I'm apologizing for jumping down your throat.
I didn't say a word.
It's been a long day, I apologize. All right, seeing no more public comment, I'm going to close public comment. And this
Motion to extend the meeting 1 hour? Well, it's already 11.
Second, yes, I'm going to remind the commission, we still have ordinances to pass today, and
Yesterday, 3 o'clock in the morning, Thursday.
it's one of those days.
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Mr. Vice Mayor, this was your motion, so you can start discussion.
All right, I got a lot of different things to touch on. So first, I'm gonna say, I represent single-family people, condos. We also, as elected officials, put the whole town in mind, and that is second homeowners, the downtown district, everything. We represent everybody in the town, so everyone needs to know that. So I'm just gonna call on Mr. Green first. I'm gonna just put out some of the information so everyone understands, because not everyone here was for the budget, only Mr. Kuselis was here for the budget presentation, so I just wanna put some of this information out there. Mr. Green, a little budget stuff. Earlier today, we talked about the ad valorem tax in town. What is roughly our ad valorem tax in town?
About $14.5 million, roughly.
And that would be the share of real estate taxes that residents pay and everyone pays?
Ad valorem taxes are the property taxes, correct?
Thank you. What is the share as a percentage in dollars that comes from condos, basically? What do they make up of that 14.5 million?
On a taxable value, property taxes are, for the single-family home district, it's approximately 18% of the revenue that comes into the general fund, and the condominiums represent about 70% of the property tax revenue that comes in to the general fund.
Okay, so 18% is about 2.5 million, give or take.
Approximately.
Okay. I just want to state some facts so everyone understands that. What is our amount of resort tax that comes into this town?
We're projecting to bring in almost $5 million worth of resort taxes in the upcoming fiscal year, which would be a record amount.
Okay, so it's basically double. Okay,
5 million.
yeah. How's the community center funded?
Through the tourist resort taxes, we fund any operation you see at the community center, all the staff and the events and the activities that run through there, and anything also now in the past 2 years as that resort tax has grown, we've also included all the activities other than the lessons, but all the expenses related to the tennis center.
Fireworks, Third Thursday, Summers on the Beach, all that stuff?
Most of the community events, Third Thursdays, First Fridays, Paddletopia, 4th of July, Family Fun Day, Spooktacular, and the Winterfest, as example, the car shows, and all of those events are funded through the resort taxes. They are not currently anymore funded by the general fund or property taxes.
Thank you. I mean, I just wanted everyone to know where all this is coming from. So all the information's out there. We're not hiding anything. Thank you, Mr. Green. That's it for you. Mr. Witness, I'm still on my time.
Oh, okay, but you're gonna come back.
Yeah. So,
So don't go anywhere.
Mr. Rescio, everyone saw this lovely flyer, I'm sure, that was produced by a former commissioner. So there's some photos on here, Mr. Rescio, which is our town attorney, that shows 4x4s on the beach pulling beach chairs. Would that be allowed in this ordinance?
No, that would not be allowed in this ordinance.
Okay. There's another photo that shows beach chairs probably stacked 8 to 10 feet high, and a separate photo with one area for umbrellas and one for beach chairs. Would 2 separate areas be allowed?
No.
Okay.
The beach chair ordinance currently that version that is in front of you provides for one 8-by-8-foot space for properties under 200 feet.
Okay.
With a maximum height of 4.5 feet.
This also shows some photos of basically beach chairs and umbrellas almost at the water line. Is that allowed in this ordinance?
No, it has to be 20 feet back from the high tide line.
That's what we're talking about, misinformation here. So that's one of the things. Garbage photo. Okay, I'm gonna pull up another one. This was posted on Nextdoor by Mr. Julio. Okay. So who really is it that needs motor-powered vehicles operated by third parties and selling food on the beach? Is that allowed in this ordinance? Are we allowed to sell food on the beach and motor-powered vehicles on the beach?
There is a provision for beverage and food service within the for a beach furniture operator.
Right.
Service.
A service, but could they sell it on the beach, or would it have to come from somewhere else?
It would be service from the operator who's
Okay.
operating from the condominium or hotel.
And are you allowed a motor-powered vehicle on the beach?
No, only on an electric motor on the hard pack.
Hand cart, but not, can it be ridden?
It cannot be ridden, no.
Julio,
Okay.
please have a seat. Mr. Rumbar, please have a seat.
So, well, now we got this information of this numbers 1 through 9 that was sent out through another flyer. And I'm just gonna go through some of them. It says, and Mr. Kusla has touched on a few of these. Expanded chair hours from sunrise to sunset. Do we have in there from 8 a.m. to sunset, or is it just sunrise to sunset in this current?
It's 8 a.m. to sunset.
Okay, that's a lie. Number 5, allow motorized vehicles to transport furniture. Are we allowing any motorized, or is it a handcart or battery? And can you ride this motorized vehicle?
No, it's a hand cart. It's not allowed to be ridden, maximum 3 miles per hour, and it's only on the hard pack.
Okay. It says increase daytime storage areas from 1 to 9 per property. Are we allowing 9 per property or just 1?
I'm not sure what daytime storage area means.
The staging, the 8x8 or 12x12?
Yeah, we're allowing 1 per property. It's a maximum of 8x8 feet for properties that have 200 feet or less of beach frontage. 200 feet or more, it's a 12x12 space.
Okay. Also says, number 7, allow non-beach west side hotels to go into business with any beachfront to provide beach chairs. Are we allowing that?
No, that is not allowed.
Okay. Reduce daily cleanups from 3 times daily to once a day. Can you explain what the new cleanup system would be? Is it once a day or is it continuous?
It's continuous. A beach furniture operator shall continuously maintain and inspect the beach as needed to remove any garbage, trash, litter, or debris.
Extend chair operator's permit from 1 year to 3 to 5 years. Is that in this ordinance?
No, it's 1 year.
People ask why we talk about misinformation being put out there.
Mrs. Salzer.
Just so everyone knows, this is an email I am reading from former Commissioner Salzauer where she states these things.
Mrs. Salzauer, please be quiet, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked by the beginning of this meeting, I know it's gonna get heated, it's very passionate, but we do have to follow the rules. I'm gonna ask you not to call out because it's 11 o'clock and we haven't even begun our agenda. So if you're gonna call out and disrupt my meeting, I will have you removed. Thank you.
So, Mr. Ginsburg, also great point.
Mr. Platt, that goes for you as well.
We have this turn, as somebody said, we look the other way when residents bring food or alcohol on the beach, but if somebody brings it down from a condo where there's a beach share service, all of a sudden we're gonna crack down on it because they're wealthy and we're trying to punish them. So, which is ridiculous. But I don't know if now's the appropriate time. I see we're running low on the battery, but there was a presentation or some graphics that were submitted, maybe it can be, and I don't know if we wanna go around now or do it later, but there were some graphics that were submitted that actually Mr. Adrian Chavez asked that we show if somebody could, what it would look like with chairs in the box. And it was stated here earlier, and I'll ask Mr. Resio while we're doing that. Mr. Resio, the size of the box and this whole box thing, was the box created by this commission or the previous commission?
It's the same box as the previous commission.
Has the box gotten bigger or smaller on this?
It has not changed.
It has not changed. The box hasn't changed. So here's the best one. Is the public allowed to sit in the box or do the condos own it?
The beach is the beach.
So anyone can sit in the box?
Yeah, anyone can sit in the box.
Okay. Now, I know we're gonna pull up the graphics, so I guess I'll just wait until, I don't know if anyone wants to talk.
Do you wanna give your time up and then move on to the
Yeah.
next one?
Oh, okay. So, this is, and I don't know if Mr. Kuselis, because I know he's the one, an expert in this, he helped this commission, the previous commission, previous commission, he helped put some of these graphics and photos together. And not everyone here may agree with everything he does or says, but he always has helped everyone, all of the commissions. This one, the previous commission, the previous commission. So, Mr. Kuselis, if you wouldn't mind if the commission would be okay to having him called up, as he's the one that helped create some of these graphics.
Mr. Kuselis?
Is there a majority of the commission that would like to see Mr. Kuselis as the expert who helps create these graphics up there?
No, I mean, Jeff, you're
Thank
the
you.
one who brought this picture. You
Yeah.
should be the one who's presenting it.
Is it?
Person that made the graphics.
George presents something that you're the commissioner, you're supposed to be presenting yourself. You sent this in.
Mr. Kuselis?
Then we're gonna let other residents do the same thing, because George here is a resident.
It's not a commissioner.
I corrected myself.
All right,
He's
if
a
I may,
resident.
George is a subject matter expert. He knows more about the code than anybody in this room right now. His opinion has mattered to our commission, the previous one, the ones before that. He's always been utilized. Again, he's here to talk about a certain item.
So unethical.
So, Mr.
I'm sure
Kuselis,
that'll be
if
another
you can have,
complaint.
Give the opportunity to other residents.
Are they subject matter experts in our town code?
no.
She was a commissioner.
She just showed she lied about stuff.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
seriously?
All right. Mrs. Salzauer, this is going to be your last warning, okay? This is your last warning. I want everybody to hear that because I've warned you multiple times. So if you call out and scream out to the commission again as if you're having a conversation with us, which you're not, I'm going to have you removed. Or I'm going to ask you to leave, and if you don't, I will have you removed. Thank you.
I'll just walk through this by pressing the button and just describing what you're seeing, and commissioners can add commentary. So this is an image that I think was seen before with a little bit of notation on it, but it's basically shot from the Grand Beach roof, not by me, probably by the Grand Beach, and it shows 40 chairs, 20 umbrellas set up early in the morning, obviously by the shadows, and they're 200-foot wide property. Which button? It's not going.
You may have to go down.
That down isn't working.
It's a, no, it's a PDF.
Oh,
Just hit it up here. It's right there.
here, you have to go over here. Here, sorry.
Okay, down there, okay, all right.
It should be right.
So, the orange things you see there are basically the boxes. The Grand Beach has to have two because they have to split them in half for the path that comes through the dune. And you could see the relationship of the chairs, the preset chairs to the boxes. Also note the trash cans at the back of the boxes. Those trash cans are always placed at that 15-foot mark that you've been talking about. That's an aisle up against the dune that's free of the box. So the orange is the box. What the heck?
Just for the record, since we're going to the next screen, if you see where all the seaweed is, this commission passed the budget to clean the seaweed, so that won't be there anymore.
Yeah, just stay here and click.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the preset chairs and the remaining box. So at the morning, if you were to go to the preset that's in the code, this is what the Grand Beach would have. It is empty on either side. All right, you add another 20 chairs as people come in. This is actually what is allowed under the current code. The 60 chairs based on the 0.3 per the frontage of 200 feet, and you roughly have those two orange rectangles left over. I don't know who would want to sit there, but those are the two orange rectangles that are left over. Let's see if I can get this to work this time. It doesn't want to click for me. Oh, okay. So you add in another 20, and you're basically, so that would be 80 chairs. And by the time you're done, you're basically there. There's 100 chairs, and they're maxed out. Their boxes are maxed out.
Point of information, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, question on that one that says 100 chairs there. Where is the box for the stacked staging? Which ones are you calling?
Yeah, the staging. It would have to, it comes out of that. It's
Okay, so you would have to, you could not put 100 there because you have to put your row of.
They'd have to squeeze somebody, and yeah, it cannibalizes their boxes. But
Okay,
I'm
so
not.
they can only go up to where the garbage cans are.
Right, that's the back of the box.
Okay.
They have to split it, and they're set back from their side property lines. But anyway,
If I can add, if this is the maximum and allowed out, there won't be any staging at that point, because there's no more chairs.
well,
left
I
to
think
stage.
yeah, I mean, at that point,
But
they,
doesn't this ordinance say unlimited chairs?
no, it
They can
says you
fit in
can
a
fill
box.
the box. It places
To
no
an
number.
unlimited number.
You can't fit any more of the boxes.
But you can't fill it, yeah, it's not an infinite number, it's just, now there is no number, you can fill the box. But any,
And what's this space in between the two chairs? They can't fill that space up?
no, that has to be left open because they straddle a cut through the dune. Not every property will have to split, but they do. And to be fair, the Grand Beach is the poster child for this whole problem, right? They have been the biggest problem, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not trying to blame them as a business, but as a business model, they've had the most hotel rooms and a relatively narrow property. So they are the source of much of the problem. But there it is, and on either side, you've got nothing. That's why in my earlier testimony, I said the strongest part of Ileana's code, and I give them credit for this, and your code, is that it limited people to the box. Things could no longer spill out to the sides.
I have another
Sure.
point of information. I'm sorry. Okay.
So he's here for us, so if you have a question, just be recognized, and you can ask whatever you want.
From us, right?
Yeah, a point of inquiry is to interrupt
Okay.
the speaker, but you're free to ask his
Oh,
questions.
okay, sorry. Now, you're gonna be having this on every single property that's on the ocean.
Well, no.
So
And-
if every single condo, every single hotel decides to do this, there's not, where are we gonna put our residents?
So I'll explain. I don't want to go back because obviously I can't work the computer, but the shot that showed the 60 chairs and the little orange rectangle, that would happen at every property under the current code. So if you assume that all properties will take advantage of this. That'll be happening everywhere, but it hasn't. And the reason it hasn't is most properties don't even elect to be operators. I know my building, the Four Winds, doesn't want to get into that expense or hassle. Other properties do. Most of the ones that do, like the Waves and the condos, you hear they put out a dozen chairs and they're pretty happy, 10 to 15. The two Solomars put together might be double that, but they're 400 feet long, the two properties together. Most properties don't do it. Even the surf club, they've got so much territory that you look there and they have their chairs in a pretty lonely clump about 200 feet long out of their 900 feet, and the rest is relatively empty. So this, if you think that'll happen everywhere, then the current code is bad, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but right here at this 60 chairs is what the current code allows. By you guys giving it unlimited chairs is what the last picture allows, which is 100 chairs there.
Right.
So right now, under the current code, the beach, the Grand Beach can only put a maximum of 60 chairs
Right.
during the whole day. So now, what this new beach chair ordinance that you guys are proposing is, or not you guys, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, is proposing, is going to give them a lot more chairs. That's 40 more chairs.
Correct.
In this particular property
Correct.
alone.
Correct.
In the back of the box.
But the most important part of this is you
Who cares
said,
where they're sitting? I mean,
right, but what will prevent this from
so then
kind
why
of-
don't you put the presets in the back and start your way from the back towards the front? You're giving prime real estate to the hotel. I mean,
But this is the one property where this will happen, and your concern was what if the 100 shares happens everywhere? Every property fills up their box.
but they can do that.
They can, but they can also all now fill up their property to 60%. And you're kind of in the same problem. There's no
Yeah,
good
but
space for anybody.
60% gives
So-
something to the residents. At an unlimited chairs gives nothing to anybody but the person who has a property on the ocean.
I think you're missing the point. I mean, who wants to sit in the orange box?
It doesn't matter where they want to sit. You're putting 100 people, 100 chairs there, so somebody eventually is going to not
Right,
want to.
and then
They're
there's
going to
ano-
have to sit there because there's no other place.
But then there's another mile of beach that's empty to the side,
And
relatively
at any
empty.
point, can Mr. Platt sit in that orange box right now at 12
He
o'clock?
could, but I don't think he'd want to. He has a perfectly empty, nice
But you
beach in
see,
front of our
these are
building.
the things that
So
you're being
the whole front line,
hypotheticals.
the AA plus what I call seating, the front 20 feet, is saved for the public, which would be in front of all those chairs right there.
Yeah,
but
right
even,
on the seaweed.
but
no
I
seaweed there.
think everyone
That
here
you're
is
cleaning.
missing the point. The front 20 feet, it's there, it's reserved. I think it's really for people to stroll and to kind of play in that foreshore of the beach. And the back is there to protect access, security, and the sides are basically to protect access front and back along the beach. That's and then the box, basically, remember, there are old pictures on the brochure you crumpled up that showed the Grand Beach just spilling out everywhere. You know, it spilled out 2 properties in either side at one point. It doesn't do that anymore. But the important thing is none of that. The important thing is that the one problem child here is in this box, and from my vantage point on the 50-yard line, 14th floor, 92nd Street, the owner's box, where I can like look up and down and count every chair, I can look all the way up to roughly the Grand Beach and see mostly at-large chairs, whatever you would want to call them. Residents, people from inland, whatever, and I can look down to the Four Seasons, and until you hit the Four Seasons chairs, I see nothing but the same, and then on the other side of the Four Seasons, again, it's empty. Roughly 9/10 of the beach is empty. Not the back, not the front, but the beach itself.
Thank you.
Mr. Platt, please refrain from calling out. All right, are you done?
For this round.
All right. Commissioner, you've had a lot of time. Can we let somebody who hasn't spoken yet? Thanks.
I'm fine with that. You let me know when it's my turn.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is our third discussion, read, first read, second read. Unfortunately, it's a lot of the same conversation. I have great sympathy for the condos, the hotels, I think that the existing ordinance is too restrictive. I was in favor, still would be in favor of modest increases, not to this extent. I stand with that. I would agree to 10 presets, not 20, which doubles what they have now. And I think the density is something that we also want to keep moderate. Current density is probably fine. I like less storage. I wasn't quite so enamored with the 12 by 12. Having said that, again, if there's no room for negotiation or changes, I'm not in favor of this because I think it's too much and doesn't give a balance towards tourists that come, travelers that come that aren't necessarily staying at a hotel. There's a lot of people that utilize our beach. It's a open beach for anyone to utilize. So I think there's too many opportunities here for people to potentially have more than they really should have. So it's not balanced properly. Therefore, I'm not going to support it.
Thank you. Commissioner Maisha?
I have a lot of notes. Sometimes they're duplicated, but these were from emails that I received that I wanted to try to address. But basically, I want to start with, there's so much information and disinformation on this ordinance that I wonder how many of you have really read it and understand it. Not to mention photos that were totally misleading from 4 years ago, like the one we saw tonight presented in the audience. Most of the two ordinances are the same as we've heard. No west side, 1-year permits, start times at 8 a.m., no vehicles on the beach, 1 staging area per property. Other minor deviations, the end of time of sunset versus 6 p.m. This is in alignment with daylight, and most parks do this. Again, battery-powered hand dollies are permitted on the hard pack only. Staging areas, as we've already discussed, 1 8x8 for under 200 feet frontage property, and 1 12x12 only for 200 feet and above properties. 2 items, again, that we're discussing have different numbers on setup and chairs in the box. 1, I want anyone to demonstrate to me, not to proclaim it, but to show how these changes affect their enjoyment on the beach. I hear words and no action. No one person has done this through multiple meetings. A video was sent to me by a resident, and apparently she spoke about it tonight. Apparently a promotional video by the Grand Beach depicting an initial setup. Her point to me was that they were touting a pristine beach that this ordinance will spoil. To me, it makes the exact opposite point. There are hundreds of feet to either side that can never be touched. Another opposed resident said that under the current ordinance, the Grand Beach does not bother her because she can always find a spot next to them. And under this ordinance, this will not change. The point is that the box is the strongest protection. You have 20 feet from the high tide, and this will work with erosion. You have 15 feet from the dune for safety, and 10 feet on each side for setbacks. This gives you 20 feet on either side. And operators cannot exceed the limit of the box. Filling the box at the back of the property is like filling an area that no resident would really want to sit in. And we saw that as the back orange. Initial setup is over in a matter of minutes, whether it's 5 chairs or 20. Setup has no effect on the beach residents as other chairs are coming, as other people are taking up the initial preset. And Charges have been made that this ordinance will endanger sea turtles and hurt the ecosystem. Knowing what is in the ordinance regarding the hours of operation, 8 a.m. to sunset, and location of chairs, can anyone demonstrate how this is so? Can anyone demonstrate that the vast majority of unregulated random public chairs doesn't pose a greater threat? So, other two items that have really not been touched on are picnicking and pedaling. At the moment, no one can consume food on the beach. Not one potato chip. This is a rule we break daily. Either we keep it and it applies to everybody, or we strike it for everybody. And finally, pedaling needs a clarification. As currently written, because I'm getting so many questions about vendors on the beach. Although the intent of this section was not to allow vendors on the beach, because of these concerns, I feel it is worth clarifying. Therefore, I recommend amending lines 399 and 400 to get rid of the following words. And I have a copy of it for everyone, well, for the commission. I will read it. So therefore, I recommend the lines 399 and 400 to get rid of the following words. So either for itself or through third-party vendor, so that the new sentence should read, food and beverage services only to the residents or verified guest. This eliminates the third-party vendors on the beach. So.
Point of information. So just because I would be open to amending it, are you basically saying if you're bringing it from your condo?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Oh, sorry. So just a clarification, because I think I'm in agreement with you on this. You're basically saying you want to be able to bring the food from your condo, just like somebody could from your
Yes.
house, but not have like somebody serve it or provide it from like a tent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in agreement. I would amend my motion with that.
I have
Thank
a
you.
point of information as well. Okay, but here you're stating, except that licensed beach chair operators that are in good standing shall be permitted to provide food and beverage. This doesn't say that a resident can come down and bring their food. Like, this says only people that.
This is in regard to peddling, so that there's
Okay.
no vendors on the beach.
But a person that's providing food and services is a vendor.
Not on the beach. You can't have a tent with food on the beach.
You need to speak into the mic.
I think what she's trying to say here is you can't have a tent with food on the beach, just like you bring with a cooler from your house or your condo, whatever you want. If you bring it from if a vendor brought it from you, let's just say from the dining room I'll use the Waverly, to your beach, it's okay, but you couldn't have a tent serving food, like in that 8x8 tent.
Okay, but now also, how are you planning to regulate the garbage? I mean, what are these, if they're gonna be bringing food on the beach, who's going to be responsible for cleaning up all this garbage?
I think that's stipulated in the code already, that
It's
each
already in the
operator
code.
has to maintain the beach, and there's a whole set of repercussions for
Or
not.
you will be fined.
Again,
And
my,
where's the fines in this?
this is not the fine section, but there's another section that covers all
So
that.
you're giving a $50 fine, $500 fine?
And the third time they lose the ability to provide chairs, we'll get to it. The way I'm understanding this is no person, firms, or entity other than town of Surfside shall sell or rent goods, services, I'll skip to the end, except that licensed beach furniture operators. So if you read through the descriptions and the definitions, beach chair furniture operator refers to either a condo or a hotel. So that condo or hotel can provide food services for their residents, but no third party.
I'm sorry, can we be specific here that only condo and hotels?
That's what a
That's what it
beach chair
says, to the
operator is.
beach chair residents, to the condos,
Where does it
with
say?
license.
To their,
Except the licensed beach
If you
chair.
go to section, Article
Furniture.
2, Division 1,
But it
Section
doesn't say-
86-2, you'll see beach furniture operator. This is definitions. Beach furniture operator is a hotel or condominium association located on the east side of Collins. So it's defined what it is. It doesn't need to, that's, I mean,
So it
that's why
eliminates
legal does that.
vendors on the beach.
can't we just be a little bit more specific? I mean,
It's in there. I mean, the
I
attorney is
mean,
the
I
code.
would
We
really
need that.
appreciate, I mean, I'm
The
trying
problem is
to
you
work
start
with you
adding all
guys.
different words that are not needed and it
Can we
creates a
just
problem.
put condo and hotel only?
There's no
That's-
need. It says that.
That's what it means.
I understand, but you know, the
Only
law is very
except the-
specific.
Only
and then
condos
peop-
can,
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying
trying to
that
answer
the
the
law is
question.
very specific, and then people come out and start saying, I don't understand this because it's not clear English. So if you're more clear and specific, even though it's being mentioned in other parts, this happens like other parts of the code where sometimes there's, oh, here it says it here, but it doesn't say it over here. So then, because this one says 35 feet, we need 10, but this one says 10 feet, I don't understand that. So can we be more specific on that?
Well,
And
But I
just-
think, Commissioner, that's the reason why we don't want to start adding more to this side of the code, because we want one place where it defines what it is. If we start defining it here and defining it in different parts, that's where confusion comes. So if we leave the one section of definitions, which defines beach chair operators as condos and hotels,
That's all condos.
that's all that's needed, because if you start putting it here and then you add apartments here or something instead of condos, now it conflicts with that.
Yeah, but then I've seen it in the past couple of months, and I'm sorry to be
This-
trying to insist on this one, where we change the definition of a word to include what we want. And we all know what I'm talking about. Don't
Well, we
have
can
to
ask the
say.
attorneys, you'll see that we had to
So,
change,
I mean,
amend the
experience
code
tells
ordinance
me-
in multiple locations
All I'm
because it
asking
existed
is-
in multiple
But all
locations.
I'm asking is just put condos and hotels, that's all.
I'll refer to the attorney, right? Is it easier
If
to
I may-
modify
This
an
was-
ordinance if it
If I
exists in
could,
one place?
I'll direct you to line 97 to 99, where a beach furniture operator is clearly defined as a hotel or condominium association on the east side of Collins that provides beach furniture services to its building, residents, and verified guests. It's a defined term in the ordinance, so I think
Well, Madam Attorney, I read that in already. What we want is clarifications for attorneys. If we had to change the code, is it easier to modify it in one location or start scouring through the code in our books to find every time it is mentioned and then
I
modify
think
that as
that
well?
the defined term beach furniture operator is consistently used throughout the ordinance and should remain that way.
Thank you.
But here it doesn't say only. It says beach chair operator is a hotel or condominium association located on the east side. It doesn't say only. Can we at least add the word only in there?
I'm not understanding why you need
The
all
east
Because-
side is the east side.
Because, you know, you want to make sure that it's specific, that it's only hotels and condominiums.
Only the
on
wording
east
that's in the description is what exists.
What if there's a seasonal in the box?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Rotger, please refrain from speaking. Public
So-
comment is over.
So this, to me, that says it, let me just, so the article, except that beach licensed beach furniture operators, which is already described as the condos and the hotels on the east side, that are in good standing shall be permitted to provide food and beverage services only to their residents and verified guests. So the only operators that can have beach furniture operators, the only places are the condos on the east side and the hotels on the east side. To their residents, only to their residents and verified guests.
All right. You got any more comments? All right. So I'd like to just say a few comments. I'm okay with this change.
Oh, you mean like comments like completely? Oh, I haven't talked.
Okay, so,
Oh, I'm sorry.
pretty sure you've talked, but.
Like on this item here that Commissioner Maicha was talking about. Okay, so I have my section. So now I can, okay, thank you.
Anyway, to the comments that Vice Mayor Rose mentioned here earlier, when you mentioned 69%, and this one's, if I may ask also a question to the assistant town manager. Okay, I remember when you mentioned about the 18% and the 69% of the condos. Yes, the condos have 69% and they provide more revenue to the town. But you also mentioned that 69% of those condos are people that don't even live here, but they have these apartments.
What I was pointing out was my
Name and
slide.
title for the record.
If you don't know him.
Jason Green, Assistant Town Manager, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you. Commissioner Velasquez, I think what you're referencing was a slide in the budget hearing presentation about just versus taxable value and what it looks like. I think it's single family have about 23% of just value, or kind of the market value as the best, from a property appraiser's perspective, and a decrease of 18%. So I think you're seeing the effect of the Save Your Homestead. That's the homestead exemption, where it was the inverse for the condominiums, where there's more likely that the condo value on the property tax value was higher because there were less homesteaded individuals.
Exactly. So that means that less of the condo owners live in Surfside.
I couldn't speak on an individual numbers basis, but just from a tax perspective, what it would look like is
Well, that would
you're
indicate
seeing,
something like that, right?
on a percentage basis for the revenue basis. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Okay, so things that I feel, and based on everything that the residents have spoken here today and emails that we've received and everything, honestly, my only issue with this ordinance as it is right now has always been the preset. I do agree that 5 chairs is way too little. Now, 40 chairs, I think it's too much. If there's a compromise somewhere in the middle where we can all agree on this, I would hope that we can reach an agreement. And to me, that would be maybe 20 chairs per property, 10 per 100 linear feet or something like that. But to go to 40 chairs all of a sudden, or then start the 40 chairs from the back of the line instead of from the front. Because honestly, what they want is a beach chair on the beach. So we need to really think about the rest of us, not just the people that come here to enjoy our beach on a week or daily or whatever it is, more than the people that live here and want to enjoy our beach as well. I mean, if we can compromise on that, I could agree to some of these things. Now, there should also be a limit on the amount of chairs. To put it unlimited, that someone can have 100 chairs here, regardless of whether someone would want to sit in the back of that box or not, it's still 100 chairs. Where before we had 60 chairs, maybe put 65. But we had given in the ordinance a discretion to the town manager to approve more chairs, which I believe the Grand Beach came and requested that anyway, and they were granted more chairs when they needed them. But to put out there so many chairs, and the reason why this is such a big issue is because it did happen. It was a problem until this beach chair ordinance came about. And this is what has resolved the problem, but now we're reversing it to allow all of this. I mean, there's things that I can agree to and there's things that I can't. To be unlimited is not a good thing. Because, yeah, you may say, oh, well, the other properties are not going to do it. But we don't know that for sure. That's just an assumption. What if they now decide to get a kitchen and provide food service for their condo residents and put 100 chairs in every single property? Now you got a big problem. So, I mean, let's push this back a little bit and let's try to negotiate, and maybe we could get somewhere that we're all in agreement. I mean, if we could do 15 to 20 presets and 65 chairs max or 70 chairs. You know, the max before was 60. Let's do 70. I mean, can we agree on something? Go ahead.
I spent a lot of time and researched. These are not numbers pulled out of the sky. These are based on feet, on percentages, on frontage. I don't think you can just pull out 5 or 10. Right now, we're saying 0.2 chairs per the frontage.
Mm-hmm.
I would listen to a percentage, but not to just pull out the number of 5 or 10 or.
Okay,
Each frontage property is different. I would be willing to go down to 1.5.
Okay, but you're saying 0.2. So 0.1 would be that 20 chairs that I'm talking about.
Would you be agreeable to 0.1?
I would agree to 0.1, yes. I would 100% agree to 0.1. And can we talk about maybe a maximum of chairs? Can we talk about maybe not unlimited? Let's put a number on this, and if they need more, let's put a discretion of the town manager to give them the additional chairs if they need so. But
If I may, I don't think, I mean, Mr. Cruz will explain, we're not talking unlimited. That's a term that everybody throws out. You're limited by size. You can't have unlimited chairs in a specified size.
Yeah, but
We keep throwing that out, but there's no, it's not unlimited.
I
There
understand,
is a
but
limit.
before, you're talking about percentages of things. Before, it was a percentage of the size, and that's how you got to 60 chairs, for example, in this Grand Beach example here, or this Grand Beach property, right?
In the preset, are you talking about?
And no, in the amount of chairs that they were allowed to put out throughout the day. So in that's how they got with this, the number of 60. So
your current code got to 60.
I know.
That's not what we're proposing.
I know, but you're not giving it a cap either, because
Because the box is the cap.
I understand that the box may be the cap, but then you're, in that box, you can put 100 chairs. That's a lot of chairs.
I'm gonna just simplify this. It'd be like saying this room is unlimited people to be in this room. You are maxed out at space of what can actually fit in this room. You can say all you want. This room is unlimited. It has capacity, just like the box has a capacity. It's a false misinformation statement. You can't say it's unlimited, but you're limited by the size. That's the reality of the situation. This room does not hold unlimited people in town. It holds a certain limit that will fit in this room. There's a real finite number to that. It's what fits in that box, and the box is about 100.
Yeah,
You
but
can't just
100
say
is too
it's
much.
unlimited in this room.
Yeah, and I think that's just very important, because that's some of the excitable, wording that's used by other people in this community. It gets everybody riled up. So, words matter. And when you go ahead and say, hey, they're going to do unlimited seating,
Well,
it's very scary.
Yeah, but.
But we're actually
okay,
talking about a limitation.
I understand that, but you're not capping it to anything. You're just saying whatever fits in this box, and it could be 100, or if now they get
That's the
smaller chairs,
definition of the
or they.
cap.
Yeah, but how much space, okay, hold on a second, because how much space are between each row of these chairs? So you're putting maybe here a foot or 2 foot. Now, what if they come and put it even closer to fit more chairs? Because that makes them more money. I mean, it could happen.
First of all, that's everybody's
What's-
right to sit at
okay,
the
but
beach, but it's
what
also.
is- I understand that, but if they can squeeze in.
Let me ask you, do you think the Four Seasons or something, as we're talking about the hotel specifically, you think
but
that they're
Four
gonna start
Seasons has an
cramming?
enormous property. They
Grand
have
Beach,
no issues
Grand
with-
Beach, people are paying $1,000 a night. You think they wanna sit on the beach on top of someone else? That's not gonna go very well for them.
Well, listen, Kate, are
We
you
can assume
kidding
the
me?
worst, or we can
People
try to
go to
assume the
Europe and
best
they
in
sit on
everyone.
top of each other. And we've
talking
all
about
seen it.
Can I interrupt, perhaps, from the left side
Everybody
here?
else has, so yeah, go for it.
Why
I mean,
not?
you've already expressed you're against the entire thing, so I don't know what you.
I'm open to something more moderate, frankly, but I don't think there's been that discussion. The key here is the motion maker. Is he, in this case, Mr. Vice Mayor, willing to make any adjustments? If he's
So-
not,
Exactly, let's
then
try to
let's get to a vote.
compromise
I'm
here.
gonna
If
tell
he's
you,
not-
I think I'm willing to make one adjustment. I think we're capped by the box. I'm gonna give pretty much Commissioner Velasquez and Commissioner Landsman one shot in my eyes, because I think we have 3 here to move this forward, as written. However, I would be open to 0.15 per 100, which gives you guys the opportunity with a 5-0 vote to take off some chairs on the beach. If not, I'm good as moving it forward. So the ball's in your court.
But-
You have the chance to take down the presets, or I'm comfortable moving this as forward. I think we have 3 votes to move this as forward with the changes. I'll leave it at the .2, but in the spirit of compromise, and it's on you if you want to take off presets, we can pass this at .15. I'll modify it, but I expect a 5-0 vote. If not, we can pass it 3-2, and you blow your chance to take presets off the beach.
You
Ball's in
don't
your
know
court.
if
Remind you, once
Marianne
you modify
completely
your-
agrees to
your,
that. Can we do one,
Can
point
I-
one?
Excuse me if I can speak for a
But
second.
Marianne, can
Commissioner-
we do point
Commissioner,
one?
can I have the floor for a second?
Oh, sorry.
If you modify your vote and it still goes 3-2, your vote goes through. So I don't know how you're gonna wanna deal with that.
I'm doing a straw poll right now. Would you be, if I went down to .15, would it change your vote? It's a pretty simple
That's
answer.
still,
If not,
that's 30 per 100 square feet.
you have the
For-
chance to take off chairs. It's your call. It's not
30
ours.
versus 40 is what you're
It's
saying.
30 versus 40 for your vote. You're in Commissioner Velasquez. If not, I think we got the votes to do 3-2. We're compromising here. If not, we can call the vote. I think we have the
Well,
votes.
but listen, you're doing the, okay, but hold on one second, Jeff.
Commissioner, let them.
But hold on one
Let them
second.
finish and then you'll have a turn. Let them.
Can he answer?
I think going from 5 to 30 is not moderate.
Okay.
Can we do 20? I mean, I
have
can
a
agree
chance.
to 20. That's
I'm
point
not-
one.
I'm not willing to go there.
Well, hold
So
on, because you have to consider that Marianne might
my
not be
motion.
agreeing. Okay, but if Marianne doesn't agree, then you don't have a motion.
All right,
Can-
if
can
everybody's
we-
okay, can I have the floor for a minute, please, to make some comments on this item? Everybody's okay?
Yep.
You know, we speak about misinformation, and I think the Vice Mayor did a good job at addressing some of them. I personally wouldn't sit and waste my time up here on the dais being directed by residents who put out flyers. The hope is that people actually come to this meeting and listen to the conversation.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. It's not on purpose. It's been happening all night, don't worry. I just want to read a couple of items from the actual code, right? Because people have come and sent these emails, and this is actually what's in the code. Section 86-30, number 8, beach furniture shall not inhibit access or use to the public beach. So just to stop for a second, that doesn't mean that somebody's going to set up a chair and block the beach to any of the residents. Bless you. Nor obstruct reasonable access to the public beach or pedestrians and emergency vehicles, nor impact native vegetation or destroy or disturb sea turtles or wildlife, including their habitats and nesting sites. So for everybody here who's come here, you know, worried about the turtles, it's in the ordinance. We're protecting the turtles. Nobody can go into any of their nesting areas. You can't go into the natural vegetation. You can't block access, so you're not going to see any of that. Item D, except for beach furniture set up and staging as permitted by this article, beach furniture shall be removed from the public beach when not in use. Removal shall occur promptly after the use of the beach chair ceases. So we keep talking about, you know, destroying the entire beach, and I'm going to get to the notes in a second, but what's important, and I've mentioned this in the others, we're not referring to chairs, we're referring to people on the beach. There's always a tush in the chair, so there's somebody there that occupies it. And it is public property, and everybody has that right. Trash was just another thing. Like it said, you know, again, just to reiterate, one of the points that was going around this community is, oh, you're destroying the beach because you're removing the 3 times a week trash, 3 times a day. Obviously, as Carmen said, that's impossible to enforce, because if you see trash, you go up to the hotel or to the building and say, why is there trash? Oh, well, we already did our second pass, we're gonna do our third in an hour, or we've just finished our third, so we've, you know, done what's required by the code. So, yeah, I wanna make sure that it's understood, because these are big points that we're going around the community, and it's important for them to understand that the current regulation stipulates that the beach is maintained at all times. So that means now whenever code walks in and sees something on the floor, they will get a violation.
I totally agree with that. That's actually an enhancement to this ordinance. I agree with that.
The last item, just to point out again, is motorized vehicles and traffic and operations on any any motorized vehicle, whether engine, battery, or electric powered, is prohibited on the beach, upon the dune, in areas containing dune vegetation or water adjacent to the beach. So we've all seen the flyers going around that there's going to be items flying around the beach, but that's not the case. What we were talking about on here is on the hard pack, which again is important to understand belongs to the building. It's private property, and we're allowing them to use hand carts on their own property. Especially considering we have Miami-Dade vehicles and we've had an agreement that our emergency vehicles can go flying through on their property, it seems only fair to give them access to that. But at no point and anywhere in this ordinance does it allow for vehicles on the beach. So again, just important points to note. A couple of items, you know, we've heard today that we're not listening, right? There's always 2 sides to every conversation. I personally have had conversations with a lot of people that have differences of opinion, and that's what we're here to do, right? And it's not going to be like I said, we've heard do the right thing, it's not about the right thing or the wrong thing. It's just about a difference of opinion. I don't think anybody here wants to destroy the beach. This is why we live here. And again, why are we addressing this issue, right? There's obviously the lawsuits that are pending, and we as a commission have to address it. Trust me, this isn't, you know, good for us to be popping this on the agenda, but it's something that we had to deal with, right? We all walked in, we were told about this item pending, and how are we gonna resolve it? Even in our shade sessions, there were more agreeable at some point, and then once it got to the public, some people kind of backed off some of their items or the way they, you know, the way they stood privately, but we still have to address it. The residents in the condos have asked us also to restrict, you know, that these ordinances are too restrictive. This is not just for hotels. You know, and to go back again, we don't want to be doing this. It's not popular for us to be doing this, but it's something that we have to deal with. Another point to make sure that everybody here understands, and I've said this over and over, the beach is state-owned property, right? This is not the town property. If any one of these lawsuits go through and are successful, we have zero ability to regulate it. What we're doing here is a compromise that the hotels, that the buildings will be okay with, but will still allow us to keep it sort of regulated and clean. Before 2016, I don't think there was any ordinances or anything on the beach. In 2016, the commission passed some beach share ordinances as far as permitting, and that was left to the individual. Each permit had to come before the commission, but there's never been ordinances in place on this beach because it's a public property. And from 2016 till 2021 or 2020, there were no ordinances as well, and yet I've lived here for 12 years and it's always been a beautiful beach. And I mentioned this before, each beach chair represents a person. So we have this thing about chairs we're looking at. Somebody's sitting in that chair, and it is private, it's public property, and everybody has that right to sit in the chair, whether they're from Hialeah, whether they live in the hotel, or they walk their chair from the other property. We've had a resident come here and tell us how he sits on the beach more than anybody, even all the lifeguards. And I've seen him on the beach, and he's sitting in a chair. So why is it okay for him to occupy space in a chair all day long when somebody wants to come in and can actually has the means to pay for somebody to set that chair up for them? Why aren't they allowed to sit there? So when we're talking about, like you're saying, filling the box, it's not empty chairs. We're talking about allowing people to go to the beach. It's that simple. And in my opinion, everybody has that right to go to the beach. Presets, I know we're discussing, but you know, we've heard from one of the employees that came here. I know the commissioner had walked down the beach and watched what goes on. I see it all the time. I'm at the beach. To see them schlepping back and forth in the heat, it's just not. This is a human factor. It's not okay. This is not about, now remember, these buildings, as my fixture over there mentioned, you know, on a slow day, they put out 5 chairs. They put out 3 chairs. They're not inclined to go out and set up 40 chairs for no reason. If it's needed, if they anticipate that need, they'll put it out. But if not, why put everybody through that work? They have the staging area. They'll put out 6 chairs. And if it fills up, they'll put out some more. Nobody wants to do extra work. So I'm not, you know, that's why I don't think this preset is such a big deal. As the residents here who already have this service, they don't utilize it to the max when it's not needed. So I'd like to believe in the positivity that that kind of action will continue. Whether we move it to 20 or 40 or whatever it is, it won't be put out unless it's needed. That's my opinion on that.
In a moment of compromise and weakness right here, it's a weakness.
I did not finish my...
Point 1 for both of you guys.
Oh, my God.
What?
For a 5-0 vote. Senator Landsmans, Commissioner Velasquez?
Can I finish my...
Yes. I'm just trying to make my compromise here.
I'm still in the middle of my comments.
Marriott,
Not much time left.
Move that before he changes his mind.
Not much
Please
time before I
say
change
yes.
it.
What did you just eat or drink?
Excuse me, Mrs. Salzauer, you've been warned multiple times.
I mean, that's really.
You can keep
But
texting
you
her.
need to
This,
finish.
I don't know if you think you're in class. You don't raise your hand to get to talk here. Your public comment is over. You are no longer sitting on this dais, so I'm going to ask you to please respect us in our conversation. I'm going to continue with my comments if that's okay with everyone. I personally believe what we will see, and like I said, there's been no ordinances in place for many, many years, and I've lived here for those years, and the beach was always empty. I believe that we'll continue to see. There will always be space for residents. But we as a commission, we're not passing something here tonight and walking away, right? We're going to be vigilant. If there's people that are going against what we've done, or we see an issue, we're here for another year and a half, unless, you know, some people get their way. But we will keep on top of it and modify as needed. I want to bring up 2 points before the vote goes through that I'd like to discuss. The first item is there's something in here that we put last time, which is for prohibiting the west side to enter into contract with buildings or condos. While I agree with that, I think we just need to make sure that we're thinking about future repercussions of such an ordinance, right? If we put the beach chairs in our community center, excuse me, and the way it's currently funded, obviously everybody from the Marriott or anybody will just, walk to the community center. So they may occupy it, so.
They're paying their resources.
All right, if I may finish, you guys.
I'm so sorry.
If we have a maximum of 60 chairs,
Chatting here, so sorry about that.
no problem. If there's a maximum of chairs that go out there, and we've seen this in the past when there used to be about 12 or 14 chairs, there were no chairs for residents that came out. It was on a first come, first served basis. If we start seeing the Marriott, may or guests from the other sides, from the west side, because they don't have, we need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend
An hour, bro.
An hour.
We got so much of this stuff.
Okay, I'll second that
We
one.
have all the ordinance we have to go through.
Being that you've been so nice.
At least Jason's happy.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye, but don't tell Sandra.
Take a bathroom break.
Yeah, we can take a break after this item. So again, I just want the commission to kind of have this on the radar, that if we are going to fund such a project, perhaps maybe we want to look at funding it from the general fund, which would allow us to prohibit those seatings for residents only. But this is not the item, so yeah, it's a separate item. Because it ties into some of this contract and we've stipulated the west side, I want to make sure that everybody's aware about that. I would like to, so last meeting when we spoke about this, and I didn't really see it in the current thing, and we had all agreed on it, was that ultimately we need to be holding the service provider accountable. Because right now what happens is, the building contracts with somebody, for example. Now, some of them will do it themselves, but if they contract with someone and they go through that first fine, the second fine, third fine, after that, the building loses. Now, it's previously in the code, if I hire a landscaper and he does something wrong, I'm, as the homeowner, get the fine. So that's, established within the code. However, if we're going to be restricting that, I think in order to create that onus to, who's more inclined to keep that beach clean is the service provider, because they may have multiple contracts throughout town. So if we stipulate it and we push the onus on them, they will be more inclined to keep that beach clean, because if that third time comes around, they can lose multiple contracts at once.
Sorry, I understand, I'm sorry, Marion. I understand that, but I feel it's like when you hire an employee, right? You, as the employer, need to do your due diligence to make sure that that employee is going to follow your rules to the exact way you put them.
No, I
So
agree with you,
honestly, to
absolutely.
pass the buck on to the employee, which really is not the responsible party here, I don't agree with that. I would rather keep the burden of keeping the peace here and making sure that things are done right to the condo or to the hotel, because they're the ones that have, look, this is like, example, you have a dog here in, not you get a dog here in Miami-Dade. You rent your apartment to somebody and they get a dog. If they don't register this dog, that registration goes to your property, not to the not to the tenant. It goes to your property, and if you don't pay that, that incurs in fees and fees and fees and fees.
So if I
And
could
then-
just finish,
so
I
something-
appreciate the question, and I'll respond to that. I'm still finishing up my comments, but what you're saying is correct in the sense that the hotel, the building will still receive those fines. But similarly, if you hire a contractor or somebody to install an AC, right, and they do something wrong, the town, you'll get that fine. But if that's not fixed, the person that loses their license is now the contractor, not the homeowner, because the homeowner didn't do the work. So the same thing should apply for this, for the, do you mind?
Mine is closed. I don't know who has their, Marion.
I'm just getting a lot of feedback. So again, it's standard practice, right? The one who suffers and lose that ability is the contractor, is the provider, is the actual provider, and that's the one who is going to be on the beach all day. The people in the building won't. It's the provider that's responsible to keep the beach.
Yeah, but then this condo can now go ahead and hire a different beach chair people and do the same thing with somebody else. Whereas if you keep it to to the condo or the hotel as the responsible party, you won't have that situation. And now you're talking about things that are, you're talking about trash on the beach, these are environmental situations.
So what we can do is kind of stipulate that if a building or a condo goes through this more than once, so for example, they have a provider, they get 1, 2, 3 fines, they get their 4th time, they get, their provider is gone. Now they have to go look for another one. If they go through the same issues, we can do, if they get two of these things in a year, then there are ways to stipulate that. But what we're doing right now is letting the service provider off the hook. So we need to keep them motivated to keep the beach clean, because they're the ones on the beach. If we're giving the fines to the building and we're punishing the building but not the provider, because they have 6 more contracts on the beach.
Listen, we're trying to negotiate here, so.
Well, I'm still trying to give my comments and my feedback.
I understand, but I think.
Negotiating is when we're at an impasse. If
Well,
we have
this is what this
multiple-
is all, to try to get this ordinance passed, as all of us being in agreement here. And in all reality, I'm sorry, but on this one, I think that really the burden needs to be on the hotel or the condo, because they need to be responsible. This is not like
All
the
right,
AC
Commissioner,
guy.
I've heard it, it's still my
Okay,
turn.
sorry.
So I've listened to it. Look, I respectfully disagree. So I hear what you're saying, but again, if you've heard what I was saying, I kind of disagree on that. What I would like to do is suggest a change to the ordinance as it's written, to add a definition for beach chair furniture operator. Sorry, I'm gonna leave that one alone. To add a definition for beach chair service provider, which would be as a service or company or entity who is providing the beach chair service for the beach chair operator, because the beach chair operator is already stipulated as the condo or hotel. The beach chair operator may also act as the beach furniture service provider. So that doesn't restrict the operator from acting as the provider, but ultimately the goal is to put that onus on the provider. And then I would modify section 86-33, which is violation, civilities, and fines, to modify it after the 3rd violation for the same violation. A beach furniture service provider shall be suspended from beach furniture operations for a period of 1 year from the date of violation. So again, in my opinion, and it's my opinion, is that puts the onus on the person who's actually sitting on the beach and whose responsibility it is to clean.
Would you be open to doing it 2 times? It's a matter of compromise to only, put that 2 times per year?
If that's a make it or break it.
Yeah, well, I'd be willing to do the 2
I don't
times.
understand what you mean by 2
If you
times.
basically lost if there was a loss, it would be basically that building could only have it 2 times. If they had to find somebody else, I'd be okay with that.
I don't
As a matter of
see-
I'm just trying to wrap this all up and then go to the point 1 and try and call it a day, take some of those chairs off the beach. Commissioner Lands, I know wants to do it. We get a 5-0 vote and we can go to the next item. So I'm just trying to compromise here.
I don't think you're getting
Are
your
you-
5-0 vote.
What?
I have a question. Are you trying to tie this into the current ordinance that we're trying to pass tonight?
Yeah, I want to modify section 86-33, which basically puts,
To me, I think it's getting complicated. I think the person, that goes for the license needs to hold the total responsibility for the fines and who they hire as a beach furniture operator. I think it just complicates it too much. I think the onus should stay with the owner that applies for the beach furniture service.
so to my point, what can happen in this instance is one condo hires a beach chair service provider to manage their beach. The building, let's say, goes through 3 violations. Now the building is not allowed to have beach chair service anymore. Meanwhile, this operator has 8 more properties that they're still working on our beach. So they can continue doing what they're doing in their service, even though they've already proven that they can't keep the beach clean.
Well, if they do that at all the other properties,
If they do.
they're gonna be fined.
But
and
ultimately,
lose
who has
their-
more motivation? That's what I'm trying to look at. Who has more motivation to keep it?
The owner to choose the right employee.
Yes.
In
The
this
owner
case, the
or
beach
the vendor who's
service.
going to lose multiple?
But the
I don't-
vendor
the
has to be
vendors
in
that
good
I've talked
standing.
to-
Commissioner, can I please just have a conversation and then we
The
can come
vendors that
back?
I've talked to on the beach, and I walk it every weekend, and I talk to the vendors, even up through Bell Harbor, just to get a perspective, and down to 87 Park. It's the owner's responsibility, and those beach service operators take their direction from their employer, who is the owner of the condo or the hotel. So I just think this gets too complicated if you add that. And I think the beach service operators would, if they want to keep their business with that condo or hotel, would do their job.
All right, I suggested an item, it doesn't have to be accepted. All right.
Yeah, but I'm just
Mr.
trying
Vice
to,
Mayor, I think we
I'm trying to
can,
do the straw poll. Are we good at .1 for a 5-0 vote, or are we leaving it at the .2? I'm basically, that's it for me.
.1, you said, what do you mean? You already got a yes from Mary
No,
Ann.
I'm-
It was .1.
So
I
just
brought it up. I think it's a straw
myself,
poll.
Commissioner Maishad are okay with it as is.
No, what I said was, we have 3 at .2. As a matter of compromise here, I'm asking for a 5-0 vote. Would you be wanting to go down? I started at .15, and I just threw in the hat and said .1.
.1, yes, we agreed to that.
Who's agreed to it?
I'm asking you right now. If not, I'm good at .2. I'm asking right now. If not, I'm good at .2. I'm giving the last chance.
20 chairs.
That's what he said.
I'm on presets, I'm okay with the .1, but I want the density reduced as well.
I'm not willing, so I'm good. If you want to change, I'll call the vote. But that's the mayor's job, but.
All right, Madam Clerk.
We're at .2 still.
Just to be clear, I think there were some modifications written in by Commissioner Maishad.
Correct. Which is on section 86, 40.
Commissioner, please.
Regarding peddling.
I'm sorry?
Commissioner Mashad made an amendment to section 86-40 regarding peddling.
All right, so Vice Mayor has to agree to that amendment.
Open.
Actually, Vice Mayor Rose agreed when
Yes.
she proposed it.
The second?
It's Commissioner Mashad.
Second?
All right. So I guess was there anything else that was changed on this?
Hold on.
Because that's 10 chairs.
Okay, but hold on 1 second. Hold on, this is not all done yet.
We've got an entire agenda, it's 12 o'clock at
I
night.
understand, but please, this is a serious situation. Can
That
we
we've
at
had 3
least?
conversations
I
on at this
understand
point.
that, but listen,
Let her
let's,
give her a shot at Fred.
okay,
I'm good at
let's
0.2.
negotiate on something,
We don't have
okay?
to negotiate, we have a
Okay, but you're-
majority that
okay,
agrees with it.
I understand that, but do you want to try to get a 5-0 vote on this one, right?
The only thing I want to compromise on is .1. You can talk to Senator Landsman if he wants to change. I'm not changing the density or anything else. If he wants to go to .1 presets, if not, we have the votes. You can give it, he's calling the votes. It's up to you
Can
and
I
the
give you 2
senator.
minutes, Commissioner, please, to try to convince him, so in the interest of moving this item forward?
.1 is better than 40.
It's passing, so it's your call.
And you know what, honestly, if the mayor did say something important, that if it did become an issue, we can
Commissioner,
roll
can you
this
speak
back.
into the mic?
Oh, sorry. And the mayor did say that if this became an issue, we would be able to roll this back. So, I mean, I guess we're all gonna have to be vigilant, but honestly, I'd rather 20 than 40.
And you're okay with the fill the box?
I'm not, but the preset situation is important, because
That's why it's called a
40 chairs is a
compromise, right?
lot.
Take it. You heard from Senator
Listen, I'd
Lofty.
rather take this, and look, Commissioner Maishad is also agreeing with no west side. She's agreeing with letting the hotel and condos be responsible for this. Listen, at this point, I'll take this better than what he's proposing.
So we're going from 5 to 20 for 200 feet. Fill the box. And you're okay with that, Commissioner Blasquez?
I'm not 100% okay,
Well, it's a yes or a no. There's no
but
middle.
I'm willing to compromise if that's gonna take this down to 20.
Senator Landsman, you guys are it's .1 per 100.
0.1 per 100, right.
That's
10
10.
chairs. If you have
That's
100
not-
I understand. If you have
that's not
200
20.
if you have
That's 20 chairs for the Grand Beach.
For 200 feet. Make the change.
Whoa. I'm willing to make the modification of .1.
Well, you didn't get a yes, by the way.
Well, if he votes no, I'm voting no, then we're bringing it back. So we can play gamesmanship all night, buddy. You vote no, it's coming back with a 2.2, so it's your call right now. You're a man of your word for the people, or you're not. I'll play gamesmanship all night.
Oh, and another thing, this
You can bring
doesn't
the
give
item right back,
this,
by
so
the way.
Andy wouldn't have the no more Andy coming, so we take Andy out of the equation.
Commissioner Marshall, are you
Okay.
good with the modification of .1? He
Yes.
said we got a 5-0 vote?
Yes.
Mayor, may I call the roll?
please.
Commissioner Mashaid,
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Reluctantly, but I have to, this is better than nothing, yes.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes, in a matter of compromise.
Mayor Danziger,
If I say no, how upset. Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Just want to see his face.
Thank you all residents for coming.
Again, I hope everybody actually listened to the conversation and reads through the ordinance. Item 482, moving on. Oh, do you guys want a break? All right, let's take a 5-minute break, please.
Mayor, we're calling the meeting to order at 12:16.
Exactly 5 minutes after we called it off, yes, thank you. All right, moving on to item 4A2.
Mayor, can I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Here.
Mayor Danziger?
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read item 4A2 into the record?
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Section 92, definitions to revise the definitions for lot coverage, and Section 9049, lot standards to increase the maximum lot coverage allowed for single-story homes that do not exceed 22 feet in height to 50%, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date. Item 4A2.
All right, thank you. So I will bring that item forward since it's mine. The idea was to encourage people to build single-story homes instead of double. Somebody that may be looking to expand their home or build a new one, it's a lot cheaper to build one story. Some of the things that have changed over the last couple of discussions on this item was the limitation on the height of the house. Additionally, the 50%, when we all talk about 40% on a single story, the total ends up being 46 with the porches and things like that, and this 50% is locked at 50%. So all your porches, all your sills, everything is gonna have to be within that. So that is where this, I'm sorry? In the 50. So that's where this item is holding. Hopefully we can pass this out. I think this is good for the neighborhood. It will encourage the houses that a lot of people seem to wanna have and give options and choices. We need to, at this point, I'll open it up to public comment if there is any. Mrs. Salzhauer? Wait, do we have a motion to pass it as is? Can I get a motion to pass it?
Motion to pass it as is.
Are we
Second.
discussing this
Yeah.
first? Oh, okay.
Mrs. Salzhauer, you're not coming up?
Ayla Salzar, 9317 Bay Drive. I want to know if this ordinance contains a provision that if they ever decide they're going to build a second floor, that they have to remove the 50%, and that they are not allowed to, how are you going to have it as a covenant that runs with the land? I mean, how are you going to enforce this 5 years from now with a different commission that comes in and says, you know what, now you can build a second floor on top of this 50%? Are there any safeguards in here? Because what I feel like we're doing is moving the line and moving the line and moving the line in the sand. And a new commission can come in and say, oh, you know, they said you'd have to change it, but that's not really fair because our residents got used to their 50% and they want to have a second floor, so let's let them have a second floor. And then this all goes out the window. So by the time we're done with trying to accommodate everybody, this entire town will just be concrete, wall-to-wall concrete, the way the beaches will now be beach chairs all over the place. So those are my comments, and I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. I can't read this. George Kouslis?
George Kouslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I think you should have protections for that, you know, if you go up, and have the attorney tell you how ways that can happen. But I wanted to talk about the 22 feet and why the 22 feet is 22, because it's a weird number. It's not 20, you know, it's not a... in the code, in other parts of the zoning code, the number 15 feet is very important. It's, if you have an atrium in your house and you, it's taller than 15 feet, you get counted twice in floor area. If you have a house that is taller than 15 feet, that's when the second story average setbacks start kicking in. So the 15-foot number is very important. It's really how the code distinguishes when you actually go from one story to something more. And you've also heard quite often that the properties are 6 feet on 6 feet boxes because the ground grade is typically 6 feet below the plus 10 that you build a house to. But there are quite a few places in town where it's as low as 7. The difference is 7. So 7 plus 15, 22 should cover everybody, and everybody fits in there. And 22 from 30 is about 8 feet, or it is 8 feet, which is, you know, a typical floor. So I think it's a really good number that basically ensures that nobody's building a double height, one-story house. Thank you.
Kouslis. I guess that's it. All right, close my mic and public comment on this item. I would love for this to move forward without a lot of comments. There's just to bring up some of the items that were brought up and let the commission know the code stipulates 40% for a second story. So already on here, what's with today is like the first time we've gone through this. All right, so the initial, Madam Clerk, there it is. I guess my time's up. Okay, so there, on line 65 and 66, in no instance may the sum of the total lot and exemption 50% of the lot for one-story home, 46 for the two-story homes. Sorry, it's item, it starts on line 74. Homes with a maximum height of 22 feet that do not exceed a habitable story may provide up to 50% of lot coverage. A single-story home exceeding 40% lot coverage may not be altered to provide a second story unless the lot coverage is reduced to a maximum of 40. So we've already stipulated in this code that if anybody wants to go 45, 50 feet and decides they want a second story, they're going to have to compromise and take back down that 40%. So that's in there. So to the comment where another commission could come in and change it down the line, yes, that could always happen. So that's called democracy, and if somebody comes in years later and decides to change the code, that's how things worked. But we're focused on what we're trying to do here today. So I would love if we can call a vote without getting into it, unless there's a lot of, yep.
I have things that I'd like to suggest as changes. First, on line 76, can we change the word may to shall? It's more of a command versus may could be construed as we can easily change things and might not be, just, that word, from may to shall, just makes it stronger. In terms of the height of these houses, I'm okay with the 50% lot for a one-story house, but now you guys added the element of an understory. So technically, this is not a one-story house anymore. It is a two-story house. I mean, you guys want to say that an understory is not an understory, but in my eyes, I see it as a story. And in many people's eyes, they see it as a story. So I'm okay with the 50%, but I would prefer the house not to have this understory because it creates a, and if you're having, then if you need that understory, then you're creating a taller, it feels like it's a taller house. It feels like it's a two-story house versus being a one-story house.
So if I may just, something that we mentioned that when we talk about 40%, which it currently is, we're actually talking 46%, right? Because they can build a porch to it, they can build that. This ultimately just adds 4% because they can never, that porch counts as their 50. So we're really not talking about a lot of space.
Yeah, but the porch is on the second floor.
Point of information, I'm gonna simplify this one for you. You can do a one-story house at 46% on stilts at 30 feet in the air, or you can do a one-story house at 50% at 22 feet. So you're basically asking if you want to add 4 more percent, you got to give up 8 feet. You can do one story at 30 feet in the air right now on stilts at 46%.
Who would do that?
Anyone. That's why we put the height limitation in there, because I think people will do that. So you're talking you want 4 more percent, 225 square feet, or do you want 8 feet? It can be done in the code right now.
Yeah, but then now you also have the issue of the pool. Are you gonna allow this pool also to go up? Because that's another situation that's been happening.
Well, like you said, it's
because
another
they raise,
situation.
I understand that, but they raise these properties higher, and then they also raise the pool to the same, because now I have to be, that I come out from my kitchen and I go straight into my pool, instead of going down a couple of steps, that it's your choice, that you're putting the understory there. So why should you also be able to lift the pool as well? I mean, can we put some kind of provision in here that if they want this kind of house, the pool needs to be on the ground?
So if I may, this is not addressing understories, it's not addressing raised pools. This is specifically on one-story homes with a 22-foot height limitation. Correct me if I'm wrong, if they do it on an understory, I think that goes above the 22 feet, which means that you're not getting the 50%. So as far as this conversation, none of what is being said is relevant, because they can't do 50% on an understory. They're
But
still
they can
maxed
do-
out at the
they can-
40.
They can still have an understory with 22 feet. The understory's 10 feet,
Yeah.
and then the other part is another, what? 12 feet?
That leaves
But
them
now
a 7-foot
also,
ceiling.
does this include the roof, or it's to the, what is it, tie beam? And then from there you have the roof? How many feet is the roof?
4 to 5.
5 feet?
If it's pitched.
If it's,
flat,
okay, that's another one. Let's make sure that this is a pitched roof only.
Options and choices.
Yeah,
Come on,
again,
can we compromise here on something?
I'm
So
pretty
you-
sure, if somebody's going to be going through that expense of building the house on an understory, they're going to be having a second floor. Like, we're fighting over something that's not going to happen. This
No,
is
I'm
really
not
going to
fi-
be
I'm just trying
utilized.
to
No, when I say
compromise.
fight, I don't mean fighting. What I mean is that if somebody's going to utilize this, it's going to be somebody that has a house that wants to either do an addition. If somebody's putting that money in to do an understory, they're going to use the maximum. This literally, this is for the smaller options.
Yeah, but then at that point, you're also, now can they put a rooftop deck in here? You see this?
If
But
they're
you
at
see with this-
46%, they can put a rooftop deck too.
Yeah, but that's at 46% at that point.
30 feet in the air.
Okay, but that's, you're utilizing everything that you're being asked to. But here you're compromising to allow a 50% lot coverage. You gotta, come on, let's take something from somewhere, at least a pitched roof.
So the feedback was that initially, probably nobody is going to use this. That's the feedback I got from
Yeah,
people in
but
town.
this is kind of like the same thing with the
I'll say-
beach chairs. Maybe nobody's gonna sit there,
No,
maybe
but
somebody's gonna sit there.
There's people that are building now, we see what's going up, they're doing 2 stories. If they're doing an understory, it's gonna be, as you say, 3 stories, but it's actually 2 stories with an understory. But anybody who wants to add to their house, they can do that 50% instead of knocking it down and tearing it again. Remember, we're also stuck with FEMA, right? If you start adding, and there's the 50% rule with FEMA, if they start making it too big, they're gonna have to redo their entire house, they're gonna have to actually raise it. So this is really for the older homes that wanna add the bedroom on there without knocking down the house or building it. This is for somebody that wants to build a modest home, and we're just giving him that option instead of him doing a second story, which everybody seems to hate. So in actuality, probably won't be used very often, because as we know what's being built here, everybody's going up to 2 stories, they're taking advantage. Why wouldn't they if they're spending $2 million to fix a house? This is just, again, options and choices, and it's a small item to push through.
Yeah, I mean, if we can change that shall, and I mean, honestly, I can't agree to this with having the possibility of a rooftop deck on top of everything.
What this does
So-
also, and why it came up initially, was because there's a few homes in town that are out of code, right? They're at 43% of the lot, they're at 44% of the lot.
Mhm.
If they want to do any modifications to the house, they have to bring their house back to code.
Yeah, but that's
which
in an
means
existing
they have
home.
to remove.
On an existing
Yeah.
home, I could totally agree with this, 100%, because it's an existing home, and that's what this should be. Initially, when we came up with this, the last time, it was to incentivize people from tearing down the legacy homes to expand on them. But now this is also including new homes.
It's always
So-
included new homes.
Well, when we tried to do it, it was only for existing homes. But I understand that you want to do for new homes, and I'm okay with that too. But can we at least put the new homes with the pitch roof, so we're not putting an additional floor on there? So now you're talking about 3 floors? Because you
You're
have
trying
the
to address is
understory,
the-
you have the first floor, and now you have the rooftop deck, which is a 3rd floor.
Mr. Zoning Code, go for it.
Real quick, my name is Jeff Rose, and I'm a general contractor in town, so I just wanted to make that disclosure.
What's the address?
And then the other thing is, for the record, we do listen to our planning and zoning board. They passed this 5-0. I was at that when they discussed it, so we do listen to them. And I think the one change from may to shall is fine. Otherwise, everything else I think is good to go, and all the other protections are in there. So I think we should pass it as written with that one minor change, my opinion.
Okay.
The may to shall.
May to
Just the
shall.
word.
You good to go?
Let's call the vote.
On line 76.
All right, we have a motion to call the vote. All in favor
No, I'm not in favor.
to call the vote?
Mine is a no on this one.
To call
Commissioner
the vote,
Mashai?
this is just even,
Oh,
all right, so just to be clear, the motion, oh, you want to call the vote?
Yeah.
We can do it
We
verbally.
have, we're in the motions ordinance.
Two to call the vote.
We already called, it was motion and
There's a
second.
motion.
You gotta
Oh, to
modify
call
that,
the
are you
vote?
modifying the
Yeah, let's
motion?
call the vote.
Call the
Okay.
vote, yeah.
There's no more discussion.
All right,
Let's
so
just call
the vote is to allow for the ordinance as read with the modification on line 76 to change the word may to shall.
Correct.
All right,
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right, thank you, everybody. Item 4A3, ordinance to increase minimum percentage of Florida-friendly landscape required to 40%. Madam Clerk, can you please read the ordinance into the,
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town
Whatever it's
Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending section 90-90 and 90-95 of Article 8, landscape requirements of Chapter 90 of the Town Code of Ordinances to increase Florida-friendly landscaping in the pervious areas of single-family and duplex dwellings, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date. Item 4A3.
all right, Commissioner Landsman, this is your item. Do you want to put forward the motion?
Yes, very briefly, this is second read. And
Well,
again,
do
listen,
the motion, and then we'll do the background on it.
I will move
hopefully
to
vote.
approve this as written.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank
All
you.
right, now comes he needs to introduce the item.
Again, we're at second read for this as another example of an opportunity for us to have listened to our planning and zoning board because they brought it to our attention that was a possibility to change this and improve the utilization of Florida-friendly species for shrubs and trees that would be planted for our new developments, our new properties that are being built. So again, great example. Let's improve the percentage to make sure we are encouraging the right species, and I think we should approve this without any question. You may.
I'm okay, obviously, with more greenery. I think our town would look much better when there's more green everywhere. I just have a question. When you say 40% of the lot, so is that like if it's a 5,600 lot, is that 2,240? So then what exactly is, how do you calculate that 40%?
It's of the pervious area where you're going to plant. The choices of plants need to be 40% Florida-friendly versus 20%.
40% of the 35% required in a single family for purpose.
Correct,
But
yeah.
then how much square footage is that, Mr. General
There's
Contractor,
already,
please?
It's a lot.
There's already requirements into
Yes.
how much you have to plant in the
That's not
code. So
changing.
out of that percentage that has to be planted, 40% of that has to be
On a standard lot, 787.5.
787, okay. Okay, that's all the questions I had. We can vote if you guys want.
right.
Up to you, of course.
Walters. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Would you want it open for public comments, Mayor?
Yes, sorry, we have Mrs. Salzhauer.
Aliana Salzar, 9317 Bay Drive. I think that I'd like to make a Ben Jacobson motion and replace all plants with plastic straws instead. I think we should just have plastic and plastic straws everywhere. And we should make 100% of every property should be plastic or something toxic would be great. Like a toxic waste dump on every property. I think that would really add property value here. And concrete, a lot more concrete. Thank you for doing something for sustainability. That's it.
All right. I know this is a joke to some people, but it's almost 1 in the morning. I'd really like to get out of here. So if there's nothing positive or actually input that matters, you don't have to speak on every item. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll, please?
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Nope.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right. Item 4A4. Yes.
An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town Code of Ordinances by amending section 90-473 relating to the location and requirements for ground level mechanical equipment and creating section 90-673 relating to the location and requirements for rooftop mechanical equipment on properties in the H30A and H30B zoning districts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date, item 4A4.
All right, Commissioner Lansman, if you'll make the motion.
I'd like to move to pass this as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right,
Quick
that's your
introduction. Another example of a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Board to the Commission, and really to define where we should place rooftop mechanical as it's now allowed per code, and the requirements for sound baffling and visual baffling, if you will, so that it's not apparent to people on the street, noise reduction, and at the same time, we have the ability, if it's on the ground, because of the baffling for sound and the vision, it can be within the setback at 5 feet.
All right, any comments on this?
I
Let someone
think
else
it's the
start
best, after attending a lot of P&Z meetings over the last 2 years, I think it's the best location for the mechanical on the roof.
Oh, I mean, I totally support this, because, I mean, this was in the zip, and this was one of the things that we had talked about before, and I guess, and I'm glad you brought that back, because that was something that kind of expired with the zoning in progress, so definitely is a yay for me.
All right, so, anybody else?
My name is Jeff Rose. I'm a general contractor in town. Disclosure.
All right, if I may add a couple of questions on the article or on the item as written. That kind of stood out for me. I'm kind of speaking to everybody here, so it'd be nice. No, I want you to hear this, because ultimately you're gonna have to vote on my changes. There's a couple of items in here that just didn't, you know, they seemed either not necessary or maybe, I don't know why it was written though. For example, it talks about having, especially, you know, the mechanicals enclosed, and it mentions enclosing it on top. All equipment should be visually screened and enclosed to sufficient height from views from all angles, including from above. We're talking about an air conditioning unit that needs required ventilation. Mr. McGinnis, if I may ask you, is that a requirement for air conditioning units to have the free flow passage of air?
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. Jim McGinnis, building official. Good morning. I'd like to, the mechanical side of it for outdoor air is not a big factor in this legislation. But the biggest factor that I perceive is that the mechanical code requires that any mechanical equipment on a roof that is 16 feet or more above grade has to have a permanent means of access in the way of an interior stairway or exterior stairway or ladder. Be aware of that, and the Florida Mechanical Code is law that has to be enforced in order to put ACs up on the roof. But the outdoor air is a great idea. That will be part of the plan review. In other words, it's got to be away from plumbing, plumbing stacks, any outdoor air. Most of the outdoor air in residential units do not come from the condensing unit on the roof at all. So I don't think that's a big concern right here.
No, what the question was, these mechanical units outside, if everybody's familiar with them, there's a big fan, it sucks in the air, it cools it down, and, brings it into the house where it's cooled down, and then it's distributed through that home. If we're requiring coverage on the top of that, is gonna that?
No, what rules is the manufacturer's data sheet requiring minimum clearances around that condenser?
The first paragraph on this item, right? It's page 155. All equipment shall be visibly screened by by an enclosure of sufficient height which adequately hides the equipment from view from all angles, including from above. My problem is if you're going to be now hiding this item from above, that means there's a cover on top of an item that needs to draw air.
Exactly. We will make sure that the upper discharge of the condensing unit is not covered as part of our plan review.
Well, to this, it says it has to be. So my question...
There should be no top cover on that. It should only be a side covers, and we'll enforce the minimum clearances by the manufacturer's labeled instructions on that. And that's what we'll do as a matter of plans review as well.
All right, so obviously one of my suggestions to the item is to remove that thing. Yeah, there's... That's on page 155, line 61. There was something else where it says, let's see, it must be enclosed by from all angles and matching closely to its immediate surrounding and texture. So I'm taking, or color and appearance. So that, to me, is if you're putting an AC unit next to your house, you've got to start building 3 walls around it or 4 walls around it that match your home. Additionally, the equipment shall be acoustically screened to reduce noise no more than 55 decibels. That may be shrubs or fake shrubs, so now it's not enclosed or screened by matching texture. So we have two different kinds of coverages that are being required on the unit, as opposed to just saying, hey, let's make sure it's enclosed on 4 sides. That could be bushes, that could be something that will reduce some of the noise. This would be anywhere, but I'm thinking specifically on the side of the house, right? So if you're saying that item, let's say you have a AC unit you're putting on the side of your house, according to this code, you're gonna have to build, if it's, assuming it's right next to your house, you're gonna have to build 3 walls around it that match the rest of your home.
That's ridiculous.
That's why I brought it up.
I would, listen, so then what about the people that have it uncovered, like my AC is
That's my next,
uncovered?
I'm getting to that next.
It's new ones, and shrubbery's not gonna be much for sound baffling. Shrubberies don't have the same effect as a metal or structural material that would baffle the sound. Shrubs are not gonna be adequate here.
You see, the reason for this in particular was because the people in the condos couldn't look over to our AC units because they were unsightly. That was the compromise to that. And I don't want to say names, but that's what that was. We all know what that was.
But right now, this applies to any
So
air
honestly, it was for that reason, and I'm okay with taking that out completely because, it's just something that is additional cost to the homeowner, and it's unnecessary.
So when we're saying additionally screened, yeah, you're asking residents right now in this paragraph that have an air conditioning, and I understand it's on the roof.
This is for
it's
new
unsightly.
construction, this is not for existing construction.
Yeah, but you're still asking them to enclose the item in what's probably brick, because if I put it on the side of my house, according to this.
Mr. McGinnis, is it brick? I'm sorry.
Well,
Mr.
if
Mayor.
I can finish my comment, please. It has to be screened by an enclosure of sufficient height which adequately hides the equipment from view from all angles, including from above, which we'll take out, and matches closely to its immediate surrounding in texture and color and appearance. So when we say that, and maybe we need clarification, if I'm planting in a rose garden, does that mean I have to surround it with roses, or does that mean the home?
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify that for you, there's a large selection of sound attenuation materials.
Do they match the surrounding area in texture, color, and appearance?
They could be made to substantially replicate it. A perfect match, no, it's not going to be a stuccoed material, but it won't be a perfect match.
But what is the purpose of the enclosure?
To attenuate sound and to screen the material.
But if you're putting roses around it, that's not going to attenuate any sound.
No,
So-
I think he's answered my question as far as, reading this, it sounds like if I have my AC on the side of the house, I have to build a wall of brick and stucco around it to match the appearance.
No brick and stucco.
Okay, just want clarification.
Only for new homes, not existing homes.
Correct.
This is gonna be
I'll get to that, 'cause that's another item.
slatted material, so airflow can be there, but you want it to look kind of like your home, so it's not standing out as black or whatever else that might not match or be similar to your home, but it's not the exact same material.
All right, but
And a question, is this only if it's on the rooftop, or it's also on the ground?
If you don't want to honor the 15 feet, which was required previously, if you want to go to the 10 feet, which is 5 and 5, you've got to do these actions, correct?
Point of information, if you put it on the ground, it's sitting 6 feet in the air because it has to be above base flood elevation. So you do want to screen it, because if the point of this was, if you put it on the ground, on the new house, you want to screen it. If not, the neighbor's going to be looking over their fence at your AC unit. So we didn't want people seeing their AC unit. You want it to be able to screen it. So at least they can look at fencing, hedges or something. Because the base flood from the ground to a new floor is 6 feet above the ground. So the AC has to start at 6 feet in the air. So the best place for them is not on the ground.
Oh, okay, but that's because of the 6 feet.
That you have to
So now you have to put it on top, so 6 feet, above 6 feet, and then whatever space you have, oh, okay, no, I get it. Yeah, okay, but that's only for new construction.
Absolutely, yes.
I
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could make one more suggestion technically, if I could request on both that and the rooftop generator ordinance and a requisite small letter F be added to the ordinance that says all installations shall comply with the latest versions of the Florida Building Code and the Mechanical Code and/or the National Electric Code respectively, please. That lets us know, make sure they're tied down for the wind load so they don't blow off the house.
All right, that's for rooftop. My question, Commissioner, you stated that this is for all ACs that decide to come closer to the property than is currently allowed. I don't see any, it just says all equipment shall be visibly screened. It's not referring to anything. So my concern, the same as Commissioner Velasquez, is I have an AC that's been installed many, many years ago. If I have to replace the unit, does that mean I need to start building enclosures even though it's next to my house?
No.
There's nothing in here that gives it that.
Point of information, if you remember, you originally had to be 15 feet away. Now, if you want to move it closer to your neighbor from that, then you would have to enclose it.
If you're changing
If you're
location.
placing it same location.
You're good,
But
but if
there's
you move it
nothing-
closer.
There's nothing in this ordinance that stipulates that any mechanical that was grandfathered in or that stays in the same location is exempt from that, which actually, if you go to your next item, it actually talks about that when you speak about
Can we
Mr.
put it only
Madam
for
Attorney, do
new
we need to
homes
add that
and not
verbiage?
existing homes? Can we add it only for new homes
Yeah.
and not existing homes?
If I may, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify that language for you too. In the trade, it's called straight change out, which means when you come up for a straight change out, you have an existing home, you want a new AC. Same, no change to existing size or existing location. It's called a straight change out. It's an over-the-counter permit, bam. Now, you may want to exempt those type of straight change-outs from this new ordinance unless they're moving it closer to the property line.
That wouldn't be a
In other
straight
words,
change-out, right?
No, straight change-out is defined as no change in size or location of existing equipment.
All
It's
right,
the
so
recommendation.
same, would you be, I mean, because that is not stipulated in this
No.
ordinance right now. So I wanna
Actually,
make
Mayor,
sure
if I can just point your attention to 90
Are you
through 92.
gonna call me wrong then? No.
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna say?
No, I'm gonna say that 90 through 92 is what you want to get rid of if you want to do this.
92?
90 through 90, line 90 through 92, subsection E, where it says, anything installed prior to the effective date of this ordinance shall meet, if you're gonna replace it, you need to meet the requirements of this ordinance. I think you're
Oh,
trying to go the opposite
absolutely.
way.
Absolutely, E has to come out.
The whole E?
Yeah. And then we can make sure that, like, our building inspector says straight change out, so, there is an exemption for that. So these are things that kind of bother me with that. Same thing when it talks about, I guess, rooftop mechanicals, it speaks about screening it. No, sorry, when we're talking about rooftop mechanicals, there's stipulation that it can't be visible from the street level within 75 feet, and then again, we're enforcing screening on the sides of it. If it's not visible, why are we worried about the visibility of it?
The screening is also for, again, the noise, the sound attenuation, and it still should be protected. Ms.
Well,
McGinnis, yeah?
acoustic, it says additionally, the equipment shall be acoustically screened. So I think, the first part of that code talks about just enclosing it, and again, on the top, which is a problem, includes above, that has to be removed. But it talks about enclosing it again with the same sort of, texture that matches. I think, especially because we've just stipulated above that it shouldn't be seen from the street. I don't know why that was put in. Obviously, I understand the acoustic screening, but I didn't understand the textured screening.
If it's not visible from the street, it may be visible to your neighbors on each side, so again, you want to have some covering.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that the above is taken out on that item also, Tony. Item B?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, 76. So with those changes, I'm good to vote on this.
Mayor, if I may, can I have the building officials state again the different codes that they have to abide by?
Okay, for the mechanical equipment ordinance, I recommend you add an item F, that all installations shall comply with the latest adopted version of the Florida Building Code and the Florida Mechanical Code. The next ordinance on generators, item F, should say very similar language, except it's going to read, All installations shall comply with the latest adopted version of the Florida Building Code and the National Electric Code. Please.
Mayor,
Okay.
through the mayor, if I
Thank
may, Mr. McGinnis, does that include your concerns about requiring access to the roof? Would that address?
That would
That
force
language.
that. That would force that. See, versus making that explicit, if mechanical code says you gotta come up with a fixed ladder or a stairway or some way to get up on the roof, if it's over 16 feet above grade. Circular stairway, something like that.
I have a question in terms of the enclosure. Does this have to be like hurricane rated
Yes.
or impact or
Everything up
something?
there is gonna need to be
So-
tied down to withstand 185 mile per hour winds.
That's code.
That's part of our technical plan review, as well as maintaining the required minimum space around.
Enclosures to be flying all over town.
We'd rather not have that happen.
We'll make sure it's built strong.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank
I
you.
really just wanted to give you purpose for staying here till 1 in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. It was very helpful. So Commissioner Lansman, if you'd, I guess, just reiterate your.
Yeah, I'll amend that motion to include the verbiage from Mr. McGinnis, building official, for the approvals of mechanical. And then on line 61, take out please, including from above. And then also on line 76, 77, also eliminate including from above.
Also,
And then also, yeah.
item E comes out.
Eliminate,
Didn't it say maybe like all angles except above?
it does say all angles.
Because all angles is kind of like the, it's, I
Yeah,
mean.
we can do
Just
that.
as they said including above, you should say except above.
Excluding, yep.
Excluding above, or
Um,
except above, or however you want to put that.
I think Lily's taking the notes
You know,
and,
the only angles that somebody could see that would be from a condo looking above the single-family residential area, I suppose. Otherwise, that angle doesn't apply.
and item E comes out, straight changes exemption.
E comes out,
If we can
line
add that.
90 through 92 line comes out, yes.
And then the straight change exemption in there as well. What do you- Okay, so before we call the vote, which it seems like we're ready to do, we have some public comment. Again, if you're just here to crack joke about plastic straws, I'm gonna ask you, you're here free to do so, but it's 1 in the morning, so. Mrs. Salzauer?
Actually, Mayor, I'm sorry, I need a motion to extend.
We have 6 minutes to make that motion. No?
Motion to extend 30 minutes? I think we have to get through the finance stuff. We have to get through the budget stuff.
Second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Remember, you don't have to like it, it's not, it doesn't mean in favor. You only have to do this. No, no, no. No, I'm saying none of us have to like this when we say in favor. All right. Mrs. Salzauer.
Juliana Salzar, 9317 Bay Drive. I know that this is a well-intentioned ordinance. I think the problem is that no one's done any studies to look at ambient noise, that all of this causes, the aggregate ambient noise. I have a friend who lives next to someone with a pool pump, and it is unbearably loud, and that's at the 15 feet away. So I can only imagine if that was 5 feet away, what it would sound like. The new equipment is not quiet. That's quiet. That's quiet. That's not what it is. These are very noisy, this is noisy equipment, and it should be as far away from your neighbor as possible. Also, when I walk around town, there are some houses that have air conditioning units on the roof, and they're on the balcony area, I guess, of their second floor. And it sounds like a helicopter's landing on my head when I walk by that house. The aggregate ambient noise of all of these is going to, again, destroy the quality of life that we have come to expect in this town. And it's not one, like Sunny Isles didn't become Sunny Isles overnight. It's one thing after another, and this is what's happening here with this commission. It's the floodgates are being opened, the 50% lot coverage, the beach chairs, the ambient noise, the getting closer to your neighbor with all of this equipment. This is the slow erosion of small town quiet life and neighbors being able to get along with each other, because it's maddening to have to listen to that all the time. The gas leaf blowers, again, the noise pollution is real. There should have been at least been a study before you decide to let things be closer to, you didn't even commission a study. Hey, what are the effects of the ambient noise? What is the aggregate impact on the neighbors? We're passing things without considering any of that. So that's where I object. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, question, can you put it that the AC has to be a certain amount of feet?
It already says contrary to Sears. There's already a requirement here to be at least 10 feet away from the neighbor, not 5. So this is misinformation. I'm sorry?
What's the Sears on this?
We get too technical, but it has to have a certain SEER and rating when you start doing energy efficiency.
You're saying at like 16 something?
All right, Mr. Kouslos, you done? You sure? All right. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll on this item, please?
Yes, Mayor. Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
This is with all the changes, right?
Correct.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
I just want to ensure, Madam Attorney or Tony, can you, Mr. Attorney, could you just outline the changes that were done to this, just make sure we got everything?
Sure.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're changing 61, line 61. It's going to say, instead of including from above, it will say excluding from above. Line 76 to 77 will have the same change. Including from above will be changed to excluding from above. Lines 90 through 92 will refer to a straight change out. If it's a straight change, the concept is it's a straight change out will not need to comply with these new regulations. And then F, a new section F, which would be on line 93, I guess. All installations shall comply with the latest adopted version of the Florida Building Code and the Florida Mechanical Code.
All right, thank you. So that's a yes for me, and
Sorry, one more change, just clarification on
too late.
E, which is exempting the straight-out change.
Well,
Should we say
Tony mentioned that 90 to 92 becomes
Right.
the change out.
that
so-
change? Should it say where there's no change in size or location?
Well, I think that's what a change out is, but if you guys need to get technical, yeah, size and location. Well, the size may change slightly, but.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. All right, just so I know where I am, because I can't see the pages in front of me. First reading, 4B1, correct? Right? You feel me?
An
Same
ordinance
thing,
of the
so we're on
town-
the first thing with the generators.
An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town Code of Ordinances by amending Section 90-67 emergency power generators to permit the installation of emergency power generators on the rooftop of residential structures in the H30A and H30B zoning districts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date, item 4B1.
All right, this is our town attorney is attached to this, but you can't make a motion, so.
Make
do
a
you
motion
wanna
to
make a
approve.
motion? Is there a second?
Second?
Let me just make sure we have, who wants to introduce the item? Was that your item, Ashley?
Mayor, just for clarification purposes, I believe Commissioner Lansman seconded the item first, correct? Yes.
All right. Do you want to just
Well, I wrote the memo, but it really isn't.
I
What
think it fed
happened
off
was-
your item initially.
Yeah, at the July 12th meeting where you considered the mechanical equipment, the issue of the generators came up, hence necessitating a change to this section, but in conjunction with the mechanical equipment ordinance that was just passed.
All right.
To include the same requirements for rooftop mechanical if we put a generator on the roof.
I have a question.
How big is this generator? I mean, can they put any generator up there, or is there a size requirement? I mean, we don't want to see like an industrial generator up on the roof.
I'm sure code has
You'll never be able to
restrictions.
Yeah, but
You won't be able to
still,
see
I
it.
mean, you're talking about what exactly here? Because, I mean, one thing is putting like a 60 amp generator, and another totally different is putting a 500 amp generator. I mean, is there a size requirement here? I mean, some of these houses are gonna need a ginormous generator, and so what exactly are we putting on this
There's
roof?
restrictions on how much of a percentage can go towards mechanical on the roof.
And the height
as
that it
well.
can be.
Yeah.
Plus, it's gotta be screened.
Can we, Mrs. Salzauer, public comment? All right, your time is starting.
Eliana Salzar, 9317 Bay Drive. Again, I'd like to know about carbon monoxide poisoning. We always hear about generators and being operated too close to a window or something. Assuming that everyone's power is out, everyone's windows are going to be open, especially people that cannot afford whole house generators. and their windows will all be open, their children's room, their homeroom. What will be the effect of the carbon monoxide that is generated by these generators on the neighbors? This is something that requires some study. This is not something you can just pass. Because if your generator kills your neighbor's children and it's your fault, it's not going to go over well. Okay, I'm just stating the obvious here. This happens every year where families are killed for not using their generators properly and not having it far enough away from their home. So before you pass something like this, please do some sort of science study here to figure out if this is a safe thing to do. I don't know whether this is done in every neighborhood. I don't know if this is safe. All I'm saying is that I'm sick of reading about people dying from the carbon monoxide poisoning of generators during hurricane season. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, I'm going to close it. Just quickly respond to that. The alternative, just so the commission understands, if it's not on the roof, it's outside the window at the side of the house, so it's actually closer to these poor children's bedrooms. I think moving it to the roof, it's still on line next to the bedroom's windows. So I think
Fine.
moving it to
But
the
no,
to the roof is
But if they put it
actually
in the
safer.
back of the house.
It actually has to go near the mechanical, but who decides? That's still on the
Well,
ground
couldn't
floor,
it be
right?
like when, like, for example, pool equipment, you're supposed to have it all the way in the back of the house?
I'm just addressing the comments about it, you know, killing people through their windows.
Actually, that's a very good point. I mean, we should keep it the furthest away from the house, and
I'm pretty sure
I don't know.
sticking it on your
This
roof
one, I
is
don't think I
further
can
than
agree
the
on this.
bedroom windows, but that's my
I
understanding.
mean, okay, yeah.
right.
Carbon monoxide is another story. I can't agree with that.
It exists, right? Because it's either going to be outside the kid's window or it's going to be on the roof.
Yeah, but you're not giving it a size. I mean, they could put a monster up there
They're
that makes.
restricted by size already in certain areas, what they
But-
can put on the
okay,
roof, what they
but-
can put in their backyard. This is just moving the item. That's what we're talking about. Do we want to allow people to move it away from their bedroom windows onto a roof that's out of place? That's the entire item we're here to discuss. If you want to start sitting with code and talking about how big people's generators can get and how much they need, that's a whole nother discussion we can have. Maybe, look, again, you're free to have that conversation.
That could be a separate topic that we
Yeah.
can talk about next month.
I mean, as far as this item, I think it's straightforward. All right. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
I'm sorry, could we have Mr.
Public comments,
McGinnis
Mayor?
repeat that change that's needed to?
Oh, I have it, to add for installation to comply with National Electric Code. Got it.
I didn't see anything about coverage on top of it.
Mayor, can you open public comments?
We just closed it.
Okay, you're right. Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Sorry, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Velasquez?
I'm sorry, on this one, I have to say no.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Again, I appreciate everybody's difference of opinions here, but I'm a yes on it.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Resolutions and proclamations. I'm going to ask all speakers to speak on these items at once. So I'm going to open this up to public comment. All the fives.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving and adopting multiple-year water and sewer rates and services and service charges effective October 1st, 2022.
I'm going to be grouping the
I still have to read
each one? Okay. Apologize. I won't tell you how to do your job ever again, I
Do you want me
promise.
to read them, do you want me to read them back to back, or you want to take them one at a time?
Well, I have some comments on some of them. Additionally, we brought some each one, so I'd rather just do them one at a time.
A resolution of
Yes,
the Town
one
Commission of the
at a
Town of Surfside, Florida, approving and adopting multi-year water and sewer rates and services charges effective October 1st, 2022 for fiscal year 2023 to 2026, providing for authorization and implementation, providing for repeal of conflicting provisions, and providing for an effective date as item 5A.
All right, thank you. Public comment, Eliana Salzauer.
Eliana Salzauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I just want to, this is something that residents care a lot about, is their money. And the rates keep going up and up and up. And even though you sit up here and you say, look at all the revenue we have, and we have to approve this, these new buildings, this new development, because the town needs the money, or you're not going to have this at the community center. I forgot to talk about this during good welfare, but the community center can't even offer programming because they're not paying, they don't have the staff to run the programs. So while the town is getting rich by raising rates and green lighting development, the resident services are being cut because we're not paying our staff enough to take these jobs. The lifeguard jobs, the rec director jobs, those kinds of jobs are not being filled because the town's putting the money in the wrong place. And again, instead of passing the savings on to residents and subsidizing the water or subsidizing the garbage, instead they're asking the residents to bear the full cost of all of these necessities. They're not amenities, they're necessities. Sewage, water, garbage, these are necessities. And instead of subsidizing it with these all the money that we're making by pimping out our town to every developer and greenlighting every project, we're not seeing anything for that. The town is not rolling back millage rates, they're not putting away the money, they're spending it, and the residents see no benefit. So it's really frustrating to hear a lot of you, especially the vice mayor, likes to sit there and point out, oh, look at all the money that we need to get from our developers, and they're funding this and that. The residents are feeling the pinch. The residents are not getting any relief financially on any of these things. I don't know where Victor May is these days, but he's always talking on about the water bills. The water bills are sky high already. I can't even imagine where they're gonna go. But again, without passing these savings on to residents, you're gonna be hearing from them a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. I know the commission understands that the tourist dollars cannot subsidize water or sewer. Can I finish, please? Just let me finish what I was saying. Tourist dollars cannot subsidize water or sewer as much as we'd love to, and that is something that we use and pay for. So yes, we do have to bear the brunt of what we have. I guess my time is up.
Okay. Actually, during the last commission, Charlie tried to give a rebate to residents for the water bill. So, and I'm sorry, Eliana, but on that one, you were the one who was the hardest to not give absolutely anything to people. So that was, I have to call you out on that one because that's not right. However it was, they were gonna give money back to residents for this one. And, what was the other
I'm sure
thing?
that won't be on next tour, though.
Have tourism pay your water.
Oh, totally, yeah, definitely, no.
Amisva is here? No, I recognize everybody sitting here today.
Point of information so we can.
Wait, can I just finish the public comment on this?
Yes, so I can finish the misinformation for Mr. Green.
You want to finish the misinformation?
Well, if Jason will do
Okay, you guys already pointed
Oh
out
my
that
God.
it wasn't the touristic.
No.
Look,
No,
as
this
much
is
as
a
I'd
very,
love to, I
very
really-
important. This is a very important point of information.
Hopefully all
Mr.
three
Green,
residents that are here listening.
because a former elected official doesn't understand and how the water fund gets paid. Can the general fund pay the water fund?
No, under no circumstances. Quite honestly,
Name
I
and
was very.
title for the record.
Jason Green, Assistant Town Manager, CFO. Yes, correct, Vice Mayor. I was very surprised by those statements. I know that that former elected official was a really big supporter of ensuring the integrity of those specific funds. I know Commissioner Velasquez was there in the trenches, with me also on that, and the statements Commissioner Velasquez made about the former mayor. And I was always interested to see what we could do to lower those rates, but legality, it can't. It's a self-sustaining user fee based. And as I presented I believe it was at the May Commission meeting when we started talking a little bit more about these water rates and solid waste rates, especially the water and sewer, after our external auditor specifically called us out again, the fact that we have a negative unrestricted fund balance, thus it's basically like a business that has no equity in it, that we needed to do something to address that. We are sitting on inflation of 8-9%. The county keeps increasing those rates, and this is looking at, and the model that's shown in here in the package is about the average of about 2.76%, I think, would be for a single family home, 3% on flow rate, 2% on the fixed charge for that. But no, the general fund, under no circumstances, allowed to transfer funds into the water and sewer fund. This has been something that's been discussed ad nauseum.
Thank you for clarifying the misinformation.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that every resident has, every commissioner here has asked you that question, if we can transfer from the general fund into water, correct? Like,
almost every few months.
I asked it tons of times. But no, I just wanted to ask, what would be the amount of increase per year or month or whatever?
Yeah,
that
if I can.
we discussed that earlier.
Yes, that would be, when I modeled, and there's a model attached to the commission agenda item. When I modeled a single-family home, it would be about a 2.76% increase. Again, 3% on flow, and then 2% on the fixed, and for a condo, around 2.89%. So somewhere between 2.5% and 3% increase. Inflation running at 9%, quite honestly, doesn't get us all the way there, but I think this was something, we've been talking about this for months, and I went through and showed the water and sewer rates. Those who recall, I showed us, we've heard that statement before, which is not true, which is that our water and sewer rates are very high and higher than everyone else. That's not correct. Bal Harbour does have artificially low ones. They've reached out to collect the data that I collected because they're trying to beg their commission to do drastic increases because their infrastructure is in very poor shape relative to ours. When you looked at Bay Harbor Islands and Miami Beach, you looked at North Bay Village, which was very high. We were either the lowest or second lowest outside of Bal Harbor or the third lowest. We were right in there. So we're very comparable, if not lower, than a lot of our items that are other villages and towns that are in our area.
I think let me just finish public comment, and then we.
For example, if my water bill is $116 a month.
That's great, by the way. Mine is way more than that.
If I may, through the mayor, just very quick, in the model that's shown on page 173 of the agenda package, the bi-monthly variance would be $2.55. So we're talking about $2.25 a month for a home would be about what that way.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me just finish public comment before we get into the individual item. Where am I up to, Mr. Fixer? You had item 3F, which turned into 5E, which is the website. Yes. Sorry?
He's taking all public comments for section 5
Taking public
together.
comments on every item. Sorry? Okay. And then we're done. We don't have to hear from anybody.
So, speaking about the website, I believe it was roughly $90,000. It was recently presented at the tourist board. At the time, we were under the understanding that our budget was larger than it now is, as of an earlier meeting today. I believe, I can't speak for the entire tourist board. I can speak for myself as a resident, as also the vice chair of the tourist board, that the $90,000, we could spend that on events and things. I'd rather do another third Thursday or something else. I mean, the website's nice, it's great, but at the end of the day, people are coming here because they already know about Surfside. The hotels have all their websites pushing the place, and we want to make Frank's job as easy as possible and do what we can to help the communications team, which is severely lacking in additional people to help them run all the events. So if you want to take that money, the $90,000, and hire them like a director of special events, that would be a great option as well. But at this point, I'm going to be against that kind of expense for a website. Thank you.
Thank you. That's one of the resolutions that are coming, so I'm pushing it all together. Yeah. All right, so just 5A, I think we had a discussion, we're ready to vote on this item in particular. We need a motion to pass the item.
Is this also including the?
No, this is just water right now. Just
Make a motion to
5A.
approve the item.
Second?
This is the water
Yes.
bill.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right, item 5B, do you want to read it into the record, please, Madam Clerk?
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida relating to solid waste management services, including collection, disposal, and recycling of residential solid waste in the Town of Surfside, Florida. Reimposing solid waste services assessment against assessed residential property located within the Town of Surfside, Florida for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022, approving the rate of assessment, approving the assessment roll, and providing for an effective date. Item 5B.
All right, thank you. There was one thing on this item before we move forward on it that kind of stood out for me, and I'd like to just address it with the commission. It would be item D on page 179, which reads, for future fiscal years, as authorized in section 2.08 of the ordinance, a maximum assessment rate of $400 per dwelling unit of solid waste management service, including collection, disposal, and recycling, is hereby approved. This amount can be imposed in future fiscal years without additional notice, but is not required to be imposed. So what essentially this does is, for many years, our solid waste was $318.67. This raise is going to increase it to $331.42. The ask is to allow the town, if needed, to raise it up to $400 without bringing this forward. Personally, you know, that from the 318 to 400 is a big jump. That's like a 25% jump that I would like to at least bring across to residents. So I propose to change item D, the amount in item D to $350 if needed, which would be roughly $28 more than what's in that we're going to vote on now. But I think 400 is a big jump from what this town has been used to, and I would like to bring that up as a discussion.
Jason?
Yes. Maybe I got it wrong.
Thank you. Jason Green, Assistant Town Manager, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That item D, that's actually not correct. It doesn't give the town the authority to go up to $400. That's from a old ordinance from many years ago that set that cap at $400, so that if the town ever, being the commission, ever approves it to go above 400, there's a whole other set of rules and regulations and processes they have to go through. So we as staff do not have the universal authority. It's set at exactly that number of $331.42. Anything above that exact amount needs to be approved on an annual basis by the commission. The solid waste assessment is approved once per year, every year, what that number is, and that goes on your property tax bill. That $400, again, section 208 of a 2018 or 17 ordinance just sets the cap. That, again, would require a whole new set of ordinances to be approved. So it doesn't give us any authority.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, Commissioner.
This is something that I've asked before, but not really gotten like a exact answer. And you know, why is it that this is something that we should be subsidizing? Can we absorb this amount of money and not charge our residents for this? I'd like to know if this is possible, because honestly, if you multiply this 331 by 1,200 houses alone, that's only like $350,000. And then you add the condos in there, and probably it's not that, I mean, I don't know what the whole amount is for the entire town, but if we have all this money coming in, why can't we absorb this and give this, instead of giving, like, we can't do it with the water. So can we at least do it with this? Like subsidize this so that nobody has to pay this, that we assume this, being that we collect, and especially right now that there's so many, like the property value has gone up so much. We're gonna be collecting a lot more money. I mean, can't we just give this back to the residents?
So my understanding, it's similar to the water bill, is, you know, the general fund can't be used to fund this fund, and this fund, including, there's two funds that are currently, and then correct me if I'm wrong, I don't wanna bring Jason up because it's gonna be a 10-minute speech, but there's two funds in town that are currently in the red. One of them being, the trash, and one of them being the water, right? The water needs a drastic fix in order to bring it up to par. Garbage is one of them. You know, in order to get this back up from the red, we've got to kind of implement some sort of change. Now, if you want to, and again, I'm pretty sure that we can't fund it from another fund balance. If you want to talk at the end of the year or later about some sort of credit to the residents, I'm happy to have that discussion. I'm all for that. That's definitely a way to get you voted back in if you send a check to the residents. So if you want to have that conversation, I'm all about that. But I don't think it can be funded by the general fund. I'm sorry? Well, Jason's he knows all about that. You really don't want him to talk for 10 minutes now?
The town attorney may be the better one on this, but because again, this is the funds, the $350,000, $60,000, whatever it is, related to the single family homes, but there's the couple million, or I don't remember the number, I have to get the budget book, for all the condominiums. So it's really the whole fund. We'd have to have a discussion if the question was to, most governments go the other way, which taking those services out of the general fund, your property taxes, and making it a user fee. That's why you set up enterprise funds. But if the question was to explore dissolving the solid waste fund entirely and having property taxes support that would be a discussion to have. I'm not sure the mechanisms to go through it. I've never seen it, but it may technically, legally be possible to go through the process of dissolving, you know, the special assessment process through your property taxes, which is tax deductible. And then for the condos too, so the whole fund would have to be, and that fund would have to come out of the property taxes, and then we probably would look at obviously a millage rate increase to cover whatever those costs are. But that would be it's like a once a year discussion where that would be something I would get direction early on, because this is probably a year or 2-year-long process to do something as complicated as that.
So, I mean, it's gotta get paid somehow. And I am somebody that pays a lot for my water. This is not easy to go ahead and start raising these rates. But you know, understanding on the commission side, these two funds are in the red, and it's our job to make sure it gets back. And I don't want to be paying more money every month, but it's something we got to do. So I think we're ready to call the roll on this, Madam Clerk.
We did public comments at the beginning. We had public comment on this side.
We have public comment on all items.
Motion
You
to
had the
approve
motion,
it.
I believe. Oh, no, sorry, we didn't have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Yes.
Commissioner Mashadi?
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Item 5C, approving an agreement with Beach Raker LLC for the beach cleaning and maintenance services, utilizing terms and conditions of the Village of Key Biscayne contract number 2021-11-29.
A resolution of the town.
Roll?
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving an agreement with Beach Raker LLC for beach cleaning and maintenance services in an amount not to exceed $171,000 annually, utilizing the terms and conditions of Village of Key Biscayne contract number 2021-11-29, finding that the services are exempt from competitive bidding pursuant to Section 3-13, subsection 3 of the Town Code of Ordinances, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. So this item, again, I hate to call these out. I'd love to have just approved everything, but I had some questions on this. Some of these questions were not able to be answered, and you know, there's some things that I think we as the commission have to think about and talk about when it comes to this item specifically. I'll go through some of them, and if everybody's still happy to pass it as is without this, it is what it is. First of all, this item is coming in from Key Biscayne. I've asked to see if we have bids from Bell Harbor, which is our neighboring city, which has a beach similar to ours, and we didn't have those numbers.
We do now.
We do now?
Yep.
Okay. I have a few other items. We could get that if the commission wants to see those numbers, but right now what was more important is how often does the county clean, right? Do you have a lot of more information than what we discussed today? We can have a back and forth and fill that in. Yeah. All right. I forget titles now because it's 1:30. Yeah. So I'm just going to break it down. So as far as how much does Bell Harbor pay for a beach that looks similar to us? Do we know what they're paying and what kind of services do they get?
Mayor Hector Gomez, Public Works Director. Currently, Ball Harbor does have a contract with Beach Rakers, but it is currently not being used. The reason it's not being used, in 2019, they did remove this through some budget cuts they performed. Two main reasons why is they justified it with COVID, but primarily because they were just about to embark a beach renourishment project that just recently ended. So therefore, they just recently performed a beach renourishment. They paused the contract. They have the contract for fiscal year 2023. We do have details on the contract that they had. We made a call earlier today with the Ball Harbor. We talked to the Public Works Director as well as the Operations Manager over there. Their contract, their fiscal year funding was $265,000 for 5 days of service, very similar to the parameters set forth for what we're proposing, where we would receive five days of servicing. Keep in mind, now, 5 days of servicing, kind of answering your other question, is that the county performs, currently it's their obligation to maintain a beach, but they maintain the whole beach line for the county. Once you cycle in what it takes the whole county, the whole full cycle time, we're probably being serviced twice a week. So we're requesting an additional 3 times a week to fulfill it 5 days a week, kind of a fulfillment for the beach maintenance. That's where we're at with that.
Now, do we know what days the county comes in and cleans? Is that set?
That is not a set time. It's usually on a cycle basis where they'll work their way from north to south, south to north, and it becomes that kind of cycle. They are stationed out of 71st Street, so we do have some flexibility as far as the proximity that they're close to our beach. Therefore, we did talk if there's a way we could coordinate our days with their days, and there's definitely an option of that, and that's something that was discussed with beach rakers. So we're requesting 3 days for raking and sanitizing of the beach, which are to be determined, which would be an administrative decision to coordinate.
In coordination with the county. All right, I want to make sure that's in there. I guess really the discussion I wanted to have with everybody, let me just.
I have a quick question. No, because the most important days obviously are the weekends. Is one of these 3 days could be a weekend day, like Saturday or Sunday, so people come to the beach and it's nice and clean and they, you know, they can enjoy the beach, or does it have to be only weekdays?
Commissioner, through the mayor, yes, this is something administratively, operationally, would be coordinated in such a way that we could probably create some kind of time through the weekend. We will play with the dates. Perhaps on some of the weekends where we have higher peaks, we will maybe adjust it in such a way that the coverage is more towards the end of the week rather than beginning of the week, or to just clean up the aftermath of a busy holiday. But that's something we would coordinate operationally, considering that most of the equipment is locally.
All right, again, still not finished. I would like to finish what I was saying. The conversation I wanted to have with the commission is here, we're about to, I guess, approve a large sum of money for a service that we want, right? The beach is obviously one of the biggest factors of our town and what we all enjoy. And the goal of this was to ensure that the seaweed is cleaned and we all get to enjoy it. Now, we've provided a certain high level of service when it comes to street cleaning. We're bringing that in-house, we're buying our own mechanics, and we're doing that. That allows us to provide a certain level of service to the residents. Same thing with the trash, right? We brought that in-house because now we have pretty much, 5-6 day pickup a week. My question is, given this, I would like, instead of passing it as is, I would like to see another option, which would be to purchase it ourselves, bring this in-house, which will allow us to not just do it 3 times a week, but 7 days a week, to twice a day if needed. You know, ultimately, we can do as many times a week as we could if we bear that initial brunt of the purchase of the equipment. So considering we're paying almost $170,000 a year for 3 days a week, if we have to pay $220, but now we have the equipment, and we can do it twice a day on the heavy days instead of 5 days a week. We can do it 7 days a week in the other month instead of 3 days a week. Additionally, we can provide services to our neighboring towns, Bell Harbor, Miami Beach, and we can actually make money on this. So I think this is an opportunity to look into, and rather than just pass this as is, try to get some more information on this. Look, I would love to tell our residents tomorrow that we're getting the beach cleaned up, but I think we should think twice about this money and see what kind of return we can get for that.
So, making money, charging your neighbors, I like it. However, I definitely want to pass this. But I would be liking to say, okay, let's pass it for this year, or maybe it's I don't know if it's a month to month, or if we can do it for 6 months and then all of a sudden buy that equipment. However, just to clarify something, and I think I asked Mr. Green this, and I want to pull him back up. This is being paid for by tourism tax dollars? That's what I thought.
Yes, but the other item could still be caught. Now, I like the idea of, let's say, doing it on a 3-month contract as we move forward with maybe other options, and that might develop into a full-time contract if we don't like that other option. I don't, like you said, I don't want to stop this. Maybe we can enter into that contract on a 3 to 6 month, basis while we look into this other option.
Mayor. Please.
Because you also have to take under consideration that if we buy the machine, we also have to have an employee, so we have to hire somebody to be doing this job, because I'm sure that we're not gonna pull someone from the stuff that they're doing and I know we're short-staffed already, so I mean, and then it's hard to find people right now. I mean, I definitely wanna get this cleaned up like ASAP.
So I mean, to
definitely agree with
comparison, I
Jeff
looked
to
a
do it.
little bit online. Again, this is not the final price, but just a quick look online. I saw some of these trailers vary from $10,000 to $40,000 for the pulley. You still need the tractor to pull it. That still puts us, I don't know how much a tractor is, another $40,000, maybe a little more, but $80,000, we're still at like 120, right? Which is considerably less. You add a $45,000, I'm sorry?
We need a motion to extend.
No, please interrupt me, that's fine.
To do it? Motion to extend till 6 a.m.
Second.
Motion to extend 30 minutes.
Second.
15, 30.
Second. We don't have to finish. I think we can extend till the end of, until this section. All right, until the end of section 5, because of these all things items that we have to get out. We're almost done.
30 minutes?
Yep. Let's hope so.
Is there a second?
All right, so, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Half hour.
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
All right.
The motion carries.
So it's, again, to reiterate, that cost so far put me,
You're not gonna have all this controversial stuff, so you're gonna get through this like super quick. You don't
that'd be nice.
all right now.
All right, so if I can finish, please. We're up to about, in a rough estimate, about 120,000, put another 45 for a salary and now we're getting, with still less than 170, we're getting somebody that we can have them on their beach 4 or 5 times a day. So I definitely would like to see it come back to bring this kind of service in-house. Again, we have garbage, we have street cleaning. This is our #1 item. If we can provide a pristine beach, full of beach chairs, we'll be okay.
Or can we at least have it for a month while?
Yeah, so I'm good with, let's see if we can enter into a 3 or 6 month contract.
Mayor, and I
If I
do
may-
have a few comments. Well,
I'm
Mayor.
pretty sure your price is gonna go up on a monthly basis if you do that, probably could be twice as much. But we'll have to ask them and see if we can do it 6, 3, 2, whatever, but we'd like to get approval from this, not to exceed this, get it as low as we can, so we don't have to bring it back, so we can get it going. If it's 3 months, I would recommend at least 3, it would take us 6 months to procure the equipment and that kind of stuff, so.
I'm sorry, if I may. As long as the term right now is through November 29th of 2024, if the master contract that we're piggybacking on with Key Biscayne allows early termination, let's say with 30 days notice or 60 days notice, then we have flexibility to be able to terminate the contract.
I assume we pay month to month, right? Not upfront.
And Mayor, yes, so just a few things, just similar to Ball Harbor. They have a contract, they're not using it. What it did, it assisted with locking in the rates, assisted locking that service if they ever needed it. We could use it the same way. In our case, it would be more to transition out to an in-house service. But it does allow us the capabilities to perform a service that was requested for us to explore. We can explore it further. There are some in-house costs, some startup costs. It does require a certain amount of permitting upfront, and that does take time. And what this contract does, it allows us to implement something immediately, and we feel the rates are very competitive compared to what's out there in the market. To echo Lily's point, the attorney's point, agreed. It's we can terminate this. I believe the Key Biscayne contract has that early termination with a 30-day notification period. So we aren't tying ourselves to something that we have to commit the 171K. That's a not to exceed amount.
All right, so I'm gonna pass the gavel and make a motion to pass it as
Can I
it.
ask
Oh,
one
I
question?
apologize, yes. While I still have the gavel.
As we discussed, with regard to the sand debris, we said it also sifted and groomed. Was that one vehicle or 2 different vehicles?
There is, Commissioner, through the mayor, it's 2 different operations. In this case, it would be 2 trailers,
Right.
two attachments, 1 same tractor. The tractor simply parks, adds a different attachment, and performs a different function.
Okay, so it's 1 vehicle, but 2 attachments.
Correct. And you see, it's pretty much what gets dragged. Tractor has the power to be on the sand, run on that surface, and pull whatever attachment is being
I
attached.
just wanted to make sure we weren't talking about 2 vehicles then, and. Okay.
It makes it more of a passive operation.
Any other I'm gonna
Thank
give
you.
Jeff the gavel. I know everybody loved that tonight. I'm gonna make a motion to pass this as is, and with a stipulation for the town to start looking in. You'll come back with prices at our special meeting on the 28th. I'm joking. 2
20th of
months.
November? Sure, we'll be.
We're September, what are we? We're September, October, November, please. If you can come back with some prices on what this would run the town, as far as equipment and things like that. What? November?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
It's another item to.
Commissioner Munshine,
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger,
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Here, take this back. Thank you. Item 5D, let me just pull that up. What? Item 5D, what is this? Update improving walkability? No. Where's 5D? Yeah, why
Proclamation.
is- Oh, I'm on 90. Hold on 1 second. 90 is a proclamation I'm bringing forward to the commission to pass. This was brought to me by a child hospital. notifying me that next month is National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And without reading through the proclamation unless it's necessary, I would like for our town to pass a proclamation recognizing the month of September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Can I get a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Second, whatever.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose? He's absent. Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Do we have to grab the vice mayor out of the bathroom? We're good.
No, it's okay.
All right. Moving on to item
5E.
5 whatever, which is used to be 3D.
3D. Mayor,
Page.
may I read the title of the resolution?
Yes.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving and supporting the submission of grant application for
Previously
town's
3D.
priority projects between October 1st, 2022 and September 30th, 2023, subject to and pending final acceptance of award funds and approval of grants and agreements by the Town Commission, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Item 5E,
3D.
3D.
All right, so again, I pulled this out from consent because I just wanted to add one item to it. This is a simple, straightforward. This allows the town to go ahead and procure grants for specific items. Those items are listed on page 52. What I would like to do is add another item. Item 15 is outdoor exercise equipment. That is something we were pushing forward as a commission, whether it's in Hawthorne Tot Lot, maybe even around the beach on the street ends. There are grants available for this. I'm actually in a conversation with some people, but you know, if we can have the town look into grants for this item, I don't want it to be forgotten. You know, maybe we won't pay for it, so that would be nice. So I will pass the gavel again. Make a motion to approve item. What are we up to?
3D. Can I ask a question? Because
3D.
here we're also gonna put exercise equipment at the 96th Street Park.
Yeah,
Can we get a grant for that too?
it's possible. Yeah,
Can we pull for both?
whatever they give us.
Grant
It's
city.
it's a grant.
If
Mr.
we can
Manager?
get it that quick, it's hard to say. We will pursue that, yes.
Maybe they can reimburse us.
We'll pursue, we still have some time, but we can pursue.
There are some companies that have reached out to me specifically about that. And again, we have a grant writer that goes looking for them, so that they'll find a lot more things.
Mr. Mayor, is the idea anywhere on public property?
As opposed to,
On public property, correct?
what?
Well, parks, street ends,
Pretty sure ethics won't like that.
beach ends, just to clarify.
Yeah. I mean, I think the beach ends, we still haven't even discussed as a commission, so I would wait for that. But ultimately, it'd be nice to have that discussion and say it's fully funded, so, by grants. So I just wanted to add item 15, so I've already passed the gavel, I guess. I'll make the motion to pass item, what is it now?
3D.
Well, it's 3D, but it's 5E, adding outdoor exercise equipment to the list of priority projects for grant funding.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
I think we all seconded it. Second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
You're loving it too
Commissioner
much.
Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Yeah, question for our attorney. Can I pass the gavel to Commissioner Maishad next time? No. Item
5F, old
5F, which was old 3F. Again, I pulled this out. This is a request for, let me find the exact amount.
Mayor, may I read the title of the resolution?
Yes, while I find the page, that's perfect.
A
Yeah.
resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving an agreement with Simple View LLC for website consulting, development, and hosting services for the redesign and relaunch of the town's Visit Surfside visitor website. Finding that the purchase of services is exempt from competitive bidding pursuant to section 3-13 subsection 2 of the Town Code, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date. New item 5F, old item 3F.
All right, thank you. So, I pulled this item because it is something that was brought to my attention yesterday at the tourist board meeting. They're proposing an expenditure for a website. A large portion of that expenditure is going to be a monthly expenditure for maintenance. Again, this is an area of expertise that I know a bit about. It seemed a little exuberant for what we were getting. There's no support. Additionally, the entire Tourist Commission kicked this back to come back with modifications to it. They wanted to see another proposal because the current proposal does not offer, for example, services and things like that. And I would like to see additional proposals for this item. It seemed a little excessive for what we were getting for it. I understand it's tourist dollars, but it's still tourist dollars that can go towards something else. So, you know, following the tourist board's recommendation, I would like for us to put this aside until it comes back as discussed by the tourist board.
I'll make a motion to defer this until it comes back from the tourist board.
Second. All right, Madam Clerk. Sleeping?
I think she's falling asleep over there.
Motion.
No,
We got a vote.
I'm okay. Commissioner Mashine?
Yes.
Who's asleep now? Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right.
Motion
is
to
there a
adjourn?
motion to adjourn?
I have one quick comment before we adjourn.
No.
And you can be very quick.
That was not part of the motion.
I don't know if we're allowed
Nobody
to do
put
this
the
at the
motion. You're
special
not
meeting
voting.
to move any of these items forward at the September 28th meeting, if we can do the
Can we
town
do that?
manager.
Can we put,
And then my next question was, can we lead off with the town manager report so the town, we know what's going on, but the residents want to hear. So I don't know if we can lead off at the special meeting or the next commission meeting. That was my last comment. Can it be?
which is what?
Your workshop is gonna run into your roundtable if
I
you
did,
have
so-
another hour, 2-hour meeting.
Well, throwing all these discussion items for sure did it, so we're gonna have to put together.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, to the commission, I had asked the town manager to add to our special meeting, which was gonna be short, is just to have a roundtable discussion. We're about 6 months in, we're a quarter into our term. And I think it was time that we sit down and have a conversation about priorities, what we think. Again, we can't have these conversations in public. It would have been a nice setting because we're here anyways, and it would have been a short meeting. Unfortunately, it looks like that meeting is going to go on longer. So at some point, you know, I'm going to ask that come off the agenda, and we'll put together a special meeting just to kind of get us all back on the same page in a more relaxed environment. You know,
I'm
around
good
the
with that.
table.
So are we gonna do the town manager's report on our items next month, or do you wanna do your roundtable? That's your call.
This is separate. This is a special meeting
it's
that's already
separate?
scheduled for the 28th.
So maybe we can
I'm
add
not
this
gonna
to
be
the
here.
special meetings on the
I'll
28th. Are we allowed?
I mean,
Sandra?
special meeting, I hope, but not October.
Sandra, can we add the item 9 discussions and the town manager's report to the September 28th
Yeah, I
agenda?
think we can. We'll change the notice. Yeah, we still have time.
And we're gonna be here anyway for it.
I'm
Might as well knock it out.
Wait, what's that? I wasn't
Yeah.
listening, and I'm scared what
I
the
wanna,
vice mayor
I
just
wanna
said.
add the town
Three of
manager's
you can
report.
call the meeting. Three of you can call a special meeting, it's just not
Well, we
you.
have a special meeting
Yeah.
on the 28th, right?
Yes.
Right.
What's on the meeting right now?
At 5:01, you have.
It's the budget.
At 5:01, you have the budget, and in
Okay.
the special, at 6 o'clock, you have the labor
Negotiation.
contract.
So do we do
Which
this
would
at
be the
6?
special meeting.
And there's the signs, something about signs.
Yeah, you wanted the price for the
Street
signs. You wanted to vote on the
That sounds
sign,
All
on the
right,
street
that's one of our
signs.
discussion items,
Yeah.
but yeah, I can move over with everything else.
But
Do we
you
put
would-
it at
yeah, we-
6:30 or 7?
Yeah.
Our meeting.
6 o'clock is that meeting
Right.
scheduled for.
Do we just add it to the agenda? Or we have to?
I could add all these items to that agenda.
Beautiful. Thank you, Madam
All
Clerk.
right, so let's add, yeah.
Can we recap?
Make your motion.
What
I'm
we're
sorry?
doing? Can we recap?
Yeah,
what's
so
going
we have a
on?
meeting on the 28th.
Right.
We have a budget meeting, and then we had a special meeting for 2 items to basically ratify the union
Right.
contract. Since we're all sitting down together anyways, and the clerks have nowhere to go, if we're gonna take the rest of that agenda and
Okay.
add it to the meeting.
So are we adding, all of the discussion items are on this agenda to that September 28th special meeting, correct?
Yes, including everything from where we just finished.
Okay.
Item 7 all the way to 10.
501.
No, 501 is the budget.
Do-
It starts at 6,
Town
I
attorney and
believe.
town manager report.
Quick question, do you still want the town managers and the town attorneys report in that
Yes.
special meeting?
Yes, the residents know what's going on.
They're on the agenda now. Okay.
We're done, yeah, so if we can move it to, I think. it's-
Motion to adjourn.
Move to have a meeting scheduled for every day this week, and
Yeah, well, I
we just
know
need
you
3
are.
votes every, Jeff's in, right? Jeff?
I'm here anyway.
Did we get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I don't know if anybody voted.
Second.
No, we did not vote.
All in favor, said aye.
Motion to
All in
adjourn,
favor,
all in
say
favor,
aye.
say aye.
Aye. Sandra, we all
Good
said
night,
aye,
everybody.
Sandra.
Thank you very much.
She's so tired, the poor thing.